We're live. We are fixing to start bluing some stuff. I'm trying to get things ready. So anybody who comes in, that's what I'm doing. What's up, Gabber? Get a couple things squared. I'll be able to kind of show everybody what it is I'm doing. It's going to take me just a minute there. I'm just behind a little bit. Seems like I get where my hands ain't quite as full. I'll show you guys everything I'm working on. God damn it, I trip over myself. Damn, what's up, everybody? Hey, let me kick a invite in here. Someone jump in and let's shoot the shit. And you can keep everybody kind of amused while I'm running back and forth like a damn lunatic trying to get my ass back in the right place. All right, what's up, guys? I'll show you guys as soon as I can get to where I'm half-assed in the game here. I'll show you guys the bluing setup and everything that I'm using. I got caught running a little bit behind, so I'm trying to play damn catch up. It's definitely one of those days where I'm running fast backwards. What's up, brother Tom?
What up? Let me fix this.
Shit. Playing catch up. What you got going on today, brother?
Man, I'm doing a lot. Yeah, man.
We We're trying to do a lot. We're fixing to be hot gluing in just a couple minutes.
Yeah. Let me see if I can work this the other way. Hold on. Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, I'm right now readying some Glocks and doing some orders.
Hell yeah.
Just got some new 45 HSTs for the Glocks for the 21 and the 30S. Bro, these things are nuts.
I bet they are, man.
You could eat a bowl of cereal out of these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
This shit's crazy.
That ain't no fucking tiny round. That
230 grain standard pressure HST. This shit opens up like a flower, bro.
kind of shit right there you want, though.
Yeah, I got the old Hydroshocks, the 220 grain plus P Hornadies.
You gotta fuck around and put that on somebody. You don't want to be.
Yep. No, I'm not an FFL.
Hopefully, everything goes cool. This next year, I will.
Yeah, I've been considering it, but do you know what FFL stands for? Fucked for life?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
All right, so we got the Glock 21 SF. Let me make sure I'm not showing anything on stream. All right, so I got the 21 SF ready to go. Got the 30S ready to go. Mag. Got the 19 Gen 2 ready to go.
Hey, speaking of Glocks and all that,
Yeah.
you have a chance to think about what I was asking you about?
Yeah. But let's talk offline about it. I appreciate it, although I don't think it's indeed necessary.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a thought, man. That's why I was asking you. You're more in the loop than I am, so.
I think that's super kind and thoughtful and helpful of you. I think that's huge of you to even offer it up. But luckily, I don't think that we'll need it.
Cool.
I would say for now, just do your thing, build it out, have fun. Side note, though, I think that Strike Industries mass comp bolt was sticking out a hair too far.
Yeah, well, it was on that one. See, what happened with that one was, shit, hot water. I screwed up and bought the Gen 5. Spring and everything for it, guide rod.
Yeah.
So I made it work with the Gen 3. Now I've got a Gen 5 ordered. I should have that in. That'll take care of that.
Nice.
Yeah, it was some playing around. It was kind of a screw up that I was making work.
Gotcha. Do you still have the Gen 5?
The guide rod and spring? Yeah.
No, the Gen 5 mass comp.
The mass comp isn't necessarily a Gen 5 or a Gen 3 or a Gen 4. What it is the guide rod and the spring are different.
It just comes with different guide rod springs.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I still got that mass, yeah. But all I'm going to do with that is I just went ahead and ordered the fucking fucking spring.
Well, that's good that you didn't have to do get a completely new one and completely Cerakote it all over again.
Well, no. Well, I'm going to do the one for the 19 though. I got that one.
Hey, are you set up to Cerakote that color?
Yeah, I can Cerakote any color.
If I send you some stuff, could you Cerakote it that color for me?
Oh, for that Northern Lights?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what that was? Northern Lights?
Yeah, that's the Northern Lights Cerakote.
Nice, dude. That shit looks good, man.
Oh, that Northern Lights is crazy.
Here, let me show for people in here. I'll disassemble it. So, got that hard chrome, factory OEM hard chrome. And on the very back, boom, got that DLD Tim light in titanium. Shout out to Come Out in PLA. And you see how the top is like a brushed chrome? That shit's fire. This thing, you wouldn't be able to tell. Literally has like 10,000 rounds through it. But hard chrome just holds up so well, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
And this is an all OEM. That trigger's so crazy. Just from, hitting 10,000 rounds with it, with a 3.5 pound connector, that trigger is so light. I upgraded the springs with some Wolf, or no, were they Wolf or? Yeah, I think they were Wolf connector springs to reduce the
Lone Wolf.
Not Lone Wolf, Wolf, WOLFF.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just like the same company that does the connectors. Ghost. I'm sorry, not Wolf. Wolf does the springs. Ghost does the connectors. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. I got all new Ghost springs for it, and the lighter springs was a harder trigger pull than my worn OEM springs. So
man, after you get them shook down with enough rounds, man, they smooth out.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Gen 3 hard chrome, Gen 2 17. This thing is a beast.
Yeah, now that I'm
get these out the way.
Kind of caught up on what I'm doing here.
These 45s that were nuts, bro. Look at that.
Oh yeah, those things are freaking nice.
Big old 45. I'm usually not a 45 guy, man. Usually, I'm a 9mm, 9mm dude. But for carry, for a gun about the size of a 19, to have a Glock 30S with 11 rounds of 45 ACP, shit. All right, I don't want to show all these guns. Hang on one sec. Oh, bro, no way. Come Out in PLA is in here. Dude, my bad. I didn't even see you, PLA. Hey,
I looked up for a second. I was like, what? He's wanting to get in. I was like, hell, I'll get him in.
Yeah, hell yeah. Come on, PLA, Warsaw Patriot, Gabber, what up? Kurt 24, come on, PLA. One of two in existence. Yeah, I didn't even know he was in here. Come on, PLA actually sent me that, man. That's a hell of a gift, man. Hang on one sec. Let me stick my fingers through the trigger guards.
Let's see if I can do this and then show off.
Good old stack of blocks over here. Oh, you're pulling to me.
Yes. Yeah, well.
So you you gotta mute one, and you're going over there. Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. Kind of show everybody what I've got going on. These are the blue tanks going on. These are the blue.
So mute your computer.
Yeah.
It's catching the audio.
How's that?
It's still live. Maybe try to mute it through StreamYard on your computer.
There we go.
Let's see if I can show everybody all
Let's
this.
see if I can show everybody all this. What? Why am I still getting this fucking echo?
I don't think it's me. There you go. Beautiful.
Yeah. See if that'll. Yeah, there we go. All right. So see if everybody can see this. So basic hot bluing, right? So a tank full of hot degreasing solution mixed with regular distilled water, then a tank full of just distilled water itself warming up, and then the blue and salts themselves. So the blue and salts are what actually react with the surface of the metal, actually turn it that blue, that black, all that.
Wow.
So we're going to go from the degreaser into the just pure water, rinse everything, then drop them in the salts. Once the salts get ready, then they'll stay in the salts for about 45 minutes, then come out of the salts back to the water and then into an oil bath. And then we should have some nice blued parts.
Similar to like quenching a knife.
Well, no, because the salts themselves are what's actually going to take and, of course, react with the surface of the metal and actually blue the metal, right?
Okay.
So the baths themselves, like coming out of the degreaser into the water bath, you just want to wash all the degreaser off before they hit your blue and salts.
Yeah.
Because they'll screw your blue and salts up if you mix like a degreaser in with it. When you come out of the blue and salts, you got to wash all that, wash all the salts off, and then go to an oil bath. The oil bath's what's going to stop the reaction of the blue and salts with the surface of the metal.
Okay.
That's why you go to an oil bath after that.
Let me ask you this. I don't know. You saw the frag out upper and lower that
yeah.
frag out, right? What would happen if you tried to do like a hot blue on aluminum? Would it work?
No, aluminum won't blue. You got to have, bluing is a rusting process. So you got to have iron in the material for it to blue. Now you can do like what they call an aluma black, which is a chemical that will turn aluminum black.
Yeah, it's like a cold blue.
Yeah, almost for aluminum. It reacts with aluminum. It'll turn the surface of aluminum black.
Yeah, it's just kind of spotty.
Yeah, it can be. Everything. That's one of the reasons I got into hot bluing instead of just trying to cold blue shit, because cold bluing is not as durable. It tends to look a little spotty. And if I get the hot bluing right, it'll look like a factory job.
Oh, bro, I'm already thinking of shit that I would want hot blues. You know.
Well, I mean, I got in. The first thing I did, I built all these tanks and stuff. The first thing I did was parkerizing them. Parkerizing's easy as shit. And then decided, hell, if I can parkerize it, I might as well go ahead and set them up and get everything set to where I can go ahead and hot blue too. So,
yeah. So some of the questions. Hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you as well. What type of heat do you need? Like what kind of temperature? I know our black oxide company said 350.
This right here for this aluminum, this is a oxonate number 7 from Brownells. You got to get it up to like 296.
Damn, that's pretty precise.
Yeah, they got it listed pretty much dead nut. Now, do you have to have it dead nut? Nah, probably not. But do you want to get as close to that as possible? Yeah.
Yeah, Gabber. I was thinking of doing some kind of anodizing. Like I was thinking of doing like Coop, how sick would it be if I did clear anodizing on that frag out? upper and lower.
Oh, dude, that would look slick, man. But hey, what about just doing a clear Cerakote over the top of it?
I thought about that too, but I was told by Frag Out that it's not gonna come out the way I think it is.
With that clear Cerakote?
Yeah, that it can kind of yellow out. It can, take
Yeah.
away some of the depth, Oh, dude, the other thing I forgot to show because it was sitting over here, I was so proud of it, is a keychain from Frag Out that's lasered, and it's lasered jabroni in wood. It's kind of like JA at the top, and then below that BRONIE. This shit's cool.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah, man, he's awesome.
Fucking Frag Out's a hell of a dude, man. That son of a bitch, he fucking rocks, man.
I'm telling, man, anyone out there, if you're thinking of getting any engraving work done, holy shit, it is worth every penny. Like, Frag Out is the man. You may want to wait because soon he's going to be putting some stuff out for sale. But man, like, no one else is doing this. No one else is, well, very few people are actually hand drawing scroll work and then uploading the hand drawing to be lasered on. Most people are just, doing computer generated shit.
His freaking scroll work is just, I mean, it's amazing.
I know, man. It's nuts, dude. He's the man.
Yeah, he is.
Yep.
Friday, he's a fucking trip too, man. Being on the show with him, just sitting around shooting the shit, he's a damn dude.
Yeah, he's cool as shit.
He's about as ADD as you could fucking get.
Oh, I know, that's right. You don't mind if I knock out some packages and shit?
Nah, man, hit it, man. We're just sitting around shooting shit while I'm sitting here playing in shop blue.
Dude, if you're ever in need of anything to work on, that you would like me to send you, please let me know. I would be happy to send some things to do some trial bluing or whatever. I'll pay.
Here. I got you a couple here, Dark. It's the number 1 MVE.
Is that blued?
No, that's just regular black paint.
Is it really? That's shiny. It's probably the natural.
Then we got that NVE Life.
Nice.
And then MVE of the month.
Hilarious. Hell yeah. Let's see. One Car, what's up, brother? DJ Play Nice, what up?
What's up, One Car? Matter of fact, I finally finished up repainting the damn that other Killdozer cut I got to send out to dang old Matt, which I'll probably send it out to him tomorrow.
Come on, PLA. You'll have to hit him up. His website is not completely set up and running, so for anything you want done, just hit him up on Instagram or leave a comment on his YouTube or whatever, and just tell him what you want done. He may have stuff to pick from too.
Yeah, I wanted to get one of his grenades, man, but I had some other shit I had to take care of.
Well, I think he may still have some. I literally got one of the last ones over here. I mean, there's still, I think, a few left, but best 50 bucks to spend. But I was sad to say when I squeezed on the spoon, there was no tension, so there's no spring and striker inside the the grenade.
Now here's that this is that other slide and mask that I'm gonna do in that Northern Lights.
Nice.
So this one the comp actually mates up better with the front of the slide.
Yeah, that looks
the other one does.
Shit, you know what, bro? So I'm building
that's going on the blue glowy.
Nice. Hell yeah. So I'm building a Glock 40, the 6-inch long slide 10 mm.
Yeah.
If I sent you the slide and barrel and maybe like a magwell or something, could you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, just
Yeah.
let me know. Let me know what you want for it.
Yeah, that ain't no problem, man. Which hell, if you got them all, send them to me sometime this week. I'll blast all those down when I go to blast this one down. That way I can do them all at one time.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't have them in my possession just yet. I'm literally so I was waiting to pull the trigger, no pun intended, because I was kind of stuck between like, do I build a Glock 20, a standard size, same as the 21 size, for like a little bit cheaper and all stainless, or do I do a Glock 40? Come out in PLA actually helped me find a barrel for the shits, because Glock 40, the 6-inch 10 mm barrels are pretty hard to come by. That aren't $200 freaking OEM barrels. But how sick would it be to have a blue glowy fucking monster 6-inch 10 mm?
Dude.
So for the people out there that don't know, as I do packages, not only do I throw in the FDATF sticker, which, because I had like 100 people ask me, these are now for sale on dldhardware.com. But I also put on the outside of the package the FATF with the ATF agent looking over the brick wall. So to make it as funny as I possibly can, I stick it on the front as a package seal, just so they know that shit wasn't open. So it says F the ATF on the box, and then the ATF agent is peeking over like
That's
that.
cool as shit.
And then they go in the back, because I like to do kind of double protection, And it's funny as shit when people order a bunch of them, because when they open up their package, there's just a bunch of ATF heads all poking up.
Shit, speaking of barrels, man, if anybody needs a stock 17 barrel or a stock 19 barrel, I got one of each.
Oh, really? What brand?
Oh, hell, I'm going to have to damn look. Because I swapped out both of those barrels, the barrel on that 17 and the barrel on that 19, to threaded barrels.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't even say a brand on it.
Shit, you know what? I gotta grab something. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, man. Hit.
Let me just cut this for OPSEC real quick.
And that's a damn. Yeah, that's a lid-free armory barrel. Yeah, one of the 19 is a lid-free armory barrel, and the other one is guess just generic. It doesn't even have a damn name on it. Yeah, it's just a empty bottle sitting up there, man. Yeah, those are just empty gallon bottles from that distilled water. Check. Getting these damn blue and salts up to temp can take a fucking ton of damn heat.
It honestly seems like it's like pretty reasonable as far as like the process.
Yeah, the process itself, man, after studying it and then doing it a couple times, the process itself ain't that bad at all. It's just it can be damn time consuming. And if you're not, and if you don't do like I did and build your tanks and then deal with some maybe a little bit smaller burner, the setup from Brownells can be shit a couple $1,000s.
Damn.
And it was like, nah, fuck.
Yeah, fuck that. At that point, building it yourself. Right.
Yeah, that's why good to be a welder or no one.
Yeah, seriously.
That and I got the hookup on the stainless, so the stainless didn't cost me shit. My old boss, man, he's got piles of this sitting around that a local company donated to the schools.
Oh,
And
right.
it's got freaking it was the real high grade stainless. It had a white film on one side of it to protect it. But the shit was so old, that white film, man, you play hell getting that shit off. So the company just donated it to him over at the school. I was like, shit, let me snag a couple sheets of that.
Hell yeah.
I ain't worried about that film. I'll burn the shit out of it.
Yeah, for real. Guess what I got coming on the show tonight?
Who you got?
A big surprise. You know I can't give up my secrets.
There you go, being a tease.
Big old dick tease. I'll give you this. It rhymes with bud musicians.
Oh.
You think you got it?
I got an idea.
Yeah. Shit, I gotta respond to this cocksucker. Oh, hey, and while you're here, look at the shirt that I got. Los Pollos Hermanos. The restaurant from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
And
Dude, that's the show, man. I only watched a couple episodes of Breaking Bad, man. I never got into it.
Bro, you got to watch the whole. I actually went back and just rewatched it recently, and I got another one in like the regular, like that's kind of like a weathered, beachy kind of one.
Yeah.
The real one is like the cartoony red, blue, and yellow logo with like a heather gray color shirt. So I got one of those for me, and then I went back and I was like, let me see if there's a youth size, and I got one for my daughter too. So we're gonna have matching Breaking Bad.
Shit.
Woo! Getting jiggy with it. Na 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 na. Dude, I got to put out some of the videos from the training at MD Arsenal.
Yeah.
That shit is so funny when I was going through doing the 1 to 5s, and it was like 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, and then I flipped it over to binary.
Yeah, you showed that one clip of it.
Oh, that's right. I did.
Yeah. Cheater.
It was just like, black cheater. Everyone started laughing. That's like the perfect shit to post.
How long you think it's going to be for the old ATS starts coming after binaries hard?
I actually don't think they're gonna come fuck with binaries.
You don't think?
Nah, it's too cut and dry, right? Like it's your finger that is pulling and releasing, right? Whereas like the WOTs, the FRTs, the Ferts and Watts, those what their explanation is, right? Like fuck what's factual.
Oh
In the
yeah, it's
design,
always going to be their explanation.
yeah, I know, right? But they say that it is the mechanical, um, it's the device that is mechanically pushing your finger back, so you're only applying pressure, light pressure, and that it's just constantly firing off rounds. Even though the motion is there, if you look at a slow-mo camera, it's only firing per one pull of the trigger, but they're saying the device is what is enhancing it. It's not your finger. Whereas with the binary, your finger is the one actually pulling, releasing. So you're, now there is one binary trigger, one specific binary trigger that may become a factor in the future. That's all I'm going to say, but it's already kind of been dealt with, and y'all will hear about it soon. But it's not going to be like an FRT situation, so nobody worry about that shit.
You got more faith in than I do, brother, because
I mean, I
think
put it like this.
I don't put it past them coming after binaries at all.
Yeah, I just think it's unlikely. Possible for sure, right? But I also thought that it was unlikely that Matt would get found guilty,
Yeah.
So I made it clear, almost 2 years ago that my two things are, making 80s illegal, making braces illegal, and then also like binaries. Like that is our way of complying with them. So if they were to take those things from us, I guess that's three things, right?
Yeah.
Now, they tried to take 80s, and I'm not just referring to Glocks, right? But they're still legal, right? Like that, you can still legally purchase an 80 and a jig and build and whatever. Braces, that's one check mark off the, it's one tick away. So yeah, I mean we're getting close to having to pull some need I remind you type conversations out pretty soon.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it like that, but bro, like I finally had a look in the mirror kind of conversation. I'm probably saying too much, Shardy, but whatever. I kind of had to have like a look in the mirror conversation with myself and be like, yo, like if the founders came to our country today, if they crawled out of their graves and came to us for like a sit rep, and we were like, okay, here's what's gone on. Here's where we've been over the past 100 years. This like they would not believe that we had let it go this far already. Now,
No.
because of where we are, right? Like we're living in a surveillance state. We cannot just, gather a bunch of farmers and muskets and be like, fuck no, we refuse. Like, we can, don't get me wrong. It's happened all over the country, even, in the current surveillance state that we're living in now. And I would never, ever, ever call anything to action or anyone. So don't do anything. I'm just purely having a conversation here, guys. But if this continues down this road, we're not going to have any option other than to say no, no, and fuck no. Sorry, I wasn't looking at comments, y'all. They'd be hooked on porn and TikTok in about 15 minutes. Joe Biden had the CIA make a team for the statistical analysis of the future Civil War. It wasn't Joe Biden. They may have said it was Joe Biden, but it wasn't Joe Biden. That's why
his handlers.
Resource for the binaries. ATF said shoestring was a machine gun. Facts. but they're not going door to door picking up shoestrings, you know?
No, they'll do the same thing with a lot of this that they've done. They'll just catch some poor bastard that doesn't know, never heard of anything about the law. He's going to be minding his own business and get pulled over and just happen to have something on him. And then they'll just turn around and make an example of his ass.
Hold on real quick. Sorry. I'm just going back. I didn't see all this, y'all. My bad. Kurt24, damn, Dark be selling the shit out of jigs. Yeah. I followed his Instagram and saw the jigs he posted. It's insane. Dark, you have a Fostech binary. I have a few. I have the Fostech Echo in the MP5. Shit, sorry. I got the Fostech Echo in the MP5. I got the Fostech Echo in the Scorpion, and I got the or no, I'm tripping. I got the Fostech Echo in my LWRC 10.3, and then I have the Franklin in the MP5 and the Scorpion. But really quickly, though, just so there's no confusion, FRTs and WOTs are 100% illegal. Like, now, it's wrong.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be. There was no act of Congress. There's no legislation. The problem is that the ATF has published an opinion, a white paper, that says these are machine guns. So even though they were sold in good faith and bought in good faith, they don't care. They're machine guns, and the full weight of federal law is behind that. So just be cautious, y'all. I need to hop on a call real quick. I'll come back on in a minute.
Yeah, man.
All right. Love you too. Bye.
Yeah, so right now, guys, I'm just kind of finishing up final prep on some parts because it won't be long and my bluing solution will be ready to go. Working at it. Working.
What that gun? That's what you want. Just tiling up there, sanding, refinishing stuff.
You've been multi something and
I thought about that, Model 11, that stock on it. Waiting on that forearm. I ain't gonna
that forearm and everything for that 11 will be in tomorrow.
see what it looks like. This looks a lot like the wood that's already there. All it'll take is just some oil on it. I wouldn't put no stain on it.
Yeah, if it looks about like what's there, it won't take nothing.
jump before the sun goes down.
It'd be close. Yeah, it'll be close. Those salts ain't got far from being at the tent. And as soon as they're ready to go, I'll be dropping them. Do a little bit more scrubbing on that receiver while it's sitting there. Then I drop them. I'll show everybody. Knocking everything all over the place. It's another one. I hate it that I forgot to take pictures of this thing before I got started.
Thinking the same thing. You should have had some before and after pictures. Before pictures, after pictures was great. I was just sitting here thinking the same thing. Damn, I didn't take any pictures.
No, I didn't have any pictures of this. I didn't have any pictures of that 11 or that long time. I hate it. I told myself when I did that other one, I was going to take some pictures, and then damn sure didn't. I need another damn.
There's more of that short stuff over there.
Yeah, I just need a splinter of it to stick across that tank to hang off of. This is the part that starts getting busy when all this stuff starts getting up to tent. Another. I'm just gonna let it ride. everything. Basically set where I want it. I don't want anything touching in the solution as far as I can keep it from happening anyway. Man, should spot it up quick. That one the first drop. Number 2. Oh, I was wondering what the hell I was hearing. My dad's playing something loud as hell on his phone. Ah, shit. All right, that's everything dropped. Now we got about 45 minutes. Degreasing solution to a water bath. Try to scrub everything again in the water bath. Come out of the water bath into the salts. Then from the salts back to the water bath and then an oil bath. So I think I've got, let me see something. Hey, old man, Pop, set a timer for 45 minutes.
What?
Set a timer on your phone for 45 minutes. Got my old man working as my assistant. Yeah, where's it at?
What time is it now? 5:43. Okay.
Let's see. Let's have a little fun. Just because we're sitting here working on guns and killing time.
You know what Americans can't stand? You know what they can't stand about this town? The so-called
We'll listen to this while we're sitting here.
experts who try to run our lives. Never put their name on a ballot, never have to go talk to the American people, get elected, never have to run for office. Best example,
Man,
of
it's
course,
hot
is
around those barns.
Dr. Fauci, who ran our lives for 2 years and was wrong.
It's not hot outside, but when
just
you fire
about
up 3
everything he said.
propane burners in a little close
Told us
area, it gets
didn't
freaking
start in a
hot.
lab. It wasn't our tax dollars. Wasn't gain of function research. He said there was no natural immunity, even though it always had been for every other virus.
Yeah, it's really it's really not quenching the temps.
And now it's the ATF. Except with the ATF, they don't even claim to be experts. The director said so last week. Last week in a hearing in front of Congress in the Appropriations Committee, he was asked about firearms. He said,
yeah, really with the blue and it's not necessarily quenching the temps. You want everything
trying to run Americans' lives.
pretty damn hot as far as the metal goes before you get it into your bluing solution. It'll blue better if it's hotter when it goes into the solution.
Earlier this year, the ATF
so the solution itself's running like 290. They say 296. It's running about 290 to 300. But even the degreasing bath and the regular hot water bath, they're hot enough to where the metal gets hot enough to where when you pull it out of the water, it basically
currently in circulation.
Dries right away.
This device was created for use by disabled persons, including disabled veterans. These individuals could lose the ability to use these tools, and as a result, may not be able to operate their firearm. Under the new rule, these firearm owners will be required to obtain special registration, surrender or destroy their brace by the compliance date, or they will face severe criminal penalties. This is not the result of a decision made by Congress.
Yeah, I think that's going to do good.
No bill was introduced in this committee.
Just took a quick peek at it. It's already looking blackened, so we'll see how it does.
This rule turns law-abiding gun owners into felons is a result of unelected bureaucrats simply.
This is Xeon re-blue and a hot caustic blue and an old Winchester model 94. So old lever action.
The executive branch enforces them. Here, the executive branch has taken power from Congress in deciding what the law should be, and that they change themselves with enforcing. Charge themselves with enforcing. Excuse me. Director Dettelbach is in essence becoming a one-man Congress.
Yeah, the oil bath. Yeah, once you come out of the bluing solution and hit the oil bath, that's where you want that process to stop. That oil's gonna kill that chemical process.
Those controls.
Dude, I can't wait to see how this one's going to look either. This one was it was a rusted pile
$1 billion
of metal
firearm owners relied on this
when
for a decade
I started on it. So there's some pitting and stuff in the barrel that I couldn't get out because it was just so deep. But
it's not just with the
I was able to clean most of it out, get everything polished up. So yeah, I can't wait to see how this one's going to look. This one should, with the polish on the metal, this one should end up having a pretty good deep blue to it.
In 2022, ATF revoked over 90 licenses, more than any year since 2006. This is an attack on the Second Amendment, pure and simple. Plain and simple. And I want to thank Director Dettelbach for appearing before us today, and we look forward to hearing from him.
So this one's going to be, hell, what did I do? Speaking of oil bath, what did I do with my damn oil? It's kind of going to be important.
Let me begin by first apologizing for the slander we heard this morning directed at one of the great public service Dr. Anthony Fauci.
What did I do with my damn oil?
Violence continues to take the lives of more than 100 Americans every single day. In our homes, in our schools, and in our houses of worship. It reduces vibrant cities to somber headlines. It takes our loved ones, old and young,
This is where I get
and
to
leaves
hide
us
my
with
own
another
Easter eggs.
anniversary of lives cut short and the community forever traumatized. We've already lost more than 13,000 Americans to gun deaths so far this year, including 80 young children, 469 teens.
All right, old man. You didn't grab my old, did you?
We are the only nation in the industrialized world that tolerates such gruesome statistics.
No, that's that degreaser.
It's against this sobering background that Republicans have called this hearing to criticize the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Where the
Law
hell's my
enforcement
thing oil go?
agency tasked with keeping guns out of the wrong hands. At least Republicans are transparent about their goal: to pressure,
I know I had it earlier.
intimidate, and hamstring the agency so that it can no longer
It's in one of those water
effectively
jugs. It's that
protect
WD-40.
Americans from violent crime. Some Republicans have even introduced a bill to abolish the ATF altogether. That's right. They seek to eliminate the law enforcement agency responsible for protecting communities from gun violence, stopping gun trafficking, and ensuring lawful and responsible gun
No,
ownership.
that's
Local law
damn leak
enforcement
check.
depends on the
Where the fuck my
ATF
damn oil
to
go?
provide resources that help them solve crimes and prevent gun violence. In a recent president's message in Police Chief Magazine,
I got in
International
such a hurry doing
Association of
shit, now I
Chiefs of
can't find my
Police
damn.
President John Lateny encourages fellow police chiefs to,
Oh, empty
quote,
bottles.
take advantage of the no-cost systems offered by the ATF to help investigate and ultimately remove dangerous weapons
Shit, it
from our
might be a first. I
communities.
might have to damn quench a
He
gun
noted
and
that, quote,
use
ATF
turkey fry oil.
is the only gun tracing platform in the United States
No, just
that
kidding.
can
I
be
got
used
oil
by
around here
local,
somewhere. I just don't know
state,
what the fuck I
federal,
did with it.
and global law enforcement agencies to investigate criminal gun activity. Close quote. ATF also
It
runs
was
the
in one of those
National
water
Investigative
jugs.
Ballistic Information Network,
It was over.
which provides local, state, tribal,
Yeah, it was in a
and federal
jug
law
like this.
enforcement
Yeah.
at no cost
Right. That's
with ballistic imaging,
that
a critical tool that can help solve crime and prevent further gun violence. ATF also carries out its mission by lending its expertise, such as by classifying weapons,
There it is.
advising prosecutors, and promulgating regulations,
I
by
found it.
collaborating with various law enforcement agencies.
Well, I gotta blame you. I'm your son. You're the one who gave me this ability to hide my own Easter eggs.
Improve overall violence reduction strategies while allowing each piece of the system to focus on what they do
They
best.
say like father, like son.
Clearly, the president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police sees the great
Oh,
value that
Tactical
ATF
FUD, what's
provides.
happening, brother man?
But some Republicans seek to abolish
Oh.
this agency and to end the work that it does to make Americans safer. Other Republicans merely seek
Yeah,
to
those parts
starve
are
the agency
already
of
looking
funding,
like
to place additional
darkening up and
restrictions
getting
on the use of
black.
its data
So,
to help solve
woohoo.
crimes and keep communities safe, or to dismantle its regulation.
Hopefully they'll be
In
looking
fact, just last week, this
slick here in
committee
just a
voted
little
to
bit.
prevent the ATF from regulating stabilizing braces, a device used in multiple mass shootings, including just recently in Nashville, to convert a pistol into a more dangerous short-barreled rifle. We just heard the chairman excoriate the ATF by saying it adopted
Jason, what's up, brother?
gun braces without
Hey,
congressional
Jason, did
action.
you ever try that mag loader out and get it figured out?
That's the function of any executive agency entrusted by Congress with making rules. How can it be that the majority says it stands with law enforcement, yet it seeks to abolish the only law enforcement agency with the capability of tracing gun crimes, of tracing crime guns, I should
Here,
say?
old man, you want your drink?
How can the majority say that they support state and local police,
Or if you want a cold beer, there's one in the
hamstring and starve
Yeah,
the
all right,
agency
refrigerator.
that provides them with so many critical resources for solving crime, including
Come in,
homicide,
take over
gun
my parents'
trafficking,
basement,
and
use it as my
organized
gun
crime?
shop.
The answer lies in another part of ATF's responsibility, making sure that gun dealers follow the law by conducting background checks, refusing to sell to those who are not allowed to have firearms, and keeping records so that crime guns can be traced. The overwhelming majority of gun sellers have no problem following these laws. But when gun dealers willfully refuse to follow them, it is ATF's responsibility to revoke their license to sell. ATF
Dude,
upheld that
that
responsibility.
mag loader, Jason, when you set it up,
92 licenses for gun sellers with serious willful
and they
violations.
what 3 slots. I think you drop 10 rounds in each
The
slot.
over 130,000
Once you move everything
licensed
over,
firearm
put your mag in, then you just
But gun
pumping it,
owners
pull it
cried
out, pump
foul,
it, pull it out,
claiming that
and it'll load up 30 rounds pretty quick.
gun sellers, revoking
Just it takes
92
probably a mag or two to
out
get
of
used to, and after that,
130,000
it's pretty cool.
And then Republicans
It's not
introduced
bad.
legislation to abolish the ATF. Republicans' priorities are clear. They would prefer to keep every gun store in the country open, even those that willfully violate the law, rather than to let ATF save lives simply by enforcing the law.
ATF ain't
It
seen
is
it,
essential
saved
that
a
we
single
conduct
fucking
oversight of
life.
our agencies to ensure that they are fulfilling their
Fat,
mission.
humpy, dumpy looking.
Today's hearing
Hey, let me
makes no
see that on
attempt
there.
to fulfill that responsibility.
It's
Instead, it
it's
shows
full
how
out.
radically out of step our Republican colleagues are with the American people, with law enforcement, and even with many responsible gun owners. Democrats have put forth a range of solutions to prevent gun violence, to support law enforcement, and to solve crimes. But our colleagues across the aisle continue to push for unfettered access to assault weapons, concealable rifles, and ghost guns. As Republicans continue to seek freedom from gun regulation,
You just weren't holding your mouth right.
seek communities
Well, I
free
had
from
to
gun
try to
violence.
quote it. You should let
Thank you,
me
Mr.
see it.
Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back
They
without
just
objection.
got- I
All the
just
opening
saw him
statements
pull
will be
it
included
out.
in the record. We will now introduce today's witness, Mr. Dettelbach. The Honorable Stephen Dettelbach was sworn in as director of the ATF on July 13th, 2022. As director, he is responsible for leading
Boy,
an
they
agency
pull it
charged with
out.
enforcing, excuse me,
It dropped
laws and
everything
regulations
out.
related to firearms, explosives, arson, alcohol, tobacco, and tobacco trafficking. He previously served as U.S. Attorney.
Don't do nothing crazy with that receiver there.
And in various
What?
positions.
I said, don't do nothing crazy with that receiver there.
Welcome our witness
All
today
right,
and thank him for appearing. We will
check
begin
that
by
out.
swearing you in. Would you please rise
Hang
and
on
raise
to
your
the
right
receipt.
hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and
Break it
correct to the
down
best
and
of
get
your
all
knowledge,
these
information,
parts
and belief
on
so
you,
help
my
you God?
goodness.
Let the record show the witness has
Lot of
answered
money
in the
here.
affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered
Because
into the
more than
record. in
more
its
than likely,
entirety.
you have to make
We
sure the
ask that you
firing
summarize
pin
your
scooted
testimony.
forward to be able to drop
Mr.
that in
Dettelbach,
there.
you get 5 minutes. You know how it works.
Normally, those bolt
So,
handles will
Mr.
lock in that firing
Mr.
pin.
Dettelbach, you can start your testimony.
Good morning.
Hey, ain't none to
everyone,
it, Jason.
Member Nadler and members of the committee.
I said
I'm
most of my
honored to
mags are metal,
discuss the
and
public safety
I wasn't
initiative
using the thing anyway, man.
tobacco, firearms, and explosives. I'm also honored to represent the dedicated men and women of ATF who work tirelessly and often risk everything alongside our law enforcement partners to protect the American people from violent
Damn.
crime. At ATF, everything we do begins and ends with public safety. ATF is a small law enforcement agency.
You know, that's one thing I do need to look at being able to get set up for the old man is plating.
To reduce violent crime.
Plating.
Director of ATF,
Electroplating.
and brief,
Yeah.
on what feels like countless murders and shootings that take
I
place
do a little
across
research, but
every day.
I wondered how that
This
come out.
includes the mass murder incidents that
Yeah,
often grab national headlines, such as last month's horrific
gotta
murder
wait till it get in the right position.
school. But it also includes
Don't pull it out without wanting
that
to,
take place
so all the
every
shit
day.
falls out.
Yeah,
Families,
it'd be like me taking that damn
by some
that
counts,
112
this
gauge,
year,
pulling the fore end off
there
that
have already
morning and
been
shooting the springs and every damn
174
thing out of it
mass
in the woods and have to crawl around to find
and
everything.
99 law enforcement officers have been
Sergeant
shot in
Bulldog,
the
what's
line of
up, brother?
duty. Every day, more than 100 people in America.
Yeah, this was the previous circus.
And many more.
We're just chilling out watching this, and I'm sitting here
Victims and survivors of
hot blue in a
better
Winchester Model
assist their
94.
families, their
So we're just
communities,
shooting around, shooting
and
the
law
shit, killing
enforcement
time. We're gonna see what
including
this hot
those
blue
of
job looks
our
like
local
once I get it done.
partners who every day run toward the gunfight. The level of gun violence in America is quite simply unacceptable. Because of the way our Constitution
I figure we might as well have
is
something else to
fighting
listen to
violent crime
besides me,
first,
bitch. So we'd
local,
listen to this
state, and tribal law
jackass.
enforcement, and we at ATF are deeply committed to supporting
Oh,
you in
shit.
those efforts.
You know what?
ATF embodies the Department of Justice's commitment to combat
Forgot to
violent
drop
crime
one of my
and be a
damn
force
things
multiplier
apart.
for our law enforcement partners. We stand shoulder to shoulder with them each day to help reduce
It'll be okay.
violent crime all over this nation. That's what ATF agents did with the brave men and women of the Tulare County Sheriff's
Ooh,
Department.
yeah, I think those are gonna look
When they took
good.
gunfire, standing side by side to arrest
I'm gonna be heartbroken if that blue job doesn't turn out that good.
That person had allegedly executed a 10
Yeah, Sergeant, I just got to get set up to do it.
all the time with our partners.
I got to look up some more setups for it because
Courageous people, local law enforcement.
I'd like. That's another thing I'd like to be able to add to my little bag of tricks as far as gunsmithing is being able to free plate stuff. Hand me that bolt from that night. Hand me the bolt from that 1100.
One of our greatest assets in accomplishing these priorities is our expertise in crime gun intelligence. Crime gun intelligence is its ability to squeeze every last bit of evidence out of a firearm used in a crime, so that together with our state and local partners, we can find the trigger pullers who are terrorizing our communities and put them where they belong.
I'd like to be able to take
Integrated Ballistic Information Network, NIBIN, allows us to connect disparate shootings through ballistics.
something like this 1100 bolt, clean it up, and then be able to replate it.
First known retail purchase. These tools are pillars of crime gun intelligence. And now we have the ability to get DNA on guns and cartridge casings, an exciting and potentially game-changing way to catch the shooters. All of these tools are critical to interrupt.
Z, if you're good at plating, man, I'll have to get with you and see if you can help me kind of design a setup, brother.
We must cut off the illegal flow of firearms to those who wish to harm our
community. That's definitely another process I want to add into my kit.
Or commit heinous attacks on schools or churches or movie theaters or grocery stores. And we
Do you think blue and a VMAC upper would be worth the effort?
Law-abiding citizens as well, and we can. Last June, Congress passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which gave ATF 2 new tools. A standalone.
Dude, it just depends on what you want to do to it, man. Most military guns, most mil-certs and everything like that were all parkerized. Parkerizing was real common on all those.
For instance,
and parkerizing, a good park job is really damn tough. Most AKs are actually parkerized. Most military AKs are actually parkerized.
We also work closely with licensed firearms dealers, who are often the first line of defense in our efforts to stop the diversion of firearms into illegal.
That's an interesting one, Bulldog. Yeah, I have to think about that, man.
To regulate the firearms and explosives industry.
Find me a jeweler going out of business and be like, hey, buddy, what's your plating setup look like?
Working with industry to promote education campaigns. And also, we respond day or night to every single burglary or robbery of a firearms dealer that we find out about. I want to end by just saying that everything we do at ATF begins and ends with public safety. Whether it's agents in a homicide unit,
that's probably some of the biggest things I want to be able to do. I want to be able to do as many finishing techniques as I can put underneath my belt that aren't going to be just too insane. Because parkerizing's easy. Parkerizing's easier than bluing. Bluing's not bad once you get the setup. Cerakoting's not bad once you get the setup.
Thank you, Director. The chair now recognizes for his 5 minutes of question.
So plating would be the next thing I'd want to add on as far as finishing.
Over here. I want to get a better sense of where the ATF's pistol brace rule derived from.
But I'll be real interested to see what this 94 looks like once I start snatching parts out and giving them an oil bath.
Did the ATF consider the several years of ATF opinions, including from the Obama administration, remember, the Obama administration, contradicting the final stabilizing brace rule?
So with respect to the
I'm going to copy that link, throw it over in another tab so I can save it. Z, thanks, brother.
Derives its rulemaking authority in this matter from primarily the.
I've done a little bit of looking into plating. I just haven't gone that in depth into it yet.
Fair enough. I need to interrupt for a minute. In 2012, John Spencer, you know who John Spencer is? You know John Spencer?
I don't know that.
He was the chief of ATF's firearm technology.
Damn, these damn burners got my fat ass sweating.
And he wrote a letter to Alex Bosco. Do you know who Alex Bosco is?
I do.
Who is it?
Where you at, old man?
Bosco appeared before this committee, I think.
So we get all this done. We fishing tomorrow night, right?
And he's an individual who.
Now he's the one that invented the stabilizing brace. He's the one that invented it. So John Spencer, the chief of ATF's firearm technology branch.
You know, fish are gonna be wet anyway, right?
He then sends a letter to Alex Bosco, the inventor of the stabilizing brace, and says, quote, based on our.
My old man's wimping out in his old age. He thinks he gets to be, you know, on up in age, and he gets to wimp out, not fish in the rain and stuff like that.
Firearm does not convert that weapon to be fired from the shoulder and would not alter the classification of a pistol or other firearm.
Hey, look,
He continues, while a firearm
you don't know how
sale
much time I've spent in
would be
underwear.
regulated by the Gun Control Act, such a firearm would not be subject to the NFA controls. Was this letter, my friend, was this letter considered before issuing the final rule?
There's a very lengthy public
Get to make it the old sergeant major, and then you think you just get to wimp out everything.
Considered before issuing the final rule. It's just simple. Did you know about this letter? Or did you consider it?
The public record is clear.
All right.
This and all
Is
the
the goal of the ATF 7.4% budget increase? Is the goal of the ATF to go after and criminalize law-abiding Americans? Is that what you're asking for? 7.4 more percent?
goal of
There's 40 million of them out there. 40 million of them that have this. I am one of those proud veterans. I view this ATF's recent pistol brace rule as a direct assault on veterans and law-abiding citizen American Second Amendment rights.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, we did some with learning about electroplating and SDI, and I had looked into it hell years ago for some other stuff.
Use that just like that guy right there. What?
And I know the process. I mean, a lot of guys were using like electric train motors and shit like that. And I mean, you basically got a anode and a cathode, and
those that do not comply, or maybe even those that aren't even aware of the final pistol brace rule. How are you going to do that?
So, Congressman, with respect
getting set up right to where I could do a good job on it and polish everything down. That would
it was about a specific product, one product.
That would be a pretty cool.
I asked for a simple yes or no on that.
Tool to add to the toolbox.
What enforcement?
Because not a lot of people around here, even the gunsmiths, are doing a whole lot of it.
ATF's
I know the gunsmith my wife works for, they got a small setup for electroplating, but it ain't nothing.
All right. I have a minute left, and I'm still trying to.
Nothing like what I'd want to do. Their setup's just.
If I fail to comply with the ATF's final rule by May 31st, now May 31st,
Tool acid is a quick way to polish. Huh? I'll check that out too.
With respect to all of the authorities that ATF has.
That's another thing that I do have to get good at though, is metal, is my finished work, like polishing the materials. I've got to get way better at that because I'm real damn impatient.
The guy's drunk. All of a sudden he's doing an inventory. He finds,
and that's something that kills me with gunsmithing, is being impatient.
And that
doesn't go together real well.
I had no clue this was even out there. Are you going to put that guy in jail for that brace? What is local law enforcement going to do? So, hurry up, I got 15 seconds.
What are you trying to do now?
With respect to the brace in and of itself, the
does it actually screw out?
Deal with the brace. The ATF deals
or
with
is it
assembled as a whole, determining whether it's a short barrel.
I've never taken,
which is a determination made.
I'm not
one of the tubes out of that.
I just want the American people, everybody to understand, you're going after veterans, individuals like myself, like this guy.
No, I don't think that screws out, old man.
I yield back, sir. I know I'm out of time.
Damn. The sun was up where I could see it real good. Damn cloud here.
Never made it to the market. Mr. Bosco changed the design dramatically.
Because that looks like it's fit to the tube.
Designs had changed dramatically, so they weren't dealing with the same thing. Mr.
I'm not so sure that bastard didn't like brazed in there.
Congress and the Attorney General have delegated to ATF the authority to issue rules and regulations to enforce the provisions of the National Firearms
Look, I've never pulled a mag.
And the Gun Control Act of 1968.
Well, that's where your
using those statutes.
slides for your
Was delegated rulemaking authority by Congress, and we can do that. Yes.
And is this any different from the authority given to other executive agencies?
Congress determines the amount of authority given, but it is not uncommon to have.
Said it might be that old 11. That might be brazed. I'll have to look it up and see, because I've never taken the mag tube out of an 1100 receiver.
When new technologies develop, sometimes ATF is called upon to.
Yeah, go Google it.
Congress's rules to new technology.
Go do the Googles.
For how long has ATF been doing the work of interpreting and clarifying statutes passed by Congress regarding firearms?
All right, Sarge, take it easy, brother.
It's even called ATF, right? So So back in the 1930s,
Mike McClune, what's happening, brother man? Huh?
Firearms Act delegated to ATF, to what was then the Treasury Department, I believe, a rulemaking authority, and that rulemaking authority has been delegated in other statutes by Congress.
So for 70 years, basically.
Probably closer to 100.
I ain't got long. Got about another 30 minutes. And I'll be ready to pull those parts and take a look at it. At least take the first real good look at them anyway.
ATF uses all its resources and employees and expertise to follow the law as Congress has passed it and to implement those laws to protect the American people.
The gun industry has a history of developing new technologies aimed at circumventing the nation's firearms. Technologies such as bump stocks, ghost guns, and stabilizing braces. Can you please explain how ATF determines when it is necessary to publish a notice of proposed rulemaking?
Damn, Mike, good deal. Let me know what you think of that 5.56, man.
At ATF,
I wouldn't mind having an AK in 5.56. As much as I love 7.62 by 39, and as much as I wish freaking 5.45
and we're trying to apply
would not be a freaking unicorn right now.
And to new products that come out.
All right, Mike, I'll look it up, brother.
I'm concerned what the motivation behind those products are, but we do have to apply the law as Congress wrote it to the current situation faced by the American public. That's what we try to do our best at ATF. We look at all the factors out there. We look at the public safety threat, and we try to do our best to take the language Congress wrote and to apply it to individual situations to enforce the law.
Thank you. What would happen to ATF?
HPS, fucker, I didn't see you sneak in, man.
Mission if funding is cut, particularly considering the recent surge in gun
HPS, the new job still treating you good, brother?
ATF is a small agency with an immense mission, protecting people from violent
ATF
crime.
is a small agency that likes to trample on people's rights and throw people who are no threat to society in prison.
You're cutting into bone. It would mean task force officers pulled from homicide units solving murder cases. It would mean carjacking cases and killings going unsolved. It would mean us not helping local law enforcement on gang task forces working on cartel matters, us not being able to respond to firearms dealers, mass shooters. There's a variety of important public safety things that ATF stretch very thin to do as it is now.
And what could ATF accomplish with greater resources?
With greater resources, all of those things I talked about, helping to catch shooters and trigger pullers with local law enforcement, helping to try and make sure we're getting to them the crime gun intelligence they need to see who are the trigger pullers, who are the worst of the worst, and how can we work together to catch them and put them in jail. We could do more to support them. Everywhere I go in this country, I talk to chiefs, sheriffs, community members. And it doesn't matter if it's in the middle of the country or on a coast, in a sheriff's department, in a rural area, or on a suburb or in a city. They all say the same thing to me, all of them. Send us more ATF resources so we can help fight violent crime. That's what we would do with those resources.
Thank you. My last question, in what ways does ATF work with state, local, and international law enforcement agencies to protect the American public from gun violence?
We work every day, all the time, shoulder to shoulder with them as they run into the gunfire to protect our communities. These local law enforcement people who work with us at ATF together are courageous people. They're heroes. And
YouTube's going to have to get screwed. I got to show this.
Thank you very much, and accept my congratulations on a job well done, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that.
Look how sexy that damn mass compensator looks on that 17.
2023 be placed into the record.
Without objection. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, are you an expert in firearms?
Hell yeah, man. I'm glad the new job's working out and you're actually getting paid some more money, brother.
Service to our military, who said that he had been an expert. I told him I might not be an expert to the same extent he is, and I'm certain.
Dude, people can say what they want about PSA, but they are doing some good work when it comes to
the mechanics, velocity, speed.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, YouTube's gonna get me one day. Right now, I'm
are you an expert
living on the run?
I spent my career as a federal prosecutor putting gang members, violent criminals, or tow cases.
No, I
in
appreciate
prison.
that.
That's
Please,
my
please.
background.
Yeah. So I want to get the yes
Freaking-
or no. Try to make it quick. I'm not expecting a yes.
I wonder.
To be honest. You're not an expert on tobacco. You're not an
Real
expert
fast.
on guns. Are you an expert on explosives?
I have prosecuted cases involving the attempted terroristic bombing of a bridge in Ohio.
Well,
and
it fits in my carry holster.
dealt with the firebombing of the Mansfield, Ohio.
Do you know what
courthouse.
PETN is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what PETN is?
I don't hold myself out as a technical expert in every aspect of
Okay,
firearms.
have
But
you worked
I'm an
with-
expert in dealing with violent
Okay,
crime.
The whole compensator sticks out of the end of the holster.
You
But
know what a
it's
prosecutor
the
knows.
holster.
You have no expertise specifically in what the men and women of the ATF in various stages are experts on. Is that correct?
Respectfully, ATF is a law enforcement agency.
Yeah, shit, Night Strike. You're right by PSA if there aren't you.
Okay, I'm trying not to get frustrated over not getting an answer to yes or no. So let's move on. During your earlier testimony, you just said that that you look at behavior to decide.
Dude,
about
everything's
rules.
going good, HP.
That's
We're
right.
just fucking
We look at the entire
on break in between classes right now, so I've had a few days off trying to catch up on
afterwards, but a yes or no.
a bunch of damn guns that I've needed to work on
I don't recall the exact
while we're
rules,
doing the bluing and shit today.
laws Congress passes and the public safety threats facing America.
Okay.
Uh,
So as you look at behavior, which the record
my dad's
shows
helping
you
me out
saying,
a bunch.
does the Second Amendment, the Constitution, forgetting about statute, because you can forget about statute, Constitution clearly trumps statutes. The Constitution has a right to keep and bear arms. Does behavior change the interpretation of the Second Amendment? In your opinion as an attorney?
I think the Supreme Court has ruled and
Yeah, I got to get a better
the
bouncer.
right to keep and bear arms is an individual right.
Okay, so
possessed by Americans.
So we have a right to keep and bear arms. You've spent a lot of time talking about various things.
All right,
Today
damn
we're talking about the brace.
phone died. I got to
someone
charge
I
that so I
suspect-
can get the damn camera kicking back up
Does the
over my
brace
blue and set up. I
increase
forgot
the
to plug it
accuracy of
in.
a pistol, in your opinion, to the extent that you know?
Congress said
No,
short
don't
barrel
answer. No,
rifles
excuse
were
me. I have limited time, and I insist on your answering the questions I ask, or don't waste
Excuse me.
any of our time. To the extent that you know enough to have proposed a rule that bans or registers braces, does a brace increase the accuracy of a pistol?
My understanding is that Congress
There's
has
90
the
strike.
ability to shoulder short
What's
barrel
up, brother?
rifles,
Okay.
made them
You're-
quote,
Can you hear me?
usually
Yeah, man.
You're not.
Okay, good. I
Usually
gotta
dangerous.
mute the YouTube
Does
side
it
because I'm
increase
hearing
the
you in double vision.
and usually dangerous because
There
of
we go.
Congress
So
said
let's
it was usually
understand
dangerous.
something. I appreciate you telling me what our body does, but
What the hell?
you
How's everything
you
going,
have
brother?
two
Well,
types of
there you
weapons,
go.
a pistol and a rifle. A rifle is more accurate than a pistol because it is.
Is everybody getting an
better
echo, or
brace,
was it just
correct?
freaking
Shouldered, I believe that
commie
Congress ruled
strike?
that when weapons could be shouldered and also concealed, that they were unusually dangerous.
Okay, so you're not answering any of the questions, but I'll put one more statement out there. Rifles are in, and look, I'm an EOD tech by training. I know more about explosives than I do about firearms. So we're just going to go through this. Having been a sharpshooter in the military, having been qualified, I know that my 45 is not as accurate when fired as a rifle. But nowhere in the Constitution does it say that the accuracy of a weapon somehow changes the category for purposes of the Second Amendment. By your saying that a brace is in fact going to limit the ability of somebody to have it, what you are clearly doing is you are making decisions based on your interpretation of behavior and risk, and not based on the Constitution. So we look forward to additional dialogue with you. I would appreciate in the future that you really do consider whether or not a yes or no should be answered first before you go on with what Congress has passed. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much. Welcome, and thank you very much for your leadership, and congratulations for your
Gentlelady from
appointment.
Texas.
Let me also congratulate and thank the men and women of the ATF who every day are standing on the front lines
trying to ensure that the American people are safe. Mr. Director, it is interesting, this query of what your expertise is. The expertise is amongst the thousands of men and women who this group of friends on the other side of the aisle wish to abolish. So the folk that they're citing of experts, they want to just throw them out. Let me be very clear. My friends on the other side of the aisle want to abolish the ATF. All the persons that they have cited, sending letters, knowing the rules, being experts, all of them, they want to abolish. Let me just hold up, just to give.
Dude, I want one.
Man, I had to wheel and deal for this one. So
Pay tribute and acknowledge.
Oh, by the way, you're talking about PSA. I just so happen to be wearing a PSA t-shirt.
Okay, yeah, you are.
Of the
Yeah,
incident
dude, PSA, man,
in Buffalo.
which all guns they've done real good with. But
yeah.
For the AK community itself, they've done
Oh yeah.
outstanding.
I have one of their AKs. I got a GF3. I love it. I got it back in December. Oh man, it's nice.
And that would be a decision for
PSA, I think, is the first. They're the first American company that started making their own hammer forged trunnions.
Well, they bought they didn't do it from scratch. What they did is they bought out DDI and got all their equipment and then started making them.
Respectfully,
yeah.
So
that is a decision that different legislative bodies.
But
so that was a hell of an investment from an American company.
As I was saying out in the chat, PSA, they have retail stores in South Carolina and they got one in Savannah. Okay, so basically, in most of South Carolina, where you don't have a Cabela's or Bass Pro, more often than not, you'll have a Palmetto State Armory a retail store, and they have just as much shit as Cabela and Bass Pro does. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah. So my local PSA I go to, they got everything: fishing, hunting, guns, ammo, apparel. If you want coffee, they got coffee there too.
Oh hell yeah!
You know, they got everything.
I didn't realize PSA had their own standalone stores like that.
And it helps them to take them off the streets.
No.
In recent years,
and as I was showing earlier, I just got this not too long ago. I've been showing pictures off here and there, but I got it. It came with the thumb hole stock.
Yeah.
So,
dude, I actually want. If I could get my hands on one of the old AKs that came with a thumb hole stock, I would leave that Joker completely original.
That's different. Okay, this was an import from Canada.
Well, yeah,
it's a Century imported a bunch of in-bell receivers from Canada, and they had thumb hole stocks on them because of the import bans.
Is that correct?
From the public
so what I did is I just bought a bunch of DSA parts and threw it in a lower shell that already had the pistol grip and the stock on it, and just called it a day.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Because technically I'm still bound by 922R. But technically, I really don't give a damn. But again, I've got all the receipts. So in case I get problems with the ATF, I can just say, "Hey, I got receipts."
Was not ever.
They're American parts. I got receipts.
Yeah. As far as I know, there's never been a single individual that's been prosecuted under 922R.
Yeah, but look at the whole bump stock thing and look at the
that's
well.
That's
I hate to say it. Look at what happened to Matt Hoover. I wouldn't put it past them.
No, I wouldn't put it past them at all.
No, it's just like, and the bull rush. I see you out there, brother. I know. Hey man, I got my foul at a decent price. It wasn't a great deal, but it was a decent deal considering it doesn't have a flash hider. But yeah, if you haven't gotten a foul right now, I would recommend going out looking for one. If you want a cheap one, go Century. If you want a more expensive one, then look around to see what kit builds there are. Or if you want to go balls to walls, get a DSA. You just realize DSA isn't perfect on their fouls. They've made some artistic changes. Okay, so they're not exact but they're the only game in the United States making them right now.
Veterans have other options.
Yeah.
The time the gentlelady.
Braces
I'm
that
gonna get
veterans
a
have
I'm
do
gonna
not
get a
block
file
veterans
one day.
from being able, disabled
Coop,
persons
I'm going to
from
tell you
being
right now, man. Get a Sentry. They're the cheapest ones you can get.
on the record that
That's
we
there are
Mm.
two
races
guns
do not stop
probably that are on my top
the
that
right equipment that they need.
you know
Should not be a
I'm
misrepresentation
gonna
in
end
this
up
field.
picking up within the next couple of years. One's
What
gonna be a
happens
foul
is you get
and
5
one
minutes,
is a
and I've been
Galil.
generous and give you a
You
few
And
have,
now if
and
I can
thank you.
find an
Now the
80%
time is
receiver for a
registered.
Galil, I'm gonna build my own.
I yield back, Mr.
A
Chairman. Thank you for
Galil
your
would be easier to make because unlike the AK, the Galil receiver just screws in.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I was
You know, unlike an AK, because basically the Galil receiver they do a full forged receiver, so it's not folded like normal AK receivers.
Yeah. Which I mean I've got no problems with it either way. I've got the technology to be able to do it either way. But yeah,
I
with that
expect
mill
like the
re-
set me.
with that
The set
mill
me is still.
receiver,
I'm still waiting on Mark when he wants to do that set me video because he's supposed to help me go and weld the trunnion into the set me
Yeah.
receiver.
That's another gun I'd like to build as
and
a
the cocking
second.
tube. Right now, if you want to do, if you're going to do something, if you're serious about it, what you need to do is you need to get a set me receiver off of Gunbroker. They're like $300. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of folding and welding it yourself, that's a pain in the ass. I skipped that process. I did it once, and I'm like, I don't think this thing's going to hold.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind folding it and welding it. I mean, I can
But
weld and fold
you need
it.
a hydraulic press, and then you need a
that's-
TIG welder.
Yeah, that's no problem. Because
I don't
it's
have-
like the first AK that I built. You know, I bought the press, but I made the jigs to actually fold the receiver.
Right, and I would go and build that other part of that other receiver I've got. But the problem is, I didn't use a TIG welder. I used a what you call it,
MIG welder,
a MIG, and I don't trust those welds.
Believe it or not, man, as long as
I want
as
to
long
just
as you
ask
did
the,
your
the
job,
director,
the
do you
MIG
know why
won't. I mean, it's still
Capitol building is on the hill? It's
MIG
because
is a
we
good
overlooked the
process for
executive branch.
fabrication.
You know why Article 1?
The only reason they don't use
talks about
regular short
the
circuit MIG welding in
functions
like real heavy
because our founders
fabrication
thought that the
is
legislative branch
because
was
it's
preeminent
prone to some
and
defects and
was,
some larger welds,
supposed to
unlike some other transfer processes.
Well, with the set me receiver, technically you're welding a trunnion into a 16-gauge steel box, more or less.
Do you know why
Yeah.
June 15th, 12/15 is an important
And
date?
you know,
Gas metal arc for that is perfect. Believe it or not, it really is.
I would rather do a TIG than a MIG on that.
When the
I'll be
Magna
honest.
Carta was signed.
Because the TIG will have stronger welds.
Yes, and actually it was
Well,
signed in Windsor. And I'm
believe it or
from
not,
Colorado, and I don't
if
see
you
any area
MIG
of
wire and TIG
Colorado where it
wire,
could have
your
been
filler
signed, but,
wires and everything are the same wire. It's
it
made the
is,
same way.
Yeah.
So if
it
you get a
was signed,
70,000 pound
and it
MIG
was
wire,
really
it's the
the
same thing as a
beginning
70,000 pound
of
TIG wire.
holding the
So an
executive, in this
ER70S
case, the monarchy,
wire for TIG is the same
for
ER70S wire as it is for
I have a
gas
flex
supply.
core. I have a flex core MIG. I've got a wire MIG
I've already told you, I think
where
it
it
has
doesn't,
an
where there's no gas.
role.
Yeah, so
What I
yeah,
see
you're running
too
gasless
often
flux core.
is ATS.
Yeah,
Is what it
so
is.
I wouldn't
It's an
trust
inner
that.
shield flux
I wouldn't
core.
trust that over an
And
actual
that's
TIG.
what scares me about ATF and where
You'll
this
get the strength you
administration-
need out of it. It's just
and
not
I
as
don't think
pretty
there's
as
any
if
doubt
you
that
sat
this
there and TIG weld.
administration is more
You'll
Well,
get
you
the
know-
same strength out of it.
than the past
Well, my
administration.
grandfather used to tell me this, and you know, Diesel Creek says it a lot. A grinder and paint make me the welder I ain't.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
And
And as much as I hate ugly welds, I have made some ugly welds, and I will damn sure paint right
You
over
know.
that bastard.
right every
You
time.
know.
We're not going to do things very quickly. Our founders
Yeah,
set
as
this,
long
set this
as
whole
long as
system
it's
up so
not
that we wouldn't
something
do
that's
things very
absolutely
quickly,
structural
and we
that
would
has
do
to
things in a measured way.
You know,
But the fact
ultrasounded
that
or
when we pass a law,
something
Yeah.
like
we
that, yeah.
have
Shit, I ain't
Oh.
heard
a
that.
consensus. in
Coop,
this
did you
country.
see that that YouTube short I did a few days ago?
No.
No, I must have missed.
And if we don't get the American
Basically, you know
people
that video of the
that we
of them
wanna
grilling
go,
grilling
in terms of
Dettelbach.
violence
I
and
took
this
out the
Yeah.
one where the guy asked him if he ever used the pistol brace firearm,
that
Yeah.
concerning
and then he
women,
asked, "Did it make you feel like committing a crime?"
Oh yeah, that's funny.
The ability.
He's like, and then he went on to say, did you feel it in your blood that you wanted to commit a crime when you were using that brace?
The same e-filing
Yeah,
system that has
these
been
people
set up
think that,
has
you
been
know,
slow walked by
they
your
act like you could
agency.
take the most perfect
You,
law-abiding
slow
nun
walked
you've
by
ever
your
seen in your
agency
life,
for more
slap
than a
an
decade.
AR in her hands, and she's
And
going to
it's the
go like murder
bureaucrats in your
5 people.
agency that have a
Well,
It
concern about
doesn't work
suppression.
that way.
Well, this guy was a proponent for the people having pistol brace guns, you know,
Yeah.
and he just told Dettelbach, because Dettelbach says that they're only used in crimes and whatnot, and that he's only there to fight crime. And the guy said, well, if you're shooting it and you're holding it, does it make you want to commit a crime? And the answer is no.
Suppressors and
It's just a gun.
But he was trying to disprove Dettelbach, saying it's only used for crime. And, you know, well, did it make you want to commit a crime?
Time is wasted.
Well, that's like that asshole, and I can't remember where he was. I think it was in the Senate in Alabama. I showed him on one of my shows a little while back. He was talking about, well, the only reason you carry a ghost gun is if you want to go out and murder people. And then he got on saying that, you know, ghost guns could like go through metal detectors and they were undetectable and all this crap. And it was
so
like,
I heard
God,
that. That's so great. Ghost guns. Oh man.
Yeah. I'll give you time.
Oh God, these people.
Probably billions of them out there, right?
The roles of those two branches.
And they get up all on themselves and they go out shooting people without anybody pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, walk through walls, go just shoot people all on their own.
Yeah.
That is possible when cases are brought about saying whether we got it right.
How you doing? It's been a while.
We weren't supposed to do,
same old same, man. Still kicking ass and forgetting everybody's names.
Well, that's part of the course.
First response, and I yield back.
You know what? Shit, I don't want to do that yet. I was about to go and slap the sights on the slide, and then I got thinking, hell, I still got to blast the slide down and Cerakote it and shit.
In enacting,
I was fucking being a dumbass.
Sixth Circuit just said the
Kurt
opposite.
24's out there. So it's, by the way, it's Kurt's
Matt,
fault.
what's going on, brother?
It is Kurt's
It's
fault.
always Kurt's fault, unless it's my fault.
Excuse me.
Thank you, sir.
No, it's Kurt's fault unless it's my fault for selling Ron the gun.
Hey Matt, I emailed you, brother. I haven't forgot. I'm going to mail out that plasma cut either tomorrow or Saturday. So I haven't forgotten about you. I got it repainted. It's going out. I promise.
A bunch of stabilizing.
It's taken me forever
Stabilizers
because I'm a slow fat bastard.
There's a history of stabilizing guns or rifles, whatever, being used in mass shootings. Is that true?
Short. I think the questions were. I took them to be about short-barreled rifles, and equipped with stabilizing braces.
Okay.
This is just
Shit,
a
man.
replaying of the
Yeah.
Stabilized.
Yeah,
of the
this is
hearing?
just a replay.
Okay.
I'm sitting there rebluing the parts and stuff, so we were just kind of killing time before I pull parts out.
I
Okay.
don't know.
And I
but
figured,
these are
you know,
lawful
why
weapons,
not go ahead and
I
listen to
assume
this
that
moron since I'm working on
all the
guns?
rules use them for
Might as
all
well
the
listen to the
lawful
moron who
purposes that
wants to take them all
they
away.
can be used for.
Matt says no problem, Coop.
Gun together to stabilize it, or did you kind of take it around? It's like,
I know Matt's probably been like, man, that fat bastard, he ain't sent it out yet.
Which is,
I didn't even expect you to send mine out.
then what happened in the market
What'd
was
you say, old man?
people
I don't think
designed
they've been called a moron.
stabilizer
Who
braces
you
that
talking?
could be attached
Yeah,
to
I was
large
talking about
body
myself.
pistols, so that basically you're making the exact
I got plenty of other things to call you.
Those weapons are not banned. They have never been banned.
Ugh.
Congress just determined there was increased.
Yeah, Strike. Hell, I think
controls that had to be
your
imposed on
cut
it.
was probably
but to the best of
the
your knowledge,
third
nobody's
one I
ever
sent
used
out.
one of those.
Yeah, it was early
Second,
on.
second or
I
third?
wouldn't know. We
Most
I
of
still
these
got it. I just got it
go out
downstairs next to the
and kill
workbench.
people.
Well, we don't.
Because remember, when I originally did it, I had it spelled wrong. I didn't have
Yeah,
the
you-
Y in it. I had the
yeah.
I in it.
For
You were
those
like, that looks
watching-
great.
For those
Um,
watching, in Night Strike, I do it with a Y after the S and the T. Okay, you know, STR, YKE instead of I,
Yeah,
because some
everything's in the
asshole
blue.
got the I.
Correct. After the Las Vegas massacre.
Anyways, and Coop did he did a perfect rendition,
Issues
and then he had it with the I instead of a
House,
Y.
Senate, and signed by the president. It wasn't passed by the
I'm like,
House.
that looks great, Coop, but there's one problem, and you're like, what's the problem?
My
It's a Y
understanding is
instead of an I at the
rules
end,
were issued
and he's
and
like,
filed
and you're like,
legally because
damn it, I
they're
knew I
Damn it.
forgot something.
members of the public. It was passed under the same rulemaking authority.
That's
It's
exactly
not-
how that conversation went.
Yeah, pretty
Do you have
much.
any knowledge
Pretty much
whether or not
exactly
there
how
are
it went.
members of Congress who
All
vote
right, Mike
for
says,
ATF
well,
and
I've been told by Ron and Kurt that
this is
occasionally
the
it's my
description
fault
of our
too at Night
power, and
Strike.
we're up on this hill.
Oh, and by Misty Mrs. Wayne too.
Litigation with the
Well, then,
mass
Mike, it might be your fault too, but that's okay. You're part of the Mike militia.
Yeah.
interested groups,
Because
members of Congress.
I don't tell everybody this often, but my name is Mike.
Memphis has a crime problem and a gun problem, and I
So-
have met with your
Oh man, is that what was on those wanted posters the other day?
Yeah, well, you know,
Appreciate
it's,
what they're doing, and the police department appreciates what
I had
they're
them rescind that, by the way.
doing. Quite a few cases.
They're not valid.
Oh, they're not valid. Damn. There you go. I
No.
called the FBI for
Most
nothing.
crimes in Memphis are committed with handguns. And recently, I've heard
I
of
doubt you did.
switches that have been confiscated
Don't call,
in Memphis.
don't call law enforcement for
About
nothing.
Memphis.
Period.
Can you
No.
tell us what a Glock switch is and why they're so dangerous and what the ATF is doing about it?
Glock switches are small devices. They actually can look innocuous and sometimes
Glock
blend with the
switches.
firearm, but they convert
Oh, this is great.
semi-automatic
Him explaining
pistol
Glock switches.
into an
Yeah.
unlawful, fully automatic machine gun. They override one of the functions to do that. And I have met with chiefs around the country. One chief, I remember him
Wow,
saying
Bull Rush,
very
that's
good
me.
And I asked what the problems are. He says it's raining.
Bull Rush would
Glock
never
switches.
say anything
So
mean.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
As a police
Not
officer,
Bull Rush.
and you're not
Look what he
I've
said.
never
From that
heard
time, it
Bull
could be
Look
Rush.
what he said. That's
Now the
golden,
person
man.
on the
That's
other side of the
golden.
door might be able to fire 40 rounds through the door. It's an extremely dangerous situation for the American public. And
Just kind of.
Power Glock switches.
Oh, my God. He's
unlawful.
he's
So
not
machine
kind
gun
of. He's
conversion
fine.
devices under the National Firearms Act are unlawful.
Just because his window
and
was the
they're
cleanest
hard to
window on the
detect.
bus doesn't mean
Flooding it into our
anything.
community, people are putting them on
Bull Rush says retarded in an endearing way.
safety.
I don't know how it can be endearing, but okay.
But it's hard.
So that's part of what you get is an increase. What you do is you have to look at the
Oh, my
Glock
God. That's hilarious.
Of course, when people
Let me ask you this, we only have a few seconds left. The red flag laws have been discussed in the last bill.
That's great.
Quote unquote bipartisan gun bill. We had some incentives for states to have red flag laws. Does the administration support a federal red flag law? And
again,
We're gonna find out how they're looking in
the
just a
president
couple
has been
minutes.
clear on the various things that he has called on Congress to do. As ATF director, my job is to take what comes out of the debate and squeeze every last bit of
Mike, why would you do that?
thank you for your service and to the gentlemen and the ladies that work with you. And
Why would you do that, Mike?
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act is a law that provides important immunity.
I know, Bull. We're just giving you hell to give you hell, you
Liable
know.
when people misuse their products. There have been numerous instances, whether intentional or unintentional, of Biden administration
We're not being
officials and
serious.
anti-gun advocates, and even the president
Oh,
himself.
serious. What's that?
Yeah, right.
Immunity provision. It's
I
contained
mean,
in
I mean, I saw the dumpster fire that John did last night.
As the director of ATF, you agree?
Normally, I wouldn't put dumpster fire on John Crump live in the same sentence, but they knocked it out of the park last night.
In America,
Dude, I haven't even went. That was the one with him and Tony, and I haven't even went and watched that one yet.
Oh yeah.
Numerous different times he's talked
And I
about
love John and Tony. Them two are a hoot.
and, again, as ATF
The funny thing was, I was talking to Tony like 15 minutes before John Crump live.
Okay, so,
litigation in that
so
sense.
that's not under
our
if that's
So,
true,
you know,
what Congress says, then obviously you don't agree with the president.
Just
I'm not gonna
happens.
put words in your mouth, but
Tony's
that's what that
Tony's a
means.
cool dude, man. I'd like to meet him
I
in
think
person.
the president has called on Congress to act, and what I'm saying is,
Just
Take this guy and Bunny in the
As you interpret the
Well, I-
statute, I assume you're familiar with it.
I do the web hosting for Tony. I do web hosting for anybody that needs it, honestly. So
litigation.
but-
I know that.
It's not.
Yes, sir. I know you're the director of ATF.
all of my
Familiar, for
equipment's
example,
being
vaccine
hosted in
manufacturers
gun-friendly
have,
states, so you know.
liability exemption for their COVID vaccines, right?
I actually
Hopefully we
am
can
not
keep a
familiar
few of
with
those
that
around.
law.
Okay, most Americans are. Big tech companies are exempt.
Mike
from
McClune says,
liability
because
due to
sometimes I
liability
think I'm a
of
special kind of stupid.
I-
Well, no, you're not, Mike. You're
Maybe
not.
it's the
But
news. I know about
No,
that.
you're
Point
just
is-
an
the
average
point is
everyday
the
stupid,
president
Mike.
has grossly overstepped what the statute does. And since you're not
I
familiar with
wouldn't
the
say
statute,
that. He's
you
just
know that,
he-
some of the
he's
exemptions
just
are
eccentric.
exemptions
There
are
we go. He's eccentric.
knowingly selling to somebody who's not allowed to have.
Oh, Mike is definitely one of the
knowingly
homies for
Yeah.
sure.
It is
The
not
Bull
like
Rush
a
says,
state.
I don't
We
even
need
take myself
you to be
seriously
clear
most of the
about that
time.
because
Yeah, well, you know,
Dude,
potentially.
Yeah, it's hard to take yourself seriously
Let me move
sometimes.
to something else. The stabilizing
Man, with
brace
everything going on these
finalized this
days,
year
if
is
you're
practiced
taking
safely going
everything
back to the
you
first
do
review. There's been some
seriously,
discussion about it this
You got
you're
problems.
going
Most
to go
American people are
insane.
not yet aware, because mainstream media is not
There's
covering
so
this.
much serious
But
shit
here's the
going on.
Yeah,
fact.
well,
Due to
You gotta
ATF's
goof off, man.
unilateral
it's because the problem is the things we used to think were fiction are actually coming true now.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's the
Plan to
problem.
destroy it
When
by
you
May
can
31st,
watch the
they're
old
gonna take
Simpsons
federal money,
episodes,
the back.
and it was
As an
like they were
attorney,
fortune
I'm
telling,
assuming you know what
You know,
this
no,
world is officially gone to hell.
they're like President Trump will get elected president, and it's like
Do you know the
Trump
term
is elected
reliance?
president
We're not playing
2016.
games here.
You know, that's like
Killer hornet,
okay.
murder hornets.
You know, murder hornets. You never thought that would be a thing,
Summarized
but
it
they
yet. I'm
are.
asking you if you know the term.
Well, actually, I know they've been a thing because I've seen them out.
What is a
Because
reliance?
they used to be just
for
in
federal
Japan.
prosecute? What's a reliance?
Okay, they were just in northern Japan. But
Yeah,
then
giant
somebody
hornets.
had the bright idea to bring them over here in the United States.
Oh, yeah, that was someone who didn't necessarily think that one all the way through, did they?
No, but I've got some lead for them. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Matters that they have some legal claims.
Hey,
that
look,
they
this
might not
hornet's the
otherwise
size of a
Excellent.
small
It's not
propane
just
tank.
confined to contract law.
Bring it to America.
They're not
What
that
could
large.
happen?
Sure, knowing that
They're about the
definition
size of
and
a
concept,
baseball.
I mean, does it concern you that for years, law-abiding
Shit,
Americans
they,
relied
man,
on the
would you,
ATF's
do you know what
guidance
a
and
cicada
purchasing
killer wasp
stabilizing
is?
braces, and now
Yes.
do it for regulation, not
Yeah.
a law passed by
So they
Congress,
make
but
a cicada
regulation.
killer look small.
Millions of them are
I
gonna
know.
suddenly become
I know.
First of all,
And cicada killers are massive.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I know.
Nor does the rule apply to all stabilizing braces.
Mike says, "Hell, if I can't laugh at myself, no one else deserves to."
Helps
That's shit.
define,
You're fine,
verify
Mike. Don't worry about it.
what the
If people only knew how much
characteristics
time I
of
spent
With your
cussing myself and
with
laughing
your
at myself.
clarification, is it true or not
Oh.
that
Yeah,
millions
and then we
of
don't even include the time all of
that
Coop's
pay very
friends
much
laugh
to
at him.
follow this
So you
directive?
know.
Oh yeah,
True or
no,
not?
no, not even close.
I assume that people are going to either detach the weapons, follow
They
the
pretty
If
much
they
know
don't
I'm
follow
like
the
the chimp
regulation,
at the
they'll be a felon,
circus.
right?
Just watch him
You're a former
run.
federal prosecutor.
Yeah, and
Something's gonna happen.
And I will
Just
tell
wait.
you that
Yeah.
federal
So,
prosecutions do
it's
not
happened.
happen with respect to law
Stupidity will
that
happen
have-
shortly.
So you really souped up your dagger, I
that is
see.
not a
Okay,
priority.
here's the problem we have.
But-
Here's the
Are you
problem we
talking
have.
about that,
You ran for
the
Ohio Attorney
compensator and
General in
everything?
2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not on the dagger. This was on another one.
As recently
Okay,
as
so
2 minutes
another-
ago, Ms. Jackson Lee, you
'cause-
couldn't
But
I've
this
got
is
it.
one.
I love
I'm
my
gonna
dagger.
do it in that
continue to not be able to do
northern
that or
lights
refuse to
color.
do
It's
it.
basically my
It's clear that you came to
homage
ATF
to
with an
dark.
agenda,
It's
I
going to
believe,
be
to
the
infringe
blue
upon
the
good
blue
law-abiding
glowy
Americans'
build.
rights, and you're going to turn them into criminals.
Well,
with
see,
this
what you need to
regulation.
do is
We're
you
more
need to
than
do
that.
what Dark
Time
did
to
is and
do
get an FDE frame, okay?
I didn't ask you
And
a
then
question.
you gotta dye it in that indigo blue dye in order to get it to get to the proper glowy color.
Well, see, I've got one of the original blue frames, so this is an actual blue frame that's going on.
In their red t-shirts with Moms Demand Action on them, and they are not just sprinkled, but they're dominating the.
I need to do my own
audience
Moms
out here.
Demand Action
Your
shirts and
presence
put
is
big
notable.
dildos
Thank
on
y'all
them.
for coming.
I already have,
Director
Shannon
Bill
Watts
Gates,
dancing on a stripper
permanent
pole shaped like an
director of
AK.
the ATF since
Well,
2015.
these days, that's what she has to do because she's not the head of Mom Demands Action anymore.
Actually appointed Senate confirmed director.
And
Oh, does Shannon bow out as the head?
Shannon got kicked out.
That's actually not.
Huh, I didn't know. See, I haven't caught up with that.
Yeah, she's
I
gone.
think I received 2 votes.
2 votes
for my
Just a
confirmation.
I wonder who. I wonder why they got rid of old Shannon.
It's somebody else now, some other woman.
Either that or Shannon stepped away and she's going to start something else and start grifting money off of it.
Yeah, probably.
What's up, Sam? How's it going, brother?
Law enforcement and to fund ATF.
Let me ask you this, sir. Let me ask you this. The major
Hank
functions of
Johnson.
the ATF are to reduce
Now-
risk.
I'm telling you, I
Now,
couldn't be in a hearing with him without asking him whether Guam tipped over yet.
I wanted to ask him. We added more troops onto Guam, Hank. Did you know if Guam tipped over yet?
Yeah, I
You
do
said it was
that
got-
him every time I saw him.
I believe you said if we put too many troops on Guam, it'll
It
capsize.
might capsize.
That's
Dude,
also-
that admiral, there's no way I could have been in that admiral's shoes. There's no way I could have kept a straight face.
Just FYI, islands don't capsize.
That's what Congress has.
It'd have
Only
been like,
ships capsized because there's nothing underneath them holding them there.
Yeah, it would literally been like, look, jackass, you realize islands are rooted to the earth, to the seabed. They're actually land masses like mountains. They just stick up above the ocean, right? They're not bobbers.
I know. It's weird.
Oh God, man! And the thing, that dude is a lawyer by trade.
I don't get it, dude.
I believe that's correct. It would make it harder for.
I mean, I guess that's that South Georgia education system at work.
No, don't even blame that on South Georgia education, baby.
You kind of have to at that point,
dude. I know some cats from South Georgia that are exceptionally smart.
Positive development in law enforcement.
Hank is a special case
now, regardless of administration between.
So she's special, like he's special, like Mike McClune.
No, I think Hank Johnson really either his mom was really poor and the paint was peeling off the walls, so she just flaked that lead paint into a bowl and told him it was cornflakes. It had to been something like that. It just spooning in that lead paint.
I was thinking he was dropped on the head one too many times as a child, but that's just me.
Well, it could be fetal alcohol syndrome.
Could be. It could be.
Tell me this, sir. Republicans have blocked.
I'm still wondering how he. I wonder if he actually has like a little timer on his watch that tells him when to breathe. It like goes off every second or two.
DJ, I didn't say she left the whole organization. I just said she wasn't head anymore.
Agency. It's very hard for me.
Bloomberg pushed her out, put somebody else instead.
Sort of the idea of what political differences.
DJ,
it's had a negative impact, hasn't it?
My man, Krabby Turtle stepping in. What's up, Krabby?
Gone without a director since 2015.
YouTuber formerly known as Makojo.
I believe that in the name of the government, that regardless of which party is in the White House, that we should have confirmed directors of ATF. That is my.
So, sir, the ATF plays a critical role in protecting communities from gun violence and ensuring the safe dealing.
And what's up, Sam?
Access to firearms by law-abiding Americans.
About time to pull some of these parts.
We protect public safety. And
Yeah, how long you had them in for? An hour?
Normally it'll take anywhere from 45 minutes, maybe a little bit beyond, just depending. So leaving them in a little bit longer, I don't think. Well, it ain't hurt nothing on any of your parts. I've believed it before. So.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong, DJ. I was just saying that from what I heard, she got removed from the head position.
In our country.
At ATF, what we work on, of course, is public safety. I don't know the motivation of others. That's why I came to this job, is to work with people to try to address
That's cool, Sam.
problems. I start from the point of view that everybody can agree, no matter what their views are, that we can do more to protect people from violent crime. And people may have passion.
Maybe we should just skip to the rougher questions.
Get you and all your little buddies at bar, so want to make our lives safer.
Well, I thank you for your service, sir, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
How many guns is
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Wow, HPS. Wow.
Question to understand?
That's brutal, man.
I don't know if you're referring to any particular incident or time.
How many
period.
instances should we be looking at?
So if what you're referring to is what happened at the National Destruction Branch, no guns were lost. They were stolen by an individual who's now in prison,
Right.
Who was not an ATF employee.
But there were recommendations made on what you should do so that you don't become the victim of the theft. And the Inspector General saying you're not following them. I'm quoting directly from the Inspector General's report. Thousands of firearms parts, and ammunition had been stolen from the ATF. So you gave testimony that the brave ATF agents are the ones showing up at 2 a.m. after a burglary, but it seems as though in this case, you were the one burglarized. Why have you not followed the recommendations of the Office of Inspector General so that you aren't the mark?
Again,
Mike,
I want to say that
I just got the. That's the Colt Python. Yeah. No, I saw some of the Cobras on sale for like $800.
Robbed on one hand, so you can't keep a hold.
The Colt Cobra.
have. But
357 3-inch.
you do keep a hold of
Like
a bunch of
$880 something
not
dollars.
supposed to have to hold up. The GAO report.
In an email this
Firearms
morning.
data. ATF did not always
Not a
comply with the
Python, but
Appropriations Act restriction.
I don't see still snake gun.
Policies. As a result of breaking the law, didn't you guys have to go and delete like 250,000 records that you illegally kept?
Again,
That's that leg. That's that leg.
the Inspector
Yeah.
General reports that you're talking
Nope,
about.
one's Inspector General, one's GAO.
Well,
Very
the Inspector General report.
Generic Muppet.
Several years ago, more than that. 2022. An ATF has a report came out of the theft, and ATF has implemented.
No, I know which one he looks like. Okay, HPS, follow me here.
Destructive
Well, I
brand.
mean,
The Muppet that always used to do the news for Sesame Street and the Muppets,
the NDB
one with
staff
black hair.
not
That's who he looks like.
currently in 2022 adhere to established operating procedures in place to mitigate risk of firearms being lost and stolen. So I guess that shows an ATF that is not functioning correctly and is not responding to the problems you create. You keep records you're not supposed to. It was 250,000 of them you had to delete, right?
I don't believe that is.
Was it over 200,000 that you had to delete?
So what was happening was,
I just want to know the number of records you had to delete that were not being lawfully
He doesn't know.
lawfully maintained.
He doesn't know.
there were records that had not actually been searched. My understanding
Hundreds of
is were
thousands of them.
searchable.
And so that's what you guys do. You keep what you shouldn't keep. You lose what you're not supposed to lose. But how do you treat regular Americans? I got this letter from someone in my district, a firearms dealer. I have been a firearms dealer for 46 years. For 46 years, I've had a good relationship with law enforcement. Then came the ATF's zero tolerance policy. 2 years ago, while in the process of selling a firearm to a customer, I completed their background check using Florida's FDLE firearm purchasing programs. The background check was uneventful, and FDLE rendered an approval number. Some months later, during an ATF audit, I was told the background check was now a non-approval. Even though FDLE made the error, it was on my paperwork that ATF deemed it a willful error. After completing close to 50,000 background checks over 46 years, why would I willfully ignore this background check? The answer is simple. I did not, but the ATF has revoked my license, ended my career, and my livelihood. So I guess the question is, why should you be able to destroy the life of one of my constituents over a technicality where they weren't even at fault? Thousands of guns and
Yeah,
illegally
HPS, that's right. The newsman. Yeah.
Respectfully, Congress has given us the authority to inspect and make sure that firearms dealers, the vast majority, by the which are compliant, they are our first line of defense.
You've been that way so damn long.
This guy isn't your first line.
Oh, am I trying to do a desktop? No, I'm just.
Minority, those dealers, after due process.
No, I'm messing with the file because it's just so much fun to rack that file.
You got to go, and they'll slow down on me now.
Store restrictions at the highest rate in 16 years. Mr. Director,
We gotta get this shit out of here.
hypocrisy
Yeah.
is when you can't live up to your own standard. So you have imposed a zero tolerance policy that is resulting in the highest rate.
Don't slip up on me like that.
16 years, and you wouldn't be able to meet
Oh,
your
smells
own
nasty, man.
zero tolerance policy
I
because
killed
you
one
lose
just
stuff
back.
you're
Where'd you
supposed to
get it?
keep, and then you keep stuff. that's
I got him
illegal.
on the road on the way home.
And by the way, I am one of those MAGA
And there was a car
Republicans that
coming,
defund
but I didn't get a
your
chance to find a
salary,
good spot
your
to put it in my
agency,
truck, so I
and
just
I don't.
stuck it in the
And I
back of
think
my
all
truck.
these good things that you say exist.
And there's a hole in
happen
my
with
bed
those
liner,
folks at the
and he
local
crawled
and
up
state
under
level,
it.
and this is
I couldn't get him out, but I caught him this morning at work.
You caught him at work
Gentleman
this
yields back.
morning,
Gentleman from
man.
California is recognized.
Thank you. Well,
I killed one about
you can see now
that
what the
size.
GOP has become. It's
Right
become
after when I got out of the truck there a while back.
Anti-FBI,
Here?
anti-law
Yeah.
enforcement, pro-insurrection party.
I said, well,
Mr.
snake.
Director, I appreciate your
Chop
being
the
here.
overhead off.
I have one of the toughest jobs in America. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
Same
like you're some
coloration.
kind of a mass shooter instead of someone trying to protect us from the epidemic of gun violence. And I want to recognize all of the volunteers from Moms Demand Action and thank you for being
Don't
here.
thank them.
Thank you for your
They don't do
advocacy.
anything.
I appreciate how much you're devoted to trying to end this scourge of gun violence. I thought,
How'd that do?
I think like many Americans, that after the tragedy of Sandy Hook, it would finally be enough. Watching those beautiful children massacred would be finally enough to prompt this Congress to do something, to stop this insanity. But it didn't. Tragically, so many members of Congress learned a very different lesson, that they could just wait it out. They could wait out tragedy after tragedy after tragedy.
Yo, man. Sure.
And they would have to do nothing. And indeed, on the other side of the aisle, it's just gotten worse.
Yeah, 1,100 that we dug out of the river.
Whenever you see a disparity between what the American people want and what they get, there's usually a powerful special interest at work. And here, the American people desperately want an end to this epidemic. They want common sense gun safety legislation. They want a ban on assault weapons. They want truly universal background checks. It's insane that you can be denied the purchase of a weapon because you're a felon and then go out in the parking lot and buy the same gun. That is insane. And of course, we see.
Can we keep this coop and get rid of the old one? I don't know.
Week after week after week.
I think he was talking about your dad who was sitting down in the chair.
Yeah, probably so.
To this. It's not like there aren't things that work.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
There are things that work, like a ban on assault weapons, and a ban on high-capacity clips, and
apparently Bull Rush did not like me racking the foul. He can only get so hard.
So this is the.
It looks much nicer now. I can tell you that.
I mean, the GOP has become the party of wanting.
That's the blue.
I was gonna let him go last night.
Of killing more people.
Blue end result.
Are you oiling it up now?
Yeah, I just put it through the oil bath and just kind of wiped it down.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as I pull it out of the salts,
you got to put it in the oil right away.
Clean water bath.
I mean, not even NRA
and then
members
from clean water bath to an oil
and
bath.
so why do they? Who benefits from this? Who benefits from this absurd, grotesque
And then now-
spectacle of mass shootings week after week and the daily trauma of people getting gunned down? Who benefits?
Look at it close, you can see where some of that old pit and stuff was, but it's still 100 times better than what it was.
I'm surprised those snakes don't bite you guys.
Most of the time, most of the time they're pussycats.
6 or 8 years to repeal the immunity that the gun industry has.
When it comes to like rat snakes, they're usually easy to deal with.
That will
Black racers will bite the shit out of any chance they get.
In murder.
I thought those were the same things as rat snakes.
No, racers are completely different.
So I'm grateful to Moms Demand Action. I'm grateful for what you're doing out there. You're making a difference. If not in this building, you're making a difference in state capitals. I think you're going to make a difference in this building.
You can definitely tell where that old pit and stuff was on it, but it's a lot damn better.
It looks nice.
We can pass common sense reforms.
Dude, I wish I had the pre-pictures of that thing. It was a pile of rust with no bluing left on it.
Snakes.
Members running towards us, not away from it. But on the other side of the aisle, after the terrible shooting in Buffalo, for example, a year or two ago, when one of the Republican members said they could no longer in good conscience oppose an assault weapons ban, it was a few days later they were forced to announce that they would not run again because they were told basically that they would be drummed out of the party. And that has got to change. We're just going to see more Americans die from the lack of courage in this building. And I am just so fed
You
up.
gonna hang it up here?
Getting up every day and seeing
Yeah,
another
you can
city,
go and hang it up
state,
there.
another town, another school known not for the beauty of its people, but for the deadliness of another tragedy.
Yep. Oops, family.
Gentleman yields back chair now, recognize himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Dettelbach, are you troubled by the rule? I mean, you told him one thing 10 years ago, and now you're directly contradicting that.
The stabilizing brake short barrel rifle rule, I assume, is the rule you're referring
I'm
to.
referring to the letter that was sent back on November 26th.
Take some of them across in about 2 hours time.
Questioning, where you
Sitting there
told,
doing this and
you
stuff
told
to
the FTB finds that
You get some of it out,
when
and
attached to
you're
a
never gonna
firearm,
get it all
excuse me, a
out.
firearm does not convert the weapon.
Some of
or
that
not
stuff
alter
was
its
so deep. I mean, I got it. If
now
I
you're
went
doing
any deeper on it, I'd be really digging into it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You only get so much out until you start messing and taking it
History,
run
and there
up.
were inconsistencies. However, there was also a situation, Mr. Chairman, where People were marketing products that had never been presented to ATF, saying that they were.
Was that the only time you told them? The only time you told the American people that it was okay?
No, we look at specific.
Let me read this letter, March 5th, 2014. Because this doesn't so much focus on the brace, focus on how the weapon's used. And we have determined that firing a pistol from the shoulder would not cause the pistol to be reclassified as a short-barreled rifle. We do not classify weapons based on how individuals use the weapon. So you told them not once, but twice that it was okay. And I'm just asking, does it bother you now that you're making the change that's going to impact millions of Americans?
The rule was necessary in part because it needed to address inconsistency so that people could understand the definition of a short barrel.
I just read 2 letters that were consistent. Both of them said it was fine.
There were other letters that were not.
Have you ever found, has ATF ever found itself in this position where a rule change
directly contradicts what you've told them? Mark Novak is a damn genius with using the T things to hang small parts.
Yeah, no, he knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah, he does.
I don't believe that's the. I agree
millions
with
of
that.
Millions of Americans aren't going to be impacted.
There
There's
were
the
specific
that looks
products
nice.
that get presented.
Lever off that gun.
Those products then sometimes.
Yeah, you gotta look close, and you can see some of the.
And there was
a little bit of stuff left over from that rust,
the
but
market is
it's
dynamic. It was necessary to do what
it's
known
still
as
looking
common
damn.
rulemaking. I think is a better
millions of
good.
Americans think the inconsistencies with the ATF because you told them one thing, and now you're changing. What happens on May 31st?
He must have just said he's really decent.
According to the rule.
No, what happens on May 31st?
According to the rule, people have from the date the rule was
I haven't
published
got a tank.
until that date. One of several
That's
things. They can either detach
from rusty pile to shiny to now
and they can attach
nice and
another
re-blue.
one.
That's too nice for you.
Destroy the brace.
That is too nice for you. You're not allowed to have
Turn
that.
in or destroy the firearm or register the firearm. Is that right? They got to
It's
do one of those
have
4
to
things.
a lot of time when it is
To register whether or not the application is ruled on. They're allowed to keep
Right.
the item during that entire time so that they're not held
They
accountable.
don't do that, and the timeline runs out. What happens to those individuals? They know
So
they
the
don't do
blue
those 4
one
things, and the
turned
timeline
out
expire. What happens then?
I
pretty
assume
damn
people
good,
who,
guys.
are
Yeah.
No, I'm not asking. What,
All right,
what
Coop,
happens
I gotta
to
head
those
out, man. You take
All
it
right,
easy.
brother, man. We'll catch you after a while.
Chairman.
Yep.
As a
Later,
prosecutor,
everyone.
want to be accurate. What
Bull Rush,
happens is-
Sam of Anarchy, Kurt,
happens is,
Mike,
depending on the
HBS,
circumstance, if a
and
person is
anybody
found
else I forgot.
right, there's not going to be
Later, guys.
prosecuted for things that they're
Let's
not.
go
Later
to
on,
the
brother.
case. They could be a felon, right?
Well,
It could be a felon.
It depends on the facts
Yeah.
and circumstances of each
That
case.
was my
And of
intention
course, we
last
would
night.
prioritize
Yeah.
enforcement. on
So yeah,
cases
guys, I will say
who are
the
having these
How are you?
items and
You
shooting
mentioned
people.
enforcement. How are you going to enforce this?
the blue one has
We're
been
gonna
a
go to gun
successful adventure for the
What
night.
we will do is
You're going to go to manufacturers and look at the risk of people they sold braces to?
Please don't bite me.
What we will
You've been so
do
good.
is we will, when we do a search warrant in a drug case and we discover an unlawful item, whether it's a machine gun or a Glock switch or a short-barreled rifle that doesn't comply, we will consider that as one of the charges. There's no plan.
Does the
nor
Gun
to-
does
to
the Gun
prioritize-
Control Act or the National Firearms Act clearly and
We're not
unambiguously prohibit pistol braces?
So this one would be easier to feed.
Oh yeah, he'd be a lot easier feeding that hog nose.
Increased controls on short
Hog nose is a damn
Not the gun control.
He is
but
a
I'm just reading from the
toad only
Sixth Circuit, where
connoisseur.
the judge
Oh, I'm
said,
sorry.
the statute does not clearly and unambiguously prohibit bump stocks. The court went on to say, for a decade, the ATF has maintained that a bump stock is not a machine gun
Triggers
part.
turn
And the court said the ATF's own flip-flop on this position is one of the reasons why they ruled in favor of those opposing the rule you guys made. Seems to me we're in the same situation here. Yesterday, the Sixth Circuit gave us a strong ruling on the bump stock issue. I would anticipate we're going to get other strong rulings on this issue as well.
Sweat my ass off now too. But
Recognizes the-
it wasn't that bad out here till I cranked up 3 damn
Thank you, Mr.
propane
Chairman.
burners.
It's interesting that my Republican colleagues are concerned
Heating
about
up
how
glue
we
and
enforce
solution.
things when most of the bills we've been voting on in this session are completely unworkable. Just last week, Republicans held a 12-hour markup
Give your
on
guy
a
a smile.
cruel immigration bill aimed at what they're calling the quote crisis at the border. But we haven't done anything in this committee to actually meaningfully address the issues at hand. And one major push factor is violence in the region, which is fueled by American firearms. The United States is the #1 source of semi-automatic
Oh, I got
weapons
trash
in
pistol
El
marks on the way
Salvador.
down.
About
Most of
500,000
the way
guns
down.
are trafficked to Mexico
Yeah,
from the
it
U.S.
started a little
every
later
year,
in the day.
and 70 to 90% of guns
Getting
recovered
interrupted
at
'cause I'm
crime
doing
scenes in
the
Mexico
office
are
job.
traced back to the United States. So the crisis
Right
of
at
gun
5:30,
violence
I
in the
got
United
the
States and our lack of gun
sandblasted it
regulations is spreading
with
to other
their
countries.
crane.
That is the real
Now,
crisis
like,
at our borders.
putting it,
Director
glue it
Dettelbach,
so
thank you
close
for
to the
being
head so I
here.
can't
These gun trafficking numbers are
clean it and
alarming,
boil it and have
and the
that
ATF
solution
plays a vital
neutralized.
role in
Yeah.
tracing and recovering guns that are used in crimes to fight the proliferation of gun violence and
Butt
gun
plate had a
trafficking.
little bit
From
of rust that
2017
popped
to
up on it. It
2021, the
didn't bleed
ATF traced
perfect.
close to 2 million guns in crimes,
Sandblasted area?
and yet some of my Republican colleagues actually want to eliminate the ATF. So how does the ATF currently fight gun trafficking, especially
Thing about
trafficking to
bluing, you
Mexico
definitely
and
got to
other
get all that
countries to the
rust
south
and
of
shit out of your way, or it's going to leave.
In,
Let's see if I
in
can
trying to effectualize our public safety mission,
see
as a
look
small agency with a
right
big
through
job,
there where it's just kind of
we try to bring tools to
splotchy.
that. And the two tools that we bring to the problems you're talking about
Any
are
kind of
partnership with our state and
oils
local
or
law enforcement and crime gun
pre-existing
intelligence.
rust will
So crime gun
mess with it.
intelligence, whether that's our tracing ability for crime guns, or whether it's the NIBIN system to connect crimes together where a common firearm is used, can do is it can enable us to try to identify where the crime guns are coming from, how they're moving from lawful
Well, he may
commerce
have
into
last
the
night
black
when he
market under unlawful commerce,
Not
and
when I picked
target
him
our
up and showed him
resources
his
to do
bill.
that. That's not limited to, but it certainly includes gun traffic that
Which was a
flows
damn good
south
idea.
over the
I'm so
border.
glad I went
We
back and
have
watched
at
him that
ATF a group of firearms trafficking strike forces, task forces, I'm sorry, that are focused on the southwest border. And every day we are working to try to interdict.
So far, guys, yeah, everything's looking good. There's little splotches
from commerce to south, including
where
places like the cartels.
So eliminating the ATF would have
some of the
enormous
pitting was
consequences
from
for that
getting
work.
rusted so
The
bad
Bipartisan
before.
Safer Communities Act contained the Stop Illegal Trafficking in Firearms Act, which made it an explicit federal crime to act as a straw purchaser for firearms and establishes penalties
50
for
snakes and
those
more guns than
transferring a
snakes.
firearm they have reason to believe will be used
Hey,
in
we're
a
animal
crime.
friendly on this
The
show.
Man
ATF's
after
work
my own heart.
recently led to the first gun trafficking conviction
Yes,
under the
we're
new
animal
law
friendly
this
on
February. How would repeal of that law or defunding of the ATF, including the anti-firearms trafficking campaign, as
Still
proposed
kills
by
me in some
Republicans, impact gun
places
trafficking?
just how rough they
Congress
left
passed
the
the Bipartisan
machine.
Safer Communities Act, and as you say, they gave us not one but two new
Some of these
criminal
parts.
statutes: a straw purchasing statute for the first time ever, a standalone, and a firearms
It
trafficking
doesn't come in contact
felony.
with anything, just
We are
random
working
questions.
with state and local law
Well, I mean,
enforcement every day to
there's no serious
those
point
cases.
to
We've brought, I think over 30.
bring it to a
We
mere
are
shine in some of those
Texas,
cases, but damn.
231 firearms being trafficked south of the border, and these cases take time and effort and expertise to investigate. And so to implement those laws, to enforce them,
I'm gonna try to
ATF needs to have the resources
brush that.
to be able to do those investigations, follow through, and to take people who are criminals supplying crime guns, not the law-abiding citizens, but supplying crime guns to criminals, and take them out of that business.
Thank you for that work. The second volume of National Firearms Commerce and Trafficking Assessment found that over 1 million guns were stolen from private residences from 2017 to 2021, and that these stolen guns make up a substantial portion of guns that are eventually trafficked and used in crimes. I have proposed the Safe Gun Storage Act, which requires strong standards for firearm storage devices to prevent unintended use and theft. But sadly,
Oh,
my
so
colleagues
funny.
across the aisle
You hear me?
oppose even this sensible gun safety measure. Could
Little
safe
Amber was
gun
holding the thing.
storage or other common sense gun
And she
legislation
wanted to walk up
stop
front
the
with him.
large flow
Like,
of
okay, we can do
firearms
that. We'll
across
show
the
you
United
that.
States
Whatever.
borders into other countries?
We make it up the hallway. And the guy walks in.
I talked to the of safe storage.
It was a stereotypical situation. He happened to be of a darker complexion.
This is something we can have
The look
consensus on, is that
of sheer terror on his face.
in this country, people should understand there's a responsibility to safely secure your firearm, and it means a lot to you. It's an important right. So why wouldn't you?
Like, no, we gotta go right back. We gotta go down the hallway.
Firearms that are stolen from cars and parking lots at malls are not used to
I
hunt.
came back up. I showed my hand. I'm like, I don't have a snake.
And at crime scenes in the next community or in your community,
I
or
get
people,
terrified of
I would
them.
just encourage everybody
Yeah,
to
that's
do
me
what
and
your local
spiders. If you
police
come at me
chief,
with
sheriff,
tarantula, I'll shot you.
SAC says, which is please think ahead,
You guys are
act
getting
responsibly, and secure your firearms.
That's
That's what everybody
okay.
wants.
Looks
And real
like.
people in our communities are getting hurt by just carelessness.
Thank you. I
Time of the
yield back.
gentlelady's expired. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Director Dettelbach, I'm so glad you finished up talking when you're talking about stolen weapons. When weapons get in the bad guys' hands, they're stolen from some. We already had Mr. Gates talk about the weapons that were stolen.
You're talking about
But
that's the
let's
snake
just
breed.
talk about it. I know you
Snake, you
thought
wanna have
Fast and
gunsmith?
Furious was over with. It's not over. It's not over. There's a
It's like shit.
there's a
Can't eat it.
licensed FFL that I am aware of
Freaking wild snake.
that sold a
The
weapon.
hog nose doesn't chill out this
in
much.
that Fast and Furious time. Who did he sell it
Hey,
to?
what can I say?
ATF.
When you're working on guns and rebluing stuff, you might as well listen to
Guess who's got to
the
respond to that?
jackasses who
FFL.
want to take guns away.
It was
I mean,
ATF that ran Fast and Furious. 2,000 guns. 2,000 guns. And this one
why'd you have to
recently
call
turned
the
up in a
ATF
crime.
today?
And now you're coming back to the
Why do you
FFL
have to
saying,
call
oh, hey, who'd you sell it to? Well, I sold it to an ATF agent. Where'd it go? Well, you guys had guns stolen from you. So I want to know this.
He was born in Austria.
How many other guns from
Anybody
Operation Fast
with a
and
foreign
Furious
thing
remain
is gonna get
unaccounted
delayed.
for?
So Operation Fast and Furious has been the subject of numerous
That's
public
it's
reports.
I'm not
I
for
do
it.
not,
I got
do not
denied
have-
and
So you
delayed.
don't know. Just
I
say
don't have the specific answer. I can get back to you if there's.
You run your
there's
mouth.
source information.
you don't know because there were over 2,000 guns. Last report that was published was that you'd recovered 700 of them. Mexico reported 150 people killed or maimed with guns that ATF had. Fast and Furious. That's what the radical
I
left
know.
Democrats thought was a great program.
You want to hold it?
No. Elaborate and try to say, oh, hey, guess what? You know what? I can get you numbers. I would like those numbers.
Yeah,
Because I also
Sam,
wanna
they
know
can't do
this.
anything about so-called firearms
How
trafficking.
many guns walked away altogether from ATF?
Only thing you can do is take violent people when
Since
they
Fast
commit
and Furious,
crimes and put
during
violent
Fast and
people in jail and keep them there.
Fast and Furious, which was, I think, 15 years ago, there were reports I can check and get back to you with the public record, but we have implemented numerous controls to try and make sure that we're respecting public safety.
But what happened earlier today was just reported this year. The IG said that you still haven't implemented enough reforms, guidelines to watch over to make sure. You were the victim of how many guns were stolen from you guys?
Most of the items that were stolen.
many guns were
from
stolen from you
national
guys?
construction
Lots.
what I think you're referring to were parts, were firearm components.
So
there were some number of firearms that were also.
So you're not going to tell us the number?
And
Probably could have tried to polish that piece a little bit more to get some scratch and dings out of it.
At crime scenes.
Again, I don't want.
How many FFLs are you inspecting today because they sold to ATF during Fast and Furious? Do you know that?
All right, HBS, take it easy, brother, man.
Today,
well, sure you are. Sure you are.
Because
I'll be sitting here polishing my parts.
Because of any conduct that relates in any way, shape, or form to Fast and Furious.
Well, sure you are, because I know, because FFL contacted me and showed me the docs. You guys are inspecting and going after an FFL who sold to ATF.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. I thought your question was.
Yeah, that's hysterical. The ATF forces a dealer to sell a gun to them so that they can run it to Mexico. Then when something happens with the gun, they go after the FFL.
Federally licensed firearms dealer.
But the problem that we have here, and this is just
Total
one of
sense.
many FFLs that are undergoing rigorous problems from you guys. This is an FFL
Complete
that sold
total
to an ATF agent. The ATF lost track of that weapon. It gets used in a crime, and now he's having to respond. Why isn't ATF having to respond? Because it gets back to the hypocrisy.
Well, you
of
saw
your
the
zero
gun
tolerance
before.
policy.
How do you think it looks now?
You guys can't live up to your own requirements and guidelines, but you're going to go after FFLs.
Looks
How about
like
this
a
one?
gun now. Look like
In
a
the case
mud
where a
ball
customer
before.
of an FFL who's an American citizen of Armenian descent visited by ATF agents seeking information about his legal firearm purchases. When asked why they wanted to know about his firearm purchases, agents told him that it was because he was born in Iran and had purchased multiple firearms from that FFL. Think about that. How about this one? A different FFL. They have video cameras everywhere. They have one room. The ATF inspector goes in, takes the documents with him, and on their personal phone starts taking pictures of all the documents. Personal phone. Is that normal? Is that normal to use your personal phone?
Yeah, better than buffing.
I'm not familiar with the facts and circumstances of that.
Is that
particular
normal?
matter,
Is that part of you guys?
But we conduct our inspections pursuant to a procedure. It is a public procedure, and we follow that procedure in conducting those,
including personal.
Yeah, all these parts now that they've been blued, oiled.
Chair now recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Director.
Wiped down. Now they just need to sit a little bit.
Director, our kids are dying.
Make sure
dying. Their schools,
bluing and everything,
communities,
the whole process completes, and then it'll be ready to
they're drilling.
Reassemble.
Every day in America, kids are going through traumatizing mass shooter drills. So it's just maddening to me that this committee.
I tell you what,
metal kids are dying with the
bluing will let you know
kids, the greatest
any damn place that you missed as far as metal prep or
attack you, whose job
if there was
to protect our kids. I look at this as very binary.
Piece of rust that you missed or anything,
protect your
man.
home,
Bluing will
you
shit.
take your kids hunting. You can shoot for sport. But if you're not on the side of protecting our kids, you're on the side of helping their killers. That's it. You either can help the kids or help the killers. But I also fear that this rhetoric from my colleagues is putting targets on the backs of law enforcement. Director Delabach, have you seen increased threats over the years to your agents and just federal law enforcement in general?
It is my deepest honor to be here representing the brave men and women, the career people who work at ATF every day. And what I will say is that attacks on political appointee, I understand, unfortunately, it's just become part of our country, but
it's getting better.
I would say those men and women who are out there doing their job, risking their lives to try to protect people in law enforcement and all of these functions.
Yeah, dude,
they deserve our
I'll let everything sit tonight and probably tomorrow get started on putting this thing back together. And yeah, it's
because they're incredibly dedicated.
I'll be real interested to see this thing back together and show it off because it's going to look pretty damn good.
Law enforcement partners.
And when they're
Krabby, take it easy, brother.
Does it make it easier or harder for you to recruit people to go into law enforcement to protect our community?
I think it's no surprise that it is difficult to. It's a very difficult and dangerous job to start with. And it is more difficult to recruit people, retain people now than ever.
All the small parts, the small parts, screws, stuff like that.
Brave work that these career people.
I'll just leave them in these
disagreements about things we feel passionately about.
I was raised by a cop, 2 Republican parents, and they were a pro-police party. But I fear that is no longer the case. Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of our colleagues, campaigns and raises money.
Leave them in the balls.
Platform. Chip Roy on this committee has often said we need to defund the border and the police who are at the border. Mr. Massey on this committee has called for defunding the ATF. The chairman of this committee, Jim Jordan, recently said in a TV interview that he wants to defund
start putting
the
this
FBI
thing back together tomorrow night.
This committee's chairman had, before this committee, in just the last 45 days, a witness
probably finish up
who said
the wood tonight.
When you're the chairman, you can call anyone who walks in for a foot as a witness. And they called somebody who had recently tweeted this year F-cops. So, Mr. Delabach, I fear that they continue to put a target on the backs of good, honest, working cops who walk the beats in our community. And I share concern with that. I also want to ask you if it would surprise you to
Put
learn
another
that
thing of stain on it,
JAMA
and then
Network, which is a medical journal, recently estimated that the economic consequences of gun violence in our community is $557 a year. That takes into account police investigations, medical treatment, long-term
physical and mental health care, earnings loss, disability or death, criminal justice costs, pain and suffering, and that is equal to 2.6% of America's gross domestic budget, 5 times the budget of the Department of Education. I hope that eye-popping number, if kids dying in our classroom doesn't get the attention of my colleagues, I hope money will talk to them. But does it surprise you to learn that that's the estimate, $557 billion a year?
I don't know about the particular numbers. I know obviously violent crime costs our society in many ways, a physical, a psychological, community, medical, and financial toll.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, in 2012, John Spencer, Chief of Firearms Technology Branch, wrote a letter to Alex Bosco.
Yeah, we're going to have to get probably a couple more coats on that and get that wood darkened up a little more.
Evaluation that PD finds that the submitted firearm brace when attached to a firearm does not convert that weapon to be fired from the shoulder and would not alter the classification of a pistol or other firearm. You're aware of this letter?
I am aware of the letter, yes.
Did Congress pass between this letter being issued, Mr. Bosco, and the production and distribution of 10 quarter-inch braces?
That stock and stuff on that time, I don't care if that thing turns out damn near black brown.
Well, I mean, you know,
something did change.
You're not
What
worried
changes
about
that item that
No,
was
I mean,
submitted
that's what
was
I'm
not
saying. I don't care where that comes out.
was
Damn near
marketed.
black brown.
Mr. Bosco, I think, before this committee said that people were using stabilizing braces in ways that he hadn't anticipated.
Okay,
So
let me challenge that assertion. So you say that the brace changed, and so you had to implement this rule. Well, I've got here the actual original brace that this letter was responsive to. Are you telling me that this brace is exempt from your rule?
What I'm saying is that if people have products that are not
Is this
designed
brace exempt from your rule?
I can't
basically,
This is the brace you wrote the letter to.
classification, and if it's not ruled to be
Basically,
as a rifle, it will not be subject to the rule.
Can I get, would you please tell this committee that the brace has changed and that's why you did the rule when in fact you're not exempting the same brace that you gave this letter to?
If the brace is submitted, we'll classify it.
Would you submit, do you still have the same agreement that this brace that the ATF agreed to in 2012 should not be under the jurisdiction of your rule?
What's up, brother?
If that brace is submitted with a firearm, we will examine and classify it. If it doesn't qualify,
reclaiming my time.
Good deal, man.
It's pretty obvious you're misleading people here when you say that
I need to do a video once I get
affects the braces that didn't change.
that 11 model 11 back together and this long time, and then get this 3030 that 94 back together. I need to do some videos on those, just testing it.
Before they're felons,
showing they're back and operational.
I believe ends at the end of May.
Okay,
but people
end of
are
May. So it was 120 days. Is that correct?
Right now,
people are only felons if they intentionally.
Is it 120
violate
days?
the law.
Chill out.
I believe it's 120 days from the
So
date
we've
of
got
public.
36 days left of the 120-day grace period. Can you tell us here today how many people have complied by registering this product?
I am not sure of the exact number. I can check though and get back to you. There are people who are making applications. There also can be detachment. So in other words, we don't count. That's not for us to regulate. If somebody simply, we wrote the rule to make it easy to comply with. If somebody just at their home detaches the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the biggest thing with that stock is it just needs to be real dark.
The brace that can keep the business end of the gun.
Okay, that's great clarification.
Yeah,
So
I'm at
you're
a
gonna do
long
some kind
time.
of constructive prosecution where you say, oh, well, you had this and you had that and you intended to connect.
Keeping the, I mean,
They can just keep them
detaching
separately.
them as we
Keep them separately. Okay, because that's not clear in your rules. What is the punishment?
I mean, that wood
If
they used on that
convicted as a
shotgun is just cheap
having this
wood.
piece of
That's why it was,
plastic.
like I said, that's why it was
People
basically
are
painted
convicted of not
before.
following the Gun Control Act. It's a serious felony conviction, but
Is it
that
10
requires
years?
intent.
Can you just give me the number? Is it 10 years?
I don't. I believe it's a statutory maximum of 10 years.
10 years for owning a piece
I
of
know, I
plastic
put them there.
that you were told was legal and that you owned for a decade and that millions of people did. This is what offends the
I got that
sensibilities of Americans, whether
other
they own
big
these
crack
or
in
not.
thing, seed in there.
Do these make the gun fire more rapidly?
The stabilizing.
Do these increase the muzzle velocity?
The stabilizing.
Do these allow the? You're not answering any of the questions. Do these allow the firearm to carry more bullets?
The stabilizing braces allow, if they're the kind that count, allow the firearm to be shouldered.
Let me ask you
ways
this.
that Congress.
I'm glad you brought that up. So this is a stabilizing brace here.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother.
Brace. Is the buffer tube? Could that be?
Man, it's amazing to me how long.
That would have to be submitted to the firearms.
I count my wife's uncle up in Oregon. How long it took him just to get his AR, regular M&P
as a short barrel rifle
AR.
simply because it has a buffer tube.
He spent forever trying to get that damn thing.
The rule is aimed at clarifying, and there are specific factors that are set forth in the rule.
So he had some other
You
stuff,
have
but
the
hell, it
authority
still
to
shouldn't have taken that
reclassify
long.
the firearm above because it can be shouldered.
In between everything, I think he ended up spending like a year and a half or 2 years.
Classification that firearms experts who've worked for decades do not be appropriate, but we will give classifications, and if things don't qualify under the rule, then they don't qualify. And nobody, the piece of plastic in and of itself is absolutely
I
not.
submit
covered
you
by
don't
the
have
rule.
that authority, and you don't have the authority to do
Saying
what
a
you
prayer
did.
to the wood gods, Pop.
Gentleman yield. Next, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To use the chairman's words, you know what Americans can't stand? You know what they hate about this town? They can't stand gun violence, and they can't stand the fact that the Judiciary Committee has done nothing about it. That's what they really can't stand. We're not here to talk about guns in the way most of us hope we would. That 40,000 Americans' lives
true that,
are
man.
lost to gun violence, or how gun violence has become the leading cause of death of children in America, even passing car accidents, or how we've had more than 170 mass
Stuff
shootings
wasn't
this year
so crazy
already,
up in
or how our
Pacific
kids are being gunned
Northwest
down by
like that,
assault
man.
weapons
It's
in
beautiful
schools
country.
again and again and again. No. Instead, Republicans have convened today's hearing to attack the agency devoted to preventing gun violence and to try to decimate its ability to keep Americans safe. During last week's vote to dismantle the ATF rule in this committee, my colleague Mr. Ivey posed a simple question. What are you willing to do to address gun violence? Anything?
What kind?
Is there any
Hey,
measure to
remember,
work
you know
on
how many I've done?
to curb this epidemic in this country? Anything at
No.
all?
But
I think we have our answer.
410.
We should be
Remember what I
talking
learned?
about
I'm
how
not
we
gonna do much.
support the ATF and enable it to do its job. But
You
today,
tell me
again,
poor
we're here
thing,
to
but,
attack the ATF
you're actually
and to
jealous.
try to even abolish it.
I work on so many guns.
Director Delbeck, I want to first say thank you for your service
But
and
I
to
am
brave
doing
men and
my
women who
best
serve at
to
ATF.
work
I
on what I can.
apologize for the manner in which you have been treated in this hearing, but I hope you understand they're not actually interested in having an answer from you. This is about making a speech and having a video clip and sending it to Fox
You're
or maybe
hot with your
raising
shot.
money off it.
Yeah.
So please don't feel badly that you're actually not being allowed to
Oh,
answer.
should I do it by shot?
So I'm going to actually ask questions and I'd love your
I
answers.
have a
I want to talk a
compressor
little
that
bit about
works.
how the
I want a
ATF
compressor that
enforces
works.
laws that Congress
Longer than
passes
5
and
minutes.
adapts to new technologies and innovations.
So mine's the one here.
Nearly 90 years ago, Congress passed the National Firearms Act of 1934, the first federal law regulating firearms in the United States. And as part of this law, Congress expressly regulated certain firearms and accessories because they were particularly dangerous. Americans were free to purchase them, but they had to undergo a background check, submit their photographs and fingerprints, and pay a
Hey,
$200
G,
transfer
I
fee.
got 10 and a half. I got a little over 10 and a half
Automatic
acres. We can put you down there by the creek.
plastics and carbon fiber.
That
Part of
way
the
you got
National
running
Firearms Act
water.
covers machine guns, guns that fire repeatedly with
Literally.
one pull of a trigger. We actually banned the civilian manufacture and sale of new machine guns in the 1980s, so there's only a finite amount of legal ones in the U.S.
Although watch
So,
the
Director,
weather
my
because
first
that
question is,
creek
can you
floods
tell
like
me
hell
what
when
a
we get a
Glock
bunch of good
switch
rain.
is?
Yes, a Glock switch, Congressman, is a device that can be attached. It's
I
usually a
just wonder-
small piece of plastic or metal
Dog.
that can be attached to a pistol.
Did you see that
Changes
receiver?
from
Baby.
a lawful semi-automatic weapon into a new and unlawful machine gun.
Into a fully automatic. So this is a device that can be
Baby,
attached to a
did you see
legally
that
purchased pistol,
receiver right there?
transforming the character of the
Isn't that
gun,
revelation?
turning it into an illegal
Look
machine
behind
gun.
you
Is
up on
that
top of
correct?
the gun.
Yes.
And you can get these for other types of guns too. For example, the AR-15.
There are machine gun conversion devices that go with a variety of different.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through these quickly, so that's a yes.
I can remember
And the
that shit, so you're
ATF
not-
regulates Glock switches in the same way as it regulates machine
I
guns
like that. I
themselves.
like
Isn't
the
that correct?
color on that thing. It actually turned out really nice.
Those devices are unlawful under the.
I hate the springs in that damn
So the
shotgun.
answer is yes.
Yes. So
Okay, and that's because within a few minutes' time, these devices
They had springs in that
metal or
Revelation
plastic, when
receiver.
added to
All
a
right.
legally purchased gun,
Dang.
turn it into an illegal machine gun. Correct?
That's correct.
And
God,
director,
you
the
need
NFL
gorilla
also
hands for
covers
that
short
thing.
barrel
Those
rifles,
springs are
does it not?
freaking tough.
Yes.
And the reason is pretty clear. Short barrel
Hey,
rifles
G2,
have
the only thing
concealability
is
and
where you'd be,
maneuverability of a
you'd be
pistol, but
downrange
with a
from where we
firepower and
shoot, so
accuracy
you
of a
may want
rifle.
to duck.
And with shoulder stock devices out there that now fold all the way down or telescope out, you can easily fit one inside a backpack or briefcase and no one would be the wiser.
Yeah.
So, Director, the ATF issued a rule on so-called
Well, I mean, that's what
stabilizing
we want.
braces recently because it was clear that many of the items being manufactured and sold
No, it's just
as
it's
stabilizing
supposed to
braces
be that
were really
deep,
just
deep
being used to try to get around the National Firearms Act. Isn't that
brown,
correct?
you know?
Whether a short
All
barrel
it is
rifle
deep
is
brown
just
as it'll
one
get.
piece or two pieces and you put them together, the rule was intended to cover.
Well, he had it. He hit it with that other dark walnut, and it didn't
So
look all
people are
that dark
taking
on it.
legally
With that
purchased
wood's just a
pistols,
cheap,
adding these devices
really,
marketed
really
as
light wood.
stabilizing braces, which are actually shoulder stocks and changing the character of the gun, transforming it into an unregistered short
All
barrel
my
rifle.
tanks
Is
and
that
everything
correct?
cool off. I have to
If it
get
meets
all my
definition
glue and
under the
solution put
rule,
away.
then
And
that would be correct.
So the ATF, in recognizing new technologies that are attempting and succeeding in working around the
I did it
National
when it
Firearms
worked.
Act, just like
Except mine worked all the way up.
is appropriately
I'd tell
regulating these
Clinton, hey, I gotta
things
go home and
for
get some
what they
pants.
are. My colleagues
Oh, I
argued
had
the
to. I
other
had to
day
go
that
and get
just a
some
few
pants.
ounces of plastic metal can't transform a legal gun into an illegal one, but it
Yeah,
sounds very
Missouri is a
much
nice
like
place,
you
dude.
would disagree. Is that correct?
It's going to be a hell of a lot more gun friendly than
Congress
Oregon,
has determined that
to
there
say
are
the
additional
least. At least for right
safeties and
now.
regulations that apply to certain
I
kinds of
man,
particularly
Missouri. I
dangerous
can't remember whether I
Thank
saw
you.
any
And
gun
you can keep
control
them, you
shit
just
popping
have
up
to
Missouri
follow the
this year or
rules that
not. I
Congress
don't
has
think
set up,
so.
follow
Pennsylvania,
those controls.
Thank you.
like
Mr. Chairman, I have
Indiana,
unanimous consent request. I assume unanimous consent that the drawing of the
Michigan,
actual stabilizing
Minnesota,
braces, which was
of
not
course,
what
Washington
Mr. Massey
State,
held up. That
Oregon,
was
North
not, in fact,
Carolina.
a regulated stable brace. I'd ask
They tried pushing
this
some shit in
document, which is the
Alabama.
actual diagram of an actual stabilizing brace that was prohibited by ATF.
What's
So
that
the record
Revelation?
is not only complete, but accurate. Be submitted into the record.
That's the one that busted one of.
Just glad the guy's not holding up a
Took that
picture of a
Revelation down. That busted.
The gentleman yields back.
So yeah,
Next
ordered a new one.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from
It's
Texas,
different,
Mr.
but it worked.
I thank the chairman. Thank you for appearing before the committee. Director, I serve in the U.S. Attorney's
So-
Office, prosecuted 922G1, 924C, felons in possession, and so forth.
Yeah, the
I
other
would
one.
say that,
The other one's
well,
actually
let me
more
ask you this.
rounded back here.
There are different
It's not
definitions
squared,
of
it's
mass
rounded.
shootings. We've said,
And that
I think,
slopes a little bit
160
different.
or something mass
I
shootings
mean, it
this year,
works.
or something.
Everything functions.
However you define that.
I believe.
Not necessarily get to the question. In your reporting of that, how many of those
Yeah, it'd be nice if
shooters,
they'd remove gun control a lot of different places, brother.
were on medication?
Why is my
I don't know the facts to be able to answer. I'm
freaking
sorry.
headphones getting
I think
stupid
that's
all
an
of a sudden?
important thing, and I'd like ATF to get us an answer on the 165 mass shootings. How many were on medication?
Don't you take Monk and
How
go to
many
the house?
were
Get
from
you a nap.
single?
I'll run Weatherby with me when I leave later. I still got to wait for
Again, those may not be all
glue and
ATF
solutions to cool
investigations, and
down. I
don't
still got
know
to
the
clean up
answer.
all my
Well,
mess.
it's important you guys collect data on virtually everything. I think it's really important for us to know that. Can you tell us how many of the perpetrators were, for example, involved in social media and certain websites, or how many of them had dropped out of school?
Again, I don't have a number on that. I would
Facts,
agree
but
with you that
sorry,
those are all
girl.
significant problems that we have to address as a society.
Well, I think
Look,
that's
for the
something
first
that's really
hour, I'm not
important
going to
that
do
I
that
want ATF to
anyway.
get
Well,
us
that's
that
good for you, but I
information,
can't do that.
that
It's
has been
bullshit.
missing from a lot of the conversation as we focus in on the weapons
Chill out.
being used. I want us to make sure that
I
we're very
gotta
clear
do
about the
something,
nature of the
I can't just
individuals
sit
that are
here.
carrying out these heinous
It's
acts.
like I can
What is
decide to
happening
pay
in
you
our
whatever.
societies? What is happening to our young men? What is happening to young men in fatherless homes? What is
For
happening
the first
with
hour, I
medication?
did absolutely nothing.
What is
at work.
happening with respect to mental health?
Mhm.
Because
Can't
we
tell
look
me
at
I
the
ain't
data
got
and we see
off.
what has
Oh,
occurred
you're
Basically,
tired?
under
a bad
COVID.
thing.
We look at
Take a
both
nap.
suicide
We took a
rates up
mental
like
health
10%.
health hour.
Murder rates spiked like 40%. And I think with the use of firearms, we
Damn,
see
taking mental health
that we have
hours
a
my
serious
office
mental
before.
health issue and the use of medication. I think that's something the ATF want to focus on. But here's
Wait,
something
what?
that I
How hard
want
do you think it would
to
be to
ask
take
about.
off the bed liner in
We
my
all
cup?
have an ATF agent named Brandon Garcia who submitted a resignation letter.
Because
And
there's
I
a
think
snake
you're
under
you're probably familiar with,
Oh,
in which he wrote, ATF has been spending a
let's go
significant
see.
amount of time talking about and changing the course of this agency to focus on, quote, the guns, end quote. Agent Garcia also noted the following. Last year, headquarters spent pretty much the entire year talking about the vaccine and threatening termination for those who wouldn't get it. The deputy director threatened to prosecute agents for lying to a federal
You made me
agent
clean my
who did
boots
not
last night,
appropriately
too.
update our
Huh?
vaccination status in the system. He also
Or-
noted that they were saying nothing about holding people accountable for the crimes they commit unless it supports their agenda. I think that's a question that I think we all want to know the answer to, which is, are we focusing on going after criminals carrying out bad acts, harming the American people
Every
for
day.
use of guns,
Every day.
as
I have
opposed to
shoe polish
targeting
right now.
law-abiding
I
citizens for the use of having a weapon that they are entitled to be able to have under the Second Amendment?
He's got his
We
OCDs.
are indeed focusing on taking violent criminals
I
and
oiled
serial killers
them.
out of our community. Of course,
They're
working
not
with state
tan
and
anymore,
local
they're
law
brown.
enforcement, right? Every day. And you know that from being a PSN prosecutor. I was a PSN prosecutor also. Those are very important. And with respect
Hell
to
yeah,
the
Gavin.
causes
We pulled the
of
parts
this
out of the
act,
blue, and
I think it is correct. There are numerous causes.
So,
ATF
yes, I was
is not
still listening to
responsible
you.
for addressing them. Of course, Congress, you look at the whole field of play as to what drives violent
But does the director agree that it would be a very important thing for us as Congress and for ATF to focus on the mental state and the medicines being used by the perpetrators of these crimes?
I think certainly that public policymakers ought to focus on that.
Well,
But
I
at
appreciate
ATF
that.
in an
And I'm going to
individual-
run out of time. One other, because I got limited time.
Sure.
One other question with respect to the issue we're dealing here with the pistol braces. We know for sure that the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit has overwhelmingly ruled that ATF overstepped its authority when it published the final rule that classified bump stocks as machine guns. Now, to make sure that it's very clear that I'm an equal opportunity basher of tyranny, the Trump administration issued that bump stock rule, and they were wrong to do it. They shouldn't have done it. They did it. The Fifth Circuit struck it down. The fact is, what we know about this rule, the pistol brace rule, is that it is the exact same overstepping of power. And that I think the director ought to respond to that question in just 1 minute. But I want to ask one question pretty quick right here as I wrap up. Do you believe that Americans have an individual right to bear arms?
The Supreme Court has said that. So yes, that the Supreme Court has said in the Heller decision and then the Bruin decision that the Second Amendment,
individual right
the
to bear
Second
arms.
Amendment gives the individual right to keep and bear arms.
And so what I would just suggest to the director is that when we know the Fifth Circuit has slapped down a regulatory overreach with respect to bump stocks under a Republican president, and now we have a effort here on
I'm
pistol
very proud of
braces,
you. You caught
which
your
is
first
looking
snake all by
backwards to
your
take a piece of
onesie.
plastic, as my friend from Kentucky said, to add to a weapon, and to say to someone who had a lawful product for the
And
entire
then
time they had
yeeted
it,
him into the
to
bed of
now
your
say
truck.
that it is
I
unlawful.
panicked.
Would the director agree that that is something that the Fifth Circuit is very well going to look
The
at and
reason you
say
found
that
it
is an
today is he
overstep
didn't get
of the
out of the
executive
truck
branch
last
over legislative authority? I yield back.
You may answer the question.
As with the bump stock case, it is in
we head out this morning.
litigation.
As soon as he saw me.
Different circuits have come out
I ain't
different
grabbing.
ways on that, and I think there's a petition for
Can we check
certiorari
at
before the
work?
Supreme Court. ATF's position
I
on
don't know
that,
if he was in there or
and
not.
the department's position is laid out in hundreds of
This
pages
guy
of
could
briefs.
have picked up his
The
pistol.
first
Look, that's
ruling,
my snake pistol. I'm
which
like,
actually
oh,
came out of a
me go
district
check.
court in the Fifth Circuit
Lifted-
on the
lift
on
something
the
up and
equalizing base rule, found that it
pull it
lived
up.
within the statute and was lawful under the APA, at least in the preliminary injunction matter.
He was riding around
Fifth
with you.
Circuit has held
not the first critter I brought to work and died in my throat.
has said that it is
No, you have made it to work with, what, 2 chickens?
One chicken.
Ms. Scanlon, you have 5 minutes for questioning.
I was on my
Thank
way
you.
to the
And
farm with
thank
the
you,
second
Director
chicken. That
Dunbar,
chicken
for your
killed itself.
testimony today.
Flew
My
out of the back of my truck.
constituents in our country are reeling from the daily toll of gun violence. A rational person should expect Congress to ask
So
the
a
head
frog
of
last
ATF
night.
to come to Congress and
But I saved his
testify
day because there
about
was a
what
car
we can
coming
do
and
to
I
end
highly
this
doubt they would
daily
have stopped
recurring
for it.
national tragedy. But that's not why this hearing was called.
No, most people are just going to run the damn snake over.
And its leadership to undermine ATF's ability to do its job.
Stop
It's
traffic.
been called to complain about
Oh,
technicalities and
man.
paperwork that actually save lives. Second Amendment extremists often claim we don't need new laws, we just need to enforce the laws that are on the books. But that's what a well-funded and fully staffed ATF does. It's critical to enforcing the laws.
Stan, that's the slide I'm gonna do that one in that Northern Lights too, and then do that on that
that are used to kill more than
blue
150
frame.
Americans every day. I want to focus today on important
So,
ATF tools that can check
who knows? I might blast that other slide down that I did Northern Lights on the 17 slide. Do that in a different color. I might do it black or something like that.
I know it's going to, we have to move
Do
quickly
like
because
armor
of time. So
black
if you want
or
to submit additional information, I'd love
I
to
don't
see
know.
that.
Might do it. Might do a different color on it.
Can you research how to case harden? There's a chemical you can use that makes it so much simpler.
Yeah, I know there's chemical you use case harden. I thought about trying to case harden the receiver on that. And Dad was like, "No, we're just gluing it."
Cherry red, I think of gun trafficking, or to I hate when I redo old Smith & Wesson revolvers that have case hardened hammer and trigger.
However, the
I
Brady
hate.
Center to Prevent Gun Violence.
Well, I certainly don't like sandblasting them. But if they've got like pits and rust, I hate the way it looks.
And that report.
And if there's a simple way to do it, it doesn't take hours.
In Pennsylvania, just
Case harden should just be a matter of heating it up and applying that powder. Or
can you briefly tell us how ATF uses
simple way to do it? Because the thing me and Pat looked up this morning was like a traditional way to do it.
And prevent firearms from being diverted into the illegal
should be a powder you use. Case harden powder.
Is committed to transparency to the
Code red,
extent allowed
cherry
by
red.
laws passed by Congress.
I think cherry red because you're gonna hit the metal up cherry
Recently,
red.
just several months ago, under the direction of the Attorney General and the President, ATF published the single largest compendium of information on crime guns ever put in one place in the United States.
Figure out
And
how
one
to do
of our
that.
firearms
I'm gonna
trafficking
get a new 1911. It's gonna be case hardened.
It goes state
Cherry
by state.
red.
There are 40 cities.
Oh,
We
look at that
do,
big brain.
Analyses for any cities that weren't included in the first 40. And it tells the
And
story
you
in a
should
way that
just
hasn't
have to
been told
heat
before
the
with
part
data
up and
as
then
to
apply
how
the cherry
firearms get
red.
from lawful commerce to crime scenes.
Hey, you made
We
a
take that kind of data and use it as part of our crime gun intelligence program to try and target as best we can, and we can do better at this. We need to keep striving to push ourselves to be better. As best we can, our very limited resources to try and stop that flow of unlawful firearms so that we're not focusing on the vast majority of firearms dealers, which are law-abiding businesses.
Well,
and we're focusing as much as
yeah, I'm
possible
just gonna take
either
the
on those
salt.
that willfully
I've
violate
got
the
some
law,
other
but also, it's important to understand
the bucket, the other salts that I've been using. I'm just gonna add the
because
new
even
solution
if
in with
you're
that bucket,
a
and it
law-abiding
should
firearms dealer, but you're being targeted by
get everything
a
up to.
criminal firearms trafficking organization to help them to follow the rules which are designed to protect them from being
No, that's just one of the
victimized
3D
even
printed
unknowingly.
frames.
So we work collaboratively with firearms dealers all over the country.
That was my first 3D printed frame.
I'm not arguing.
One of the gun dealers that perhaps is not an unwilling victim.
Where'd you find that at? Where was that? Oh, that's what fell earlier when I moved that
It
stuff
was
in.
determined that 1,000.
Yeah, that was the Are We Cool Yet?
To this one gun dealer between 1999 and 2020. A 2017 ATF inspection report of the dealer, which I have here.
No, this
found
was
multiple repeat violations, including willfully
one of the chairman one frames.
prohibited purchasers,
Either way, it's first frame that I printed, but that's one of the chairman's.
missing firearms, and a failure to respond to ATF trace requests. Now, obviously, this is before your tenure. But despite that record, the Trump administration's ATF issued a warning to the dealer instead of revoking its license. They got a stern talking to, but they continue to profit from their sale of guns that are used in crimes in Pennsylvania and beyond. So
I didn't print that one rails down. I printed this one on
and serious violations such as willful transfer.
a different orientation. It
Zero
wasn't rails
tolerance
down.
policy that ATF is working on now.
The key word that you use is what Congress said, which is willful. When we find that firearms licensees are willfully violating the laws that Congress has passed, and we have articulated several, I think 5 specific violations, although willful
still need to take
conduct
Uh-huh.
can be broader than that in certain circumstances. That's what we try to do with respect to targeting our resources with respect to filing a notice of revocation. After the notice is filed, the licensee has the right to a hearing and to go to federal district court as well.
Thank you. And Chairman, I see
Can't
my
remember what
time has
orientation.
expired.
It wasn't rails down, though.
Consent requests. The first is I ask unanimous consent to
If
insert
it was
into
rails
the record
down, those
the
internals
Brady
would have been
Center to Prevent
cleaner.
Gun Violence, entitled "Uncovering the Truth About Pennsylvania Crime Guns."
So ordered.
I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the video played by Mr. Cicilline at last week's Judiciary Committee.
Damn, Sam, that'll be a good gun.
Demonstrates
That'd be a
how
nice
gun
gun.
industry markets and many gun buyers
Damn,
actually
blue
use
Colt
the stabilizing
357.
braces
Hell yeah.
not as assistive technology for disabled veterans, but as a way to convert large
Oh, that
format
guy got
pistols into short
delayed.
barrel
He's got
rifles
2
and
Dan
evade the
Western
National Firearms Act.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yields.
ones of
Next, I'd like to take
revolver.
5 minutes to ask a few questions.
Big.
Director Dettelbach.
For 57.
Are you familiar with Operation Fearless from a
And then
decade ago?
Elite.
I'm sorry.
Operation Fearless from a decade ago. Are you familiar with that?
I don't know that I'm
Hawkish
familiar with the details of that particular operation.
looking thing.
If you start talking about it, maybe I'll be reminded
You
of
got me.
the name, but not as I said.
So the largest state newspaper in Wisconsin wrote about it, suggested a lack of planning and oversight in regards to trying to get people who were running drugs, running guns, stuff like that. I take it you're not familiar with that.
Again, by name, I'm
a tourist tracker.
If you could, was this related
Tourist
to
tracker.
a certain type of?
Yeah, it's like in
investigation?
between
I might
the
know it not
judge
by
and
the
a
name,
raging
but by
bull.
but by the facts, as you say.
Yeah, so it happened in Milwaukee.
Real pretty.
And
Stainless.
they found out later after the investigative story was
And a
put out
Savage
that
I don't think I've ever
Axis.
seen one.
in Milwaukee, that this was actually
It's
being done in 5
big.
other
That Axis, is that the straight pull?
And are these type of operations still going on
Again,
around the country?
Do they even make straight
Not
pull
knowing
guns anymore?
the
Yes.
type, what type of
There's
operation
one company that makes a damn straight pull that is freaking.
So failed operation, Operation Fearless.
Oh God, who is it?
Is an ATF violent crime impact team opened a storefront in Milwaukee neighborhood.
storefront.
Yep.
So with respect to, and I do remember some
Savage
of the public
Arms,
reporting
Impulse.
on,
That's what it
the
is.
storefront issue. So
It's
I'm
the
not going to
Impulse.
comment on any ongoing operation that ATF may be or may not be undertaking, but I am glad to talk about that, which is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
we
think I have
do
seen one
in
before.
law enforcement.
Are there
Pretty.
Are there
Yeah,
operations?
the Impulse.
I'm
It's a
not
straight
gonna tell-
pull.
I'm not going to reveal whether any law enforcement
Wait,
ongoing
go back
pending
up.
operation is occurring now or not.
Okay, thank you.
That would endanger people in the field, and we can't do that.
Because it was a failed operation, and it was shown that it was being done around the country by the ATF, and which was really a serious problem.
There it is.
We would
Watch.
like to know
Here we
whether
go.
things like that are going on.
Well, so no, but I understand. With respect to storefronts generally, I think there was public reporting, and there were some issues with the way that storefront operation was conducted.
I want
ATF
one.
did, I believe, I wasn't.
Wait,
there,
wait,
but
wait.
my
Go back to that
understanding
video.
is from the U.S. Attorney's community. My knowledge there was
I was watching it without my thing to
ATF
do.
did pose additional restrictions. and
Watching it
change
with
the way
watching
that
it without
operations
drive on.
Yeah.
were going to try and better run them.
If you provide that,
Oh, that's
that'd be
cool.
terrific.
I think in that, if I remember correctly,
If you would, so the is it a
Oh, that's
I
neat
take it
shit.
it's a priority.
You know how bad that would mess
at
me up?
ATF to review FFL violations. Is that correct?
Yeah, straight pull bolt
It's a
action. I want
priority
one.
at ATF to focus on violent crime and to try to get shooters and to stop the supply of unlawful firearms to those most violent people. That is
Dude,
a
that straight
priority
pull,
at
that
ATF.
impulse, Savage
The
Impulse
Biden
is
administration's zero
freaking
tolerance policy
slick.
that they've enacted in regards to.
And you're talking about most
We
straight pulls
implement the
before were only in
enforcement
like
regulatory
lower
enforcement
calibers,
initiative,
22, shit like
which
that.
people call
The
different
straight
things, and I
pull
think we're
impulses
referring
are
to the same
30-06,
thing, which
300
focuses
Win
on
Mag,
a
7
limited
millimeter.
number of
They're
willful
freaking
violations.
ridiculous.
And so Congress has said that that's what we should be focusing on.
Well, that's what the Biden administration said. It was an executive.
Congress said that
bare
willful
leg
violations are the only kind that can
things.
result in revocation.
That Savage Impulse is a
The number
freaking
of revoked
nice
FFLs are
rifle.
up
I
significantly
want one.
in 2022.
I want that
I
dang
believe
Mauser
there
that guy brought in
some
yesterday.
that were
Has it
as a
reduced-
result
Give
of this
your left nut
particular
that.
Has it
enforcement.
reduced crime?
Well, considering they ain't doing nothing these days.
The Congressman was talking about this before. There are lots of causes of gun crime, and it's impossible to say that any
better be
one of
talking about
them
your-
is going
not
to be
hysterectomy.
the silver bullet. But that to me doesn't mean
Vasectomy,
you don't
baby.
work on all of them to try and address the issue.
Sure.
Yes.
Switching
You had better be
off
talking about
those,
that.
FFLs. Do you have regular training for your employees in regards to how to
I'm
review
so goddamn
these
tired.
FFLs?
Regular training. I'm
Go
sorry.
get Monkey
Yes,
and
we
go
have
to the
regular
house,
training for our
and we'll be
employees
there in a
at
little
ATF.
while.
Yes, we do, Congressman.
And are there violations for violating these firearms transaction records?
So just sitting around talking about how tired you are.
Are there penalties for violations?
If an
Of filling out.
FFL is in violation, there's a series of different
Hey,
actions at
come and
different
visit it
levels.
today.
that the
Did she?
statute allows ATF
That's just a
And
picture of the
also
snake.
firearm
As soon as you walked in,
transactions.
where's the
Sneak.
snake? Where's the snake?
like a 4473.
Yeah, if they inaccurately
The
fill
only
that
reason I
out
came in
or
was
if
to
they
see the snake.
lie on it, there's penalties.
Well,
She didn't want to hold it.
who's
But she
buying
wanted
the
to touch it.
weapon fills out many parts of the 4473, and if that person who's
I
buying
like
the
that barrel,
weapon
man.
doesn't tell the truth on those forms, there are serious penalties for lying on that form.
If they violate, should they be prosecuted? Yes,
That's up
Show
to
you guys
U.S. attorneys' offices to determine.
the
We
barrel
investigate
nerd.
cases, refer to
They
them
still
to
have
U.S.
not
refer
eaten
them
the
to U.S.
hamburger
attorneys'
or-
offices, and they make those
So
determinations.
if someone violates, regardless of who they
Oh,
are in
yeah,
society,
good, right?
they're turned over to
It's probably still good.
to a district attorney and
Hell, it's
to be
fast
charged.
food. It probably stays good for
ATF
fucking
investigates the
90,000
matter and
years.
believes that there's been a violation, it would be referred to the appropriate prosecutor.
Should the president's son be turned over since he violated Form 4473?
I think that's been publicly reported that that is an ongoing investigation. Again, I am not going to comment on any ongoing investigation.
So you don't take a position on we should have equal justice, or we should not have a two-tier system?
Hell, I should move that shit out of the way
I'm
and
not
crank
able
the
to comment
compressor
on
up.
any ongoing
Let's go
investigation,
to
whether it's
sandblast parts.
the
I got a sandblast while
undercover
I'm sitting
operations
around.
that you referred to or any particular case. I just can't comment under long-standing Department of
Well,
Justice
be home
policy
tonight.
under both parties' administrations on pending investigative matters.
I've exceeded my time.
Yeah, dude, the old pythons are expensive, but if you get a python, you want one of the old ones. You don't want.
Thank you so much.
You really don't want the
And
newer
thank you,
production stuff.
Director Dettelbach. It's good to
Yep.
see you. And thank you for coming before the Judiciary
I
Committee.
haven't seen anybody
thank
who's
you
been
so
really
very much
impressed
for
with the
the
new
work that you're
production
doing in your role as director of
Colts.
the ATF. The first permanent one that we've actually had in this country in over 8 years. Can you imagine that? And so 8 years, the ATF conducts some of the most critical work of preventing crime from happening, such as by ensuring background checks are completed so that those who are not legally able to possess
Some
a
bigwig guy
firearm
made it.
cannot actually purchase them. ATF, we know, also works with local and state law enforcement, as he has expressed over and over again this morning, to trace firearms that have been used in violent crimes, to assist
Yeah,
in making
dude, gun broker is always going to be on
firearms
the high end of stuff
crimes
anyway.
from happening.
At least for the most part.
Prevent illegal
Wait, you can get a
firearms
Mauser 98 8mm
reducing
for
the risk of
$250?
public
They
safety
are a site
in
where
our towns and our cities.
if you've got the money to drop,
This Congress is committed
Hello.
to
you
keeping
know,
our communities safe.
sometimes you can find it on gun broker before you can find it anywhere else.
We
I
must
got
do
a Mauser
everything
98
in
for
our
$250.
power
If you're
to support
willing to pay
ATF
the
and its initiatives.
mark 'em up price they
Director
got on it.
Dettelbach, one of the great achievements of the 117th Congress was the passage of the bipartisan Safer Communities Law. That was my law. The most significant gun safety package in almost 30 years.
Dated 1985. Yeah, dude, that would be one you'd want. Dated 85. Yeah,
Implementation of extreme risk protection.
because that's your old production. That's when they were actually making some serious guns and had some good quality control.
Any of y'all willing to donate 40 grand?
Funding for community violence intervention and
For what?
working to
A
close the
case
gun
hardened
show
Mauser.
loophole. Please
$40,000.
share with us,
$40,000.
because I do believe that you have been just unjustifiably kind of attacked today. So please.
That's 4
share
Barrett
with us
50
how
cals.
the ATF is implementing all of
Matter
the
of fact, for
provisions
40,000, there are some transferable full autos I would look at before I
Congress
would
passed the
do just
Bipartisan
a
Safer
bolt
Communities
Mauser.
Act shortly before I came on as director
Yeah, pretty or
of
not.
ATF. And since that time, the parts that actually fall within ATF's jurisdiction, we've been working very hard to implement. There are other parts, because this is an all-of-the-above approach that has to be taken to violent crime. Others are working on more. But two of the things that Congress did was gave us our first standalone straw purchase.
Yeah, I heard that, Sam. Yeah. If I had 40,000 rolling around, I could just go do something with. Yeah, I'd be buying more land.
Investigating with our state and local partners.
I need to
those
buy
kinds
the
of
neighbor's
cases.
place right
And
next to
we've
us,
brought over 30 different
and
defendants, more than
then
that, have been
see
prosecuted.
who the
other
neighbor
thing I
is that
wanna
butts
say
up
is,
behind
we
us.
also
Oh,
work
weed
with
guy?
Buy
industry.
more there.
So a couple of weeks ago,
No, I would
was in
sell
St. Louis with the National Shooting Sports Foundation, rolling out the Don't Lie for the Other Guy
I would
campaign there.
definitely move.
That's a campaign where we work together to try and educate
firearms dealers, licensees. I was in a gun store to catch straw purchasers, how to recognize it, what to do, because they
See, the
are
way
often
these
our
guys are
first
talking
line
about straw
of defense.
purchasers, right now, if you went and bought a gun and
doing
decided you just wanted to
we're
flip
doing
it real quick, they
education,
would call
we're
you a
doing
straw
training.
purchaser.
We've trained
That's where that shit's
everybody
going.
at ATF, so thousands and then thousands of prosecutors across the country. I have personally gone to speak to large groups of law enforcement.
It could one
agencies
car, but I don't
about
think they're
this.
going to push
So
it
it's
that far,
again,
man.
an all-of-the-above
Not
approach to do what we can.
not
didn't give us
anytime
any
soon.
money for that,
Because
but we are not stopping. We're going to do
the
everything
people are
we
just
can to
fucking
implement that
spineless,
important
man.
law.
Thank you. So in what ways does ATF, well, you really kind of
I would
already
love to see
asked
the Hughes
or
Amendment
answered the
go away
question. I
along
wanted
with,
to know, how did you
well,
work
the
with
entire
state,
NFA.
and local law enforcement agencies? But you really kind of stated that in that last answer.
What?
But
Whether or not
why
this
are
one
these
gun was hand-checked or not.
partnerships so important to ATF?
We are a very small agency compared to all the other federal law enforcement agencies. We're a small law enforcement
Yeah.
agency, 5,000 plus people with a huge mission.
I've seen press checker and done that was hard to tell whether or not it was hand checked or not. And then other times press checker and you can tell it's damn pressed.
It's a very difficult, large mission.
Yeah, well, this one.
So how do you do it? You do it by force multiplication and partnership. You do it by sitting on task forces. You do it by
It was
sending
really
agents
good
to work in the
checkering that
homicide
you could
unit
see
of the
in like
major
the
city police
corners.
department.
Yeah.
You do it
The
by
lines
working on the carjacking initiatives.
started to
we're
angle
working on
different.
in Philadelphia. You do it by going after the
So you can see the obvious
state and local law
hand.
enforcement that we do
Yeah.
in California, in New York, in the middle of the country, all over the country, every single day.
Really good hand checkering, but hand checkering nonetheless.
Work with the other law enforcement agencies, and I have for years, but ATF, we do that partnership with state and local law enforcement better than anybody. And when I go and talk to chiefs,
Beetlebug is a whipping boy. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think he's just the whipping boy. I think he's a freaking
everybody is asking
true believer.
Thank you. No amount of time.
The gentleman yields back.
In other words, that's the reason they put him in that position, because he will enforce every bit of gun control, no matter how unconstitutional.
Of your agency.
The core mission is to prevent and protect the American people from violent crime.
So do you believe that, trying
Oh, without all those damn burners
to,
on, the damn temperature
much
dropped over
turn
here like 10
millions
degrees.
of Americans, law-abiding citizens, into criminals just
That
following
chick
a
right
piece
there
of
is awesome.
plastic is really where you should put so much emphasis? Is it something you have nothing else to do?
Like, you don't have anything else better to do?
I don't want to repeat the answers I've given because I know you have limited time, but no, I don't believe that.
Priority for your agents?
And I don't believe that's what we are doing. We are effectuating. Congress passes a law.
Well, that's
Congress,
what you're doing in the fact.
Huh?
That's what you're trying to do. But I yield my time to Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Mr. Dettelbach, you were asked a question by a Democrat earlier about the statistics.
I've seen one of these.
I'm damn near surprised she didn't tear the
Are you
Dell
aware
box.
that CDC used to track that and that they've removed it from their website?
I'm not aware of all the CDC things that they tracked. I know at one point there were
She
prohibitions.
just basically
on
asked them why they were doing
publishing
shit. And
data.
didn't they
I
have
do
anything
not
else
know
better to do?
What that situation is.
At one time, the CDC tracked the defensive use of firearms, and after officials were
There's
lobbied
chicken
by
salad up there,
activist
there's wings
gun
up
control
there.
organizations, they removed that data. I think it'd be helpful to have that data. Let me ask another question very quickly. The regulatory impact assessment on page 18.
Hell, when everything cools
your
down, I
agency
still
says
got
you
another
considered the numbers
2 hours worth of
impact-
cleaning everything up.
And to look at the number of people impacted, their amount of dollars you considered from
At least 2
2013 to
hours worth of cleaning
2020.
everything
Why
up.
did you not consider?
That's one thing
2020,
about doing all this crap. It does
2022
take
in the regulatory impact assessment?
Freaking Luger that's in
Of
the.
what? Are you talking?
One of the reasons I knew I was going to be
pistol braces.
knew I was going to be blooming today. I called a buddy of mine.
In front of me. I know that the notice of proposed rulemaking
He's a
came
gunsmith.
out before I came
He's had
on,
a
and I think it
shotgun
was
that he's been
sometime in
wanting reblued, and I
2021.
told him, dude,
I
you
don't
got
know
it
when
ready
data
because
was
I'm starting
reported,
up the
but I do
tanks.
know that
No,
there
I
is
don't have everything
significant
polished all the way. I was
information
like,
in that,
okay.
APA record, and in the public document that is not consistent with some of the numbers that people have said
No, I
here
haven't.
today about how many
That's
individuals are
another one I
impacted.
got to get to.
Because
I didn't tear that shotgun down to redo that one.
Understate
That's going to be a
the impact of this because you didn't consider
Give it back to
the
him.
most
You don't paint
recent
that thing
numbers of
bubblegum pink.
production in the millions. You left
I
off
should
millions
do it.
of them.
Bubble gum pink.
Question
Pepto-Bismol
about a
pink.
couple other topics here.
What is it with snakes in my hair?
The bump stock regulation was in response to a shooting in Las
Yeah,
Vegas. Do you
tell
have
me
any
about it, Sam.
information at all that might lead you?
Back. Why'd you say that?
Because we were working on Sophie's school project.
A national firearms registry is against laws because Congress has passed.
Yep, we're back.
Prohibiting
Don't
ATF
get all
from
jumpy.
having a national firearms registry.
It was on me.
It's against the law, in short, because Congress has determined it's against the law, and we will do and need to continue to follow
Like I
that
says,
law
against the
because
law because Congress
makes
determined
those
it's against the law.
decisions.
It doesn't have anything to do with the
If
Constitution.
you
Just
require
Congress
millions of
said
gun
so.
owners to register firearms simply because they have a piece of plastic,
You ever lift your
are you
head up, I bet you
circumventing
he'd
this
curl up
congressional
under your
law
head.
against the registry of
Probably so.
firearms?
Like old buddy off Lord of the
Firearms Act
Rings having a
provides
snake
for
instead of a
a
bird.
different registry, has since 1934. Something like 50 Congresses have sat between now and then and have not changed that.
Same
Well,
difference.
let me just clarify. You swept millions of firearms into that registry without an act of Congress. And my time
Consummate
expired.
climbers.
Oh yeah,
I recognize.
that is one thing rat
Christine
snakes are
Kirkpatrick,
damn sure good at is
Pennsylvania.
climbing.
Thank you, Mr.
Baby's
Chairman.
getting a whole lot better. She's starting
I
to
too
hang out on her
want to
sticks more
acknowledge
often.
Yeah.
all of
I don't know
the
if you've seen her or
advocates
not.
who are here today. I know I see Moms
Sure,
Demand
we're hanging
and
out.
in great numbers.
Rat snake.
Extraordinary patience.
So
Yes,
just
my
a
friend.
And tenacity
gray rat.
and work. We will get this done. It's just
My
a
wife caught him
question of
last night
when
and then yeeted him
and how
into the
many
bed of her
lives
truck.
will it
He
take
squirmed.
in the
I panicked.
meantime? I think we also have students.
Every now and
today.
then,
I think we even have a
I get creepy
survivor
crawlies.
of gun violence. We have Brady. We have
I'm,
every
ho-
town.
I'm hoping the snakes at my
All
shop
of the advocates, even if you're not
where I
part
work
of
actually
one
do
of
okay
these
during all
groups,
this
I thank you.
construction we're going to have
I
going
think
on.
every American
They
citizen
better not be messing with
is
my
a
damn
mom's
snakes.
demand,
I'll be able
is
to
a
have
dad's demand,
beat
is a
somebody.
student's demand.
Yeah,
That's
I
who
like to
we
see
are.
you when
My constituents are talking to
my
me
dad and Daryl were
demanding
putting the
that
door
we do better,
Oh.
that we
in.
do more, that the price of the Second
If you'd have
Amendment
looked
is
sideways
not
at Daryl
lies.
holding that snake, there's a good chance he
We
would have
have
killed
to
you.
prize
Probably.
liberty and the pursuit of
He
happiness
does not.
as much as some prize guns.
And you know Daryl, he's like
So to the
6'5",
survivor
and he will
today,
fuck
thank you for being with us. Thank you for your strength.
Dude,
I met
where
with
are you going?
students this week. I
You
have
wear a band?
a advisory committee of high school students. I meet with them quarterly.
He's pretty.
And
Oh,
I
he's
have
pretty.
been thinking about them as I've
He's not
sat
scarred
through
up.
this absurd hearing.
Perfect.
A hearing where the director of ATF and the incredible men and women who are involved in the work of ATF, law
He must
enforcement
just
work
shed
to
too.
keep us safer, are being attacked.
Patton's queen.
When I met with the students this week, it was one of my worst meetings with them. They were notably down. They were worried.
I want to go down to Florida and catch them damn
Number
pythons,
one worry,
wherever they are.
gun violence. Number
Oh, Florida?
one
Hell,
worry.
shit. Florida's got reticulated pythons.
They're tired of training.
I gotta do that one day because you know you like snakes.
For active
Oh, I'd
shooter
go down to
drills, and I'm a
Florida just to play with
grandmother
damn
of 4.
pythons all day
Very
long.
upset
Only
to
problem
hear
is you got to
any
kill
day of
them.
the week.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able
My
to.
granddaughter,
Yeah,
11 years
I would
old,
down
is
there
doing
just
active
because.
shooter
Nuisance.
drills.
You don't
Well,
like
So I
invasive.
sit
they're
here
invasive,
thinking
so.
this is a nightmarish
Bet you they fry up real
hearing.
nice.
You
It
know, I
is
bet a damn
Orwellian.
python
The
would or
folks
boa.
on the other side
A lot
of
of
the
meat on
aisle
them.
see the
the worries of our students, the nightmarish upside down
That's
version
so
of
far.
hearings
I
that we
still
are
have
having
not
today,
eaten snake.
attacking the very
I know,
people
we
who are
gotta go
trying to
through the
keep us
freezer and
safe.
figure out what we got.
The folks on the other side who
I
spent the
think
last
we do
election
have at
cycle
least
saying Democrats
3
want to defund the police.
rattlesnakes in the freezer
While
right
they
now.
actively say they would like to eliminate ATF, actively said would like to defund ATF. What my students talk to me about,
I showed her the picture of
Dude, that freaking big rat snake we caught on the porch was last year. It was damn whacking chicken eggs. Yeah, that joker was. He was huge even for a rat snake. That joker was a freaking beast.
That was not on their agenda.
No.
It wouldn't have made their top 100.
He was sure enough.
That was on my porch.
Yeah.
At all.
He was.
Could learn a lot from those kids, and I will continue to listen to them and promise them
6 and some change, definitely.
Along with
He was at least 6
your
foot.
extraordinary leadership, we will get this
And
done.
damn near as big around as
Let's
a
go to the
baseball in the middle.
Could you tell me about the work that ATF
I said damn
does?
near. I didn't say
I know you
as
spoke
big.
a little bit
Damn
about the
near.
tracing of guns, which is crime guns, which is so critically
Ledger's
important.
hit was huge.
Tennis balls and baseballs are
What does
about the
ATF
same.
crime gun tracing work look like? Could you describe it to us in a little way?
So when a crime happens and a local police department, usually it's local because they have most of the cases, opens a case and they associate a particular firearm with a crime. It's found at the scene or what have you. They then submit a request.
I stopped
to ATF
and
to trace that
got a little
firearm.
damn cotton mouth and moved him out of the road the other day. I
ATF,
still got to post the video with him.
We don't have a national gun registry by law. So what we can do is we
I
can
don't
trace the
I don't
firearm
pin
to its
venomous
first
snakes and
retail
handle
sale,
them like some people do.
Noah. That's usually what happens. And we don't have that record.
I'll catch
So we get the
them. I
request
will
in,
play with them, but
and
I
if it's
don't
a firearms
like
dealer
pin them
that
and
is
grab them by
still
their
in
head and
business,
try to do all that
we
shit.
reach out to them
That's
and we say, we don't have the record. We say,
sometimes
"Tell
it's
us
not
who
that hard to get a
purchased
hold
this
of them.
Pull the 44
It's letting them go where people get
relay
tagged.
that information back to the local police departments. They're often conducting very time-sensitive.
Pit vipers have a really nasty habit where they can
If it's a
dig
firearms
those
dealer that's
fangs
out of
back
business, they
in,
send their out-of-business
kind of
records
around
to
the
ATF.
side of their jaw. And
They
yeah,
have to be stored in a certain
I saw a
format
video a
under
little while
the
back. I
law.
think it might have been a boom viper.
We are, I think, the only
The guy had him behind the head.
customer of Adobe Acrobat.
Like,
we pay
sucked
extra
his bottom
money
jaw
to
in
remove
and caught
search
him,
function
but they've got like 2-inch fangs.
from that, so that we can then try our best to trace it as quickly as we can and get that same information back to that homicide detective, that gang detective, that narcotics detective who's working the case.
The gentleman's time is inspired.
you have gotten way better with snakes since you've been with me. Tactical, what's up, brother?
The gentleman's time is expired.
The implications
We
of the
are.
Safer Communities Act.
We're
Anything
winding
you're
down, man. We got
belong to us. Thank you. I yield.
got done hot blue in a Winchester Model 94 lever action.
Director, for being here.
Went from a big pile
Oftentimes
of
at these
rusted
hearings, I
junk
just want to bring some
to
balance, I think,
a pretty
because, a lot of figures are tossed
pretty
around, but I
decent.
just want to remind people,
Can I turn it?
in the state of Wisconsin,
This way.
home state,
So pretty decent re-blue
permits were
on the
sold
gun.
for deer hunting over a 9-day season, for the most part, very safe 9 days.
Yeah, dude, Arizona has got a lot of
And
different pit
I'm very
vipers.
proud
Anything
to
from
say that
a couple of
those
different,
people
few different species of
also have to be
rattlesnake,
represented
freaking
in this room. I wanna
sidewinders,
just change
water
the
moccasins.
topic
They man,
quickly. In February
Arizona's got
2023, I sent you a letter
got a
alongside
lot.
of some of my other
And
colleagues,
that's just the
requesting
pit
that
vipers.
you
That's
and
on
the
top of the
Attorney
damn
General,
venomous
General
scorpions
Garland,
and all the other shit
just give
Arizona's
us some
got.
input on
If I
proposed
could pick one
legislation that would
venomous snake to
remove
have, it would
certain
be a blue
less
viper
than
or
lethal
a
weapons
sidewinder.
from the Gun Control Act.
I don't know why.
And what I'm talking about are stun guns.
Gaboon vipers, because
As you may be aware,
Right, Gaboon vipers are
any less than
very
lethal
pretty
weapons,
snakes. But
such as a taser,
they're
that
like
use
freaking.
any
They're
type
built
of
like me. They're short and
explosive
fat.
charge, to
They're still
obviously
huge,
shoot
though.
the
Joker's
projectile
like 2
as
foot, about
wires
this big
attached
around the
to it.
middle.
Although it's not lethal,
big.
it's categorized.
I'd have to
under
look
the
them up because I
GCA.
don't think they get.
There's a very low probability, and I have an actual manufacturer.
They
that's
may
in my
top out at
district
like
who's
5
contacted
foot,
me about this.
if I'm
So,
remembering right.
what I'm asking is, what is your position on not only
The
non-lethal
largest pit
devices,
viper,
but
I
just
think,
how did they
is
end up
a
in that
Bushmaster,
category
actually.
of the Gun Control Act of 1968?
And then weigh more than 40
Thank you for the
pounds.
question.
6
and
foot and 40
obviously,
pounds.
goes
God
without
damn,
saying,
that's a hefty
it's-
ass fucking
it's
snake.
important to say that law-abiding citizens who are hunting or doing things
Like on
that
this way from a gun
are
show to
protected
like
by
a-
Oh, yeah, well, we talk about every
respects,
damn thing, so.
and that activity, and we need to continue to do that.
That's good to hear.
With respect to the Gun Control Act, so
Oh, the cat.
the definition that Congress wrote talks about
Yeah,
the
Central American
by
Bushmaster.
explosive by explosion, right? So
Jesus Christ, I didn't think
I
of
don't
that.
want to
The
get
longest
ahead of
pit
myself. I can
viper in the
check and get
world, they
back
can
to
grow
you
up to
on the
12
letter,
feet in
but I
length.
think that language that Congress
Oh,
wrote
buddy, you got a
is
long way to go.
covering some things and then not others. Like, for instance, if there's a different way of expelling the item, it wouldn't be covered under what
I knew they
Congress
were
wrote.
large. I didn't know
think
they
the
got
reason
12
why some things are
foot. I
covered and
knew
some
they
things
were
are not
freaking
goes back
big.
to the
I
statutory
didn't realize they got a
definition.
12
And again,
foot.
as I pointed out, the marketplace, right, can change and products are developed. So
Yeah, dude,
sometimes
man.
the law
Freaking here in Alabama, man, we got
is applied in ways that people may or may not
it just
anticipate.
So let me just ask you.
it's
so
crazy.
is,
You can go from
your experience as a
mountains,
civil
which I
rights
mean you
division
can in Georgia too, but you can go
do you
from
think
mountains
that the
to
non-lethal devices
basically deep
have
swampland
an
to
effect on reducing the
brackish
use of
water
force, on the street when
in
a law
just a
enforcement
couple of
officer
hours, basically.
would obviously garner a taser versus their firearm?
So I want to be careful. I don't overstep my expertise, but I have had some experience, and so the more.
Gabber, where are you
police
from in
officers
Alabama,
have
man?
options as to what to do and what to use, right? They have more different ways they can respond to a situation. Now there are different rules for devices.
I'm right
that
about
are possessed by
mid-state,
law
right on the
enforcement
border
as
with
well,
Georgia. So,
under the statute that Congress wrote.
oh, you were born
So
in
would you
Coleman?
agree the incorporating non-lethal weapons
Yeah,
in
I've
the
been through
GCA
Coleman.
definition of a firearm?
I'm right. I'm in
That might
Seal, so I'm
actually hamper our
not too far
ability to
outside
develop
of
new types
Phoenix
of,
City.
New avenues for law enforcement.
Yeah,
I
Phoenix
don't
City,
know
follow
the answer to that question. I
right
understand
around in that
there's a
area.
letter
Fort
pending. I will
Mitchell,
check
it's
into it
another
and
small town.
we'll try to respond.
So,
I mean, wouldn't it make sense to put an exception
yeah,
in there
we're
for tasers? I mean,
we're
to me,
probably,
I mean,
as
and
far
like
as
I
the
said,
state
as a
goes, we're
private
probably in
police,
one
it's
of
very
the perfect
frustrating
areas.
by
We
the
can be in the mountains and
characterization
not too
under
long.
the GCA. So I'm just
The
wondering,
beach
it
and
makes common sense.
just a
doesn't it?
couple hours.
I know it's frustrating, but there's a very
And then
significant process.
the river
here
down here on the
of people in
Chattahoochee,
executive
hell, this
branch
is
weighing in on
this
legislation.
is
and,
where we catfish.
I
This is
can
where we
tell you
gator
I
hunt.
will check on this in response to your letter.
Well,
You
thank
know,
you very much, and I
plenty
expect
of
some type of response. Thank you.
big deer for here. I'll say
Ms.
that.
Escobar is recognized for 5
Yeah.
minutes.
Some of the
Good
deer down
afternoon,
here
Mr.
that we
Dettelbach
think are
and
big would
to
look like
members of your
freaking
team.
coal deer
Thank you so
in other
much
areas, but
for your public
they're
service.
big
Thank you for your
here in
work.
Alabama.
Thank you for doing everything you can to increase safety in our country and communities across America. I want to
From the
thank the
Black
volunteers
Warrior.
who are
What's the
here
Black
today.
Warrior?
I
You
know
gotta
that
explain
there
that
are
one.
many, many more who are watching throughout the country. All these incredible advocates and
Oh, you were talking about
activists
catching that
who
flathead
come
earlier,
together
man. We're getting
time
more
and again
flatheads down on the
to
chat by
demand
us
fundamental safety
these
for
days.
yourselves, for your families, for our smallest, tiniest
Okay, yeah,
Americans.
I
Thank
got
you
you.
for everything that you do. I represent El Paso, Texas, a community that has had two
Yeah, I got a
mass
good idea about
shootings
that.
since 2019.
Yeah, there
There
are definitely more flatheads in that area than there are like running the chat and coming up where we're at. But
it is
we're definitely getting more and more
everywhere.
now.
We are a nation awash in guns. And it's
I fished a
not
tournament.
that we are becoming a more
Me and a buddy of
violent
mine.
country per
What,
se, or
two?
a
Shit, it's
country
probably been
that,
close to
that
3
is
years ago now.
actually seeing
Um,
massive increases
one of the
in
guys on the
crime. It's that the
tournament set the
crimes are
record
getting
for a
deadlier
flathead on this
because of
stretch
the
of the river
weapons
at
that have flooded our
63 and
communities.
some
In fact,
change.
one of my local newspapers, the El Paso Times, recently had
Now
an
there was a
article
dude
about how juvenile
2 years
crime
ago
is not up. In
on the
fact, in
river
many
right down
places,
here by
juvenile
us,
crime in my community is
basically
stable.
right where,
What has changed
right on the
is
river,
that
not too far
that
from where my house
crime
is. He
is
set the
now
state
more
record for a blue
frequently
cat at 110
used
pounds and some
by
change.
juveniles with access to
guns because it is so easy to get guns in our country. So we're seeing more
Oh, hell yeah,
bloodshed,
man.
more death,
Which union are you with, Gabber?
And we heard from my colleague in Pennsylvania who talked about her visit with young people.
You need it.
It was
Dude, they
eerily
tried
similar
like
to
hell
what
to
I was
keep
gonna
that
share
fish
with
alive
you.
to get a live
Just
weight on
this
it.
weekend, I
And
met with the
DNR
Youth
wouldn't come
Advisory
down and
Council.
certify the weight.
Incredibly
Catfish
talented,
ended up dying.
optimistic,
Pipe Welders
hopeful,
Union?
ambitious
But yeah, like
young
the
people.
say the
And
52
one of their
was out of
top
Montgomery.
topics, in fact,
And then you got
biggest issue for them right now
what?
is gun violence.
Yeah,
And the
72
fear
out of
that they
Atlanta.
I cannot believe the trauma that we are instilling.
Oh,
in
there's
our
another
children
one. There's another couple
because
over
we
by.
cannot come
There's
to
another
an
one or
agreement that
two
their lives have value.
in
And
Georgia.
it
But
is
basically, the
stunning to
closest
me
one to
that
us
we're
is
not
the
moving
52
closer
out of
and
Montgomery.
closer to common sense solutions.
Yeah, my wife was with
What
the
is
52 for a
happening
while.
is we've been House Democrats, Senate Democrats, we've been
Local
consistent
91?
in wanting
Okay.
common sense solutions. But it's
Hell
been
yeah,
my
man.
Republican colleagues that have been moving the needle in the other direction. In
Yeah,
fact,
unions are like
looser
anything else, man. I
gun
tell a lot of
laws,
guys,
making sure
unions are
more
great money. It's
people
great
have
work.
more
Don't get
guns,
involved in their
making sure
politics.
those guns are even
'Cause-
deadlier. Oh, and let's fight about what they
Yeah,
call a
gaboons
piece
are
of
slugs.
plastic
They are
that
absolute
makes
fucking slugs.
shootings deadlier, more targeted. It is
I know what I want, but I need
really
Oh.
unbelievable to me. And now they have really ramped up the extremism to the point where not only are we further and further away from common sense solutions, but they now want to abolish
Think about that damn
the
fluid
ATF.
solution. Those heavy
This should not be
salts,
a
man. It takes
surprise.
a
This is the
lot of
same party that
energy to
wants
get
to
them hot,
abolish the
and they
FBI.
stay hot for a long time.
Mr. Dettelbach, I'd like to ask you a question. A 2021
giant
investigation
bat
found many
of it and only use
instances
half of
in
it,
which
you can put
federally
a cold
licensed
solution
gun
in the
dealers were violating the law but were allowed to stay open. According to that investigation, ATF officials had been routinely downgrading their recommendations for disciplining these gun dealers so they could continue selling guns. According to the article, more than 200 dealers were cited for selling guns to people who indicated on background check paperwork that they were prohibited from owning them. Dozens made false statements in official records. A Florida gun dealer sold a handgun to a convicted felon in a parking lot, and the examples go on and on. Overall, the investigation found that approximately 99% of the businesses found to have violated the law were allowed to stay open. By revoking the licenses of corrupt
we're
or
doing that.
irresponsible gun
We're doing
dealers,
this all the time.
is
We're
the
doing small
ATF
parts.
acting on new
Take damn
regulations
electric fryer
or
to keep one
enforcing
set up.
longstanding
Electric fire would be good.
ATF, we do not.
Again, another one of those things.
Writes the law.
Watching Mark
We enforce
Novak.
that long-standing law. I believe that you're referring
Oh,
to
yeah.
the recent Inspector General report.
want
And that was a report that
What we
I
talking?
think
I ain't got
had a lot of different recommendations. We welcome them. We will
Money
seek
you're
to
taking.
implement
We talking.
recommendations from that report to do our job more effectively and efficiently to use crime gun intelligence. We've already started doing that, changing because the period was already
We're not
15 months
sure
old,
about
so we've
going
already
to
started
Hampshire.
doing that. And that was a report
It has seven
that
issues.
I think one of the
She's
bottom
gonna
lines
get
of the report
replacement.
sort of criticized
Yeah.
that
She's got
ATF wasn't being strict
persistent
enough,
or
right?
something, so we're not
So
sure when it would be a
what
good
we do
time.
at ATF is we try to do the best we can with the resources that we have. The men and women who are out there inspecting, there are 800 of them total for nearing 100,000 federally licensed firearms dealers and more
That fluid
inspections. 'Cause we
solution.
also
You would
have to
think
inspect
that
all the
fluid
explosive
solution,
dealers
if there
every
was a little
3 years.
rust, it would
We will
convert
continue to
that
work
rust,
hard
but it
to
damn sure
apply the
doesn't.
laws Congress has written it.
Any kind of
to hold
rust,
those
oil,
accountable,
anything like
who are
that
committing willful violations,
kills
and to
that
work with
conversion.
the
Gentlewoman's
law-abiding
time is expired.
firearms
Well, the
dealers
parts
to try to
first.
protect the American people together in partnership.
Thank you so much. Yield back.
I'd like to take a moment to ask a few questions of the witness. Director Tettelbach, thank you for your
I thought
testimony.
I got all that
today.
rust
Do you
off.
believe that
It
the
didn't
Second Amendment
really
is
start
important
popping
for-
back up. So I
I
had it.
believe all the
So-
constitutional rights that we have are important.
So I'm gonna have to try to fix.
So you're not one of those people who says we'd be better off without it.
Butt plate.
See,
I'm
you
one of
said
those
it's
people who
about
says
time
what
you
the
gave me the
law
chair.
says, what the Constitution
Mhm.
says is what we should do,
I'll give her a
and
chair.
what we have to honor.
I understand that, and
It's
I'm
not a
glad to
face
hear you
with a
say
chair
that.
on.
But as sort of a matter of
Oh.
what's best for society, do you think it's important that our Constitution does have a Second Amendment?
I think that all the amendments are important. It's very hard to start comparing the right to freedom of religion versus the right. They're all important. They're
Okay,
all
so
important
why do you
rights.
think the Second Amendment is
Yeah,
important?
yeah, yeah.
Why do I?
Why is it important that we have a Second
Well,
Amendment?
at the most basic notion, because I'm an American, because I follow the Constitution and the founders, or
Calls it a day.
when they enacted the Bill of Rights. I mean,
Why is it important, the Second Amendment, that particular right? Why is it
I mean, it's part of our founding document. It's in the Constitution of the United States, along with all these other rights that are
So
very
you're glad it's there, the Second Amendment?
Sorry?
You're glad it's there. You're glad
Yes,
it's part
you
of our
do.
Constitution.
It's part of being an American is that Constitution, when we take an oath in public service, unlike any other country, right? We take an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States. That's what we swear to do. So that's an important oath, and that's a very important document.
And I'm glad to hear you say that. We have had amendments that have been repealed. You're not someone who says it'd be better if we just repealed the Second.
I have never participated in anything
Yeah,
like
he doesn't
that.
give a
And
damn
again,
about the Second
Your
Amendment. He
opinion,
doesn't give a
my
damn
opinion,
about the
it is my,
Constitution.
be a good or bad thing.
it is my job.
Well,
as
these hearings
executive
are a
director,
joke. They try to
honor
trap him into saying some shit. They know he's just going to lie his
constitutional
ass off
rights
the
and
whole
legal statutes
time.
passed
He's
by
not going to be able to.
And I'm very glad to hear you say that. But as an American, do you think that'd be a good
The
or
only
bad
thing
thing?
these hearings are good
Again,
for
I
is
don't
watching
think as
them.
director of ATF, me giving my personal opinions
And
on
maybe
which laws
some
are
people
more or less
see
important
just how much of a
is
fucking
the right thing to do.
our government
Something in the
is.
Constitution is, of course, very important.
Okay, so you don't want to say right now, affirm that you believe it's good that we have a Second Amendment.
I don't want to. I don't think it's appropriate to give my personal opinion on any of the
What happened with
particular
the laundry
amendments that
basket
are in the
last night?
Constitution.
All right.
They
thank you
are the
very much.
highest law of the land.
So you also testified in your written testimony that we have more than 100 people who die from fire and violence across the country every day, and you say that most of these tragedies never make the news. Are you aware of a, and I think we can all agree that this is, an unspeakable tragedy for every family. Are you aware of a study from 2017 by the University of Chicago that showed that the average murder or shooting suspect had approximately 12 prior arrests in their criminal record?
I'm not aware of that particular study, but I'm not aware of that particular study, no, sir.
Does it sound wrong to you, or does it sound plausible?
Tacos.
I think, as I said before, there's this many people who do crimes, and then trigger pullers are a much smaller percentage, and they tend to repeat
either way,
crimes. And identifying those for state and local law enforcement is very important. Absolutely. So we can focus our resources on the shooter.
Exactly. And the DC police chief has said that it's on average 11 prior arrests for homicide suspects. In this jurisdiction, this is Robert Conti, chief of police in DC. He said that what we've got to do, if we really want to see homicides go down, is keep bad guys with guns in jail. When
Actually,
they're in jail, they can't be
Would
in
it count as
communities
caught
shooting
because I never
people.
had
Do
him
you
under
agree with that statement?
control? I just picked him up and yeet.
Very closely with DC police when their lab was decertified.
Okay, I'm not asking
took
who you
over
work
the
with.
gun
You
lab.
don't. I'm asking if you agree with that statement from the chief of police.
I
When they're
did.
in jail, they can't be in communities shooting people.
Dangerous people who
It's
commit
for I had
violent
to
crimes
figure
should be
these.
incarcerated.
All right, thank you. We've heard a lot of
It was one of
statements
those-
from the other side of the dais today.
Looked at it with my phone,
sort
I
of
was
in
like,
very
it's a
high
rat snake.
tones, speaking
And the
about
car
the
came,
lack
so I
of
grabbed it. And it
efforts
squirmed, and it like,
to deal
was
with
that
gun
really a rat
violence and a
snake?
lot of very partisan attacks. But as you might
I
be
don't know.
aware, Congress recently actually acted to prevent violent crime in Washington, D.C. by repealing a measure that would have lowered penalties for crime across the board.
Once I get everything.
Had enacted. Now that measure was signed into law by President Biden, as you may know.
Corn
81
dog, get all my
members of
nice
the U.S. Senate
corn
voted
dog.
for it, 81
It's
14.
coming.
And yet every single person on the other side today who has spoken out saying that we need to do more about gun violence
you can get
voted against that measure. Does that strike you as hypocritical, Director?
Sitting here today, there are obviously very passionate views on all sides, as I said.
Hell, I reckon me and Wubs
And it's not
probably
my
head
role
over here
to
again tomorrow.
engage in that
Well,
kind
I
of
asked my
role.
mom
I
if
run
she
a law
wants to,
enforcement agency,
but
and the decisions that Congress makes on
is
policy are
that
those that
one?
we then take and try to implement.
Well, I gotta be
In your
able to hear
testimony,
anyway.
talked
Go
at
ahead
great
and
length about gun violence, and you've just recognized
start
that
putting
much of it
guns
stems
back
from repeat
together.
offenders. So isn't it a good
So
thing that
just
we
let
manage
your mom
to
know
make
that
it so we
I'll
don't have as
bring
many
Wubs
repeat
back over
offenders
here
in this
with
district?
me.
Again, I don't run
And you
law
take
enforcement in the district.
Monk
They're
in the
partners of
morning,
ours.
I'll
We work
take
closely
Wubs.
with them. And I'm not a policymaker. I'm not a member of this
How's it
body. I
waking
leave
up?
it to members of these bodies to make those policy
heard
decisions.
y'all.
Then we take the results and try to protect people with it.
Thank you. Ms. Bish is recognized for 5 minutes.
Man,
Ms. Bush
me
is
and
recognized for
Wubs
5
will
minutes.
do like we did today. We'll come over here and
Thank you. First, let me
start
just say
getting these
to
guns put back
the
together, and
advocates that are in the room, to Moms Demand Actions,
then I'll pick Katniss up when she gets out of school.
to every single advocate,
Turn front of me.
survivor that is here,
Dude,
sorry that you have to continue to keep coming back and
I forgot that snake was in that bag, and all of a sudden that bag started moving. I was like,
putting yourself in the middle of this trauma and pulling that forward to be able to save more lives. But as an activist myself, let me just tell you, on those days when it feels like I'm tired, I can't do anymore, just know that you continuing to show up, continuing to speak, continuing, letting us see you, letting people see you. Just know, even if it means you save one life, that's a life that you save. You're saving lives. So I just want to remind you all that that your work is not in vain. St. Louis and I are here today to talk about accountability for gun violence, for this epidemic that continues to ravage our communities and our country. As my colleagues have pointed out, we lose approximately 120 people in this country every single day to gun violence. And firearm-related incidents are the leading cause of death for children and for teenagers in the United States, and that has been okayed. Actually, we've given it like a red carpet. This is no coincidence. It is the obvious consequence of dangerous policies in Republican-controlled states that flood our streets with guns and enable mass shootings that shatter families and destroy lives. I know this personally as someone who has survived and been traumatized myself by gun violence. But the Republicans are desperate to make ATF a distraction from their pathetic and shameful obedience to the NRA that's getting people killed. That obedience is having a devastating impact on communities around our country. Director Dettelbach, thank you for being here, and I'd like to ask
I don't know
you,
if y'all can see,
yes
but
or
just
no,
watch.
would you
See if
agree
that
that
wouldn't
the
creep you
states
out
with
if you
the
weren't paying attention?
weakest laws restricting gun ownership have Republican legislatures? I'm
But
talking
now he
about
ain't gonna do it.
Missouri, Alaska, Wyoming, Montana, Mississippi.
Respectfully, it is not my role to talk about these kinds of questions in my law enforcement role.
Of course not.
I will say, I can tell you that a recent study by Everytown comprehensively documents the states with the weakest gun laws. The weakest gun laws, the states with the weakest gun laws are overwhelmingly Republican states.
All right, babes, come on.
Yes or no, Director? Would you agree that these states have some of the highest rates of gun violence?
I don't know if they could see it.
And again,
I was showing them what the snaky
take
do.
issue with any of the data that you said, but in my role as running a law enforcement agency, we take the laws that are passed.
Mom
by
said she's fine with loves. She said, hell, she'll
implement
keep
them
them
as
in
best we
90,
can to
depending on
protect
what time I
people.
leave here.
Others have that debate and will continue to, of course. It's an important discussion. I'm not minimizing it. In my current role, it's just not part of what I'm focused on doing.
Well, thank you for that. And they do. For example, in my home state of Missouri, which is a Republican state, it is among the 10 states with the highest rates of gun deaths in the country, the highest rates of gun deaths, and the weakest gun laws.
Once everything cools off, start putting
This is a state that Donald
my
Trump
nest back away.
And yes or no, Director, would you agree that lax gun policies in certain states have resulted in firearms flooding municipalities that are unable to override those state-level policies?
Again, respectfully, I don't know the details of all that, but it wouldn't be in my role as ATF director, as a law enforcement officer, to become involved in
Give me a minute.
state policy matters.
Communities like St. Louis experience the brunt of gun violence, this epidemic, because of state-level policies in Missouri and elsewhere that fail to enact common sense gun laws to keep our communities safe. Republicans' failure to act is deadly. We've seen it over and over again. It's deadly. Less than 6 months ago, we had a mass shooting at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School in St. Louis that may have been prevented if Missouri Republicans had agreed to enact a red flag law. So when we talk about accountability, we need to talk about who's really at fault here, and we need to make sure that our communities aren't being unfairly targeted by the failures of others. So, Director, let me switch gears. The ATF has had issues in the past with racist and bigoted behavior by agents. Yes or no, are you aware of the Good Old Boys Roundup that the ATF agents participated in the 1980s and 90s?
I am not. I would say I have been to St. Louis recently, and the shooting that you referenced, I just want to say, of course, the survivors of gun violence. I meet with victims and survivors wherever I go. ATF was among the first people participating in that investigation on that scene. And I just want to say there's a lot of really good collaborative work going on in St. Louis that I know you know about to try and help protect people both sides of the river on this issue.
Right, and your work is being inhibited by those Republican policies, but thank you. You're right. We are collaborating. Would you answer the good old boys roundup question?
I don't.
Ladies' time
I
is
can
up.
follow up
Okay.
on that. I don't know about that city.
Okay, we will send you the information. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Klein. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. You know, from day one, President Biden has made it clear that he intends to target Second Amendment rights of millions of law-abiding Americans, from the ATF pistol brace rule to the recent zero tolerance executive order targeting federal firearm licensees and background checks. It's more apparent than ever that the rights of law-abiding Americans are under attack. I want to go to the out-of-business records issue. Again, it was discussed earlier. As you know, FFLs must give their server of firearm transaction records to the ATF once they go out of business. And these files are converted into screenshots, which you testified that ATF cannot be searched electronically. And that Adobe... By name, right. So let's talk about that, because the data is searchable by other computer functions, correct?
I don't want to misstate on a technical question, because I'm certainly not a computer expert. My understanding is we take out functionality to flatten that data that limits its search function consistent with the restrictions set by Congress. And that most of that was already happening before that report, but then there was an individual server that had not been accessed but was not compliant, that we had to do that with that particular data to make sure that we were fully compliant.
So you're aware that a FOIA request by the Gun Owners of America revealed that a user can filter results using serial number, document type, FFL number, role, frame, manufacturer, weapon type, caliber, model, batch description, batch name, and comments.
So we are compliant with the restrictions that Congress has set forth, but Congressman, these background checks that we conduct are done in homicide investigations where time matters and lives matter. And we are going to use the allowable things that we can do to try and help local law enforcement to catch killers.
You've said that ATF processes tens of millions of records per year. And in 2021, ATF told Congress they had over 920 million out-of-business records, including both digital and paper records. So has ATF's out-of-business record gun registry surpassed 1 billion records total?
I don't know. I know that last year, the paper records we received were something like 70 million, and I'm not quite sure of the exact number. There are a tremendous amount of records that we receive, and we are doing our best. Some of them are stored in boxes that sit on the side, and we run into those boxes where there's an investigation and try to help our local law enforcement partners. We're doing our best.
But with all of this information that you're gathering that is searchable, that is enough for you to create a list of every, for example...
It's not.
Well, it is.
Every single firearms dealer that's currently in business, every single one, we don't have any records.
You have the ability to create a registry, for example, of AR-15s and create an enforcement list of his new ban on pistol brace weapons, correct?
I disagree.
Well, I think the evidence is clear that you have that ability, even if you say you don't. Just freezing the name, the searchable database by name, is not enough. So what we have here is valid concerns that ATF is taking a backdoor approach to creating a federal firearms registry, despite congressional intent and the law that says no such registry should be created. So last year, we received a response to a letter sent to ATF regarding our concerns surrounding the out-of-business records and a potential gun registry. And in response, you said, or the ATF said, the vast majority of the criminal firearms traces completed by ATF NTC are done for state and local law enforcement agencies, as you just said, across the country pursuant to active law enforcement investigations. And the NTC only traces crime guns, and every trace must be identified as such by the requester by selecting an appropriate crime code when submitting the trace request. But it further states that the NTC has no ability to determine the successful prosecution of hundreds of thousands of crime gun traces it completes annually, nor does it have any way to link a trace for a specific prosecution for a particular year. And last week, you wrote back to a further request that said the NTC cannot determine the number of prosecutions resulted from completing crime gun trace requests. So can you tell me what percentage of local law enforcement agencies use the NTC to trace crimes?
So with respect to the percentage that are currently using, which I think I talk to people about trying to increase it. It's free information in active criminal. Right? It's around 50%, give or take.
So if half of the country's local and state law enforcement isn't using the NTC, then what's the purpose of it other than to create an unlawful registry if there's no way to determine that they're contributing to successful prosecutions?
Well, it's because we were asked by, it's over 600 separate times by state and local law enforcement running criminal investigations to trace firearms that local cops, chiefs, sheriffs associated with the crime. And that is important criminal investigative material that we
How do
get
you
back
know
to
you
them
don't have that data?
in Highland Park, Illinois, a mass shooter killed 7 people
evidence.
in New York. In New York, on a subway, a mass.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duddleback, I'd like to give you a chance to finish your answer. I found when I was a federal prosecutor that this kind of information was extremely valuable, especially in tracking down the potential connection between a single gun and multiple.
There's example after example that I've heard, but that the public has heard about how traces are critical in dealing with violent crime. In Highland Park, Illinois, a mass murderer killed 7 people celebrating the 4th of July in our country. And an urgent trace was conducted on a federal holiday, turned around within hours, which we can't do for all of them, only the urgent traces because of some of the legal limits we have. And they used that information, our local partners and federal partners, to catch that person before he could kill again. In the subway shooting in Brooklyn, another mass incident, we were able to turn around an urgent trace that led to the capture of the killer. In case after case after case, this is something that local detectives, that local gang task forces ask us to do, and we turn around those investigative leads. That's what they're called. They're called leads in criminal cases, so that we can help to protect people from being hurt again.
Yeah, and I mean, so for example, you might have a gun that's recovered in a shooting. If you use the trace, you can find it maybe it was connected to a previous shooting by a different shooter and get that guy off the street when you wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise.
Right, there's a knife tool, which is so important. It basically allows us to run a criminal history of a crime gun, so that there might be a shooting over here where there's no evidence, but just down the block a couple weeks ago, there's another murder. Or somebody shoots up a stop sign. And on that one, we can connect those two to find out they were fired by the same weapon. And the local police can then say, oh, we don't have evidence on this one, but we have a license plate reader on that guy who shot up the stop sign. So we now we're cooking with gas, right? We've got a lead that we can work on in an active criminal case to try and catch the person. As I think somebody asked me,
I have to try to repair this a little bit
from the other side of the room, it's important because these people act again many times. And so by interrupting the shooting cycle, we're both holding somebody accountable who hurt or killed somebody.
Dude, these
but we're
freaking
also
idiots.
stopping them from doing it again.
Well,
so to go back to some of the previous questions you were just asked about,
they know where the crime happens, where the shooting happens. They know who's doing it.
That. If we want to get people off the streets who've used guns before to actually,
But they're going to go after people who aren't a danger to anybody.
As possible to link it to them, so we could actually arrest and
I don't see them,
And
posting
while
arrest
only
after
50%
arrest for
of
Glocks,
the-
which is in
the
Chicago.
agencies participate. I have found, at least anecdotally, that those with the highest rates of violent
But damn
crime
sure do a press
understand
release
and
over
use the
CRS.
tracing and knifing tool very aggressively to try and solve cases. We help our law enforcement partners clear homicides,
Yeah, and
killings.
50 is better than 0, so I think it makes sense.
And 600,000, of course, is better than, that's how many times they asked us individually to trace crime guns just in 2022.
Absolutely. So I know there's, concern on the other side about a firearms registry, and this isn't that. In fact, I believe the GAO found in 2016 that the out-of-business database was totally compliant. So I actually don't think that's an issue either. But I think what is clearly an issue is the violence, gun violence on the street, mass shootings in particular. I want to join in commending the action groups, Moms Against Gun Violence, or Moms Demand Action and the like, for the work that you're doing. Makes a huge difference in the communities. I'm old enough to remember Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And, I was in school, and so it was still happening. that I remember I was actually a student prosecutor. You had people driving with the wheel in one hand and the beer in the other one, and everybody thought that was fine.
Using drunk driving as an analogy for what violent people are doing with firearms is fucking idiotic.
And Lord knows we need it. You know, what I think is 170 plus mass shootings already this year. So we know the gun violence isn't slowing down, and the use of these AR-15s and other weapons of, I'll say it, a mass destruction, essentially on our streets, is really devastating communities.
An AR-15 weapon of mass destruction.
Just one last quick point. I'll join in sort of noting that I've got colleagues who are actually sponsoring legislation to eliminate the ATF, eliminate the FBI. One suggested eliminating the Department of Justice. So I think if they have their way with that kind of stuff, we won't have any means to prosecute not only gun violence at the federal level, but anything. Cartels, gangs, terrorists. We won't be able to prosecute them at the federal level if that kind of approach goes forward. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ivory. Mr. Hunt, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm going to say the quiet part out loud because we all know exactly what's going on here. It wasn't the fully automatic machine gun that was banned in 1986. It wasn't the bump stock. It certainly is not the pistol brace. And it is not the AR-15, of which I am the owner of multiple. The left has been chipping away at our Second
Dude
Amendment
smokes
rights for
the
decades
shit out of them,
compromising.
and it's hysterical.
Every time my colleagues on the right compromise on guns, the next thing the left says is, we need to do more.
More.
If the left can't repeal the Second Amendment, then they'll have an unelected bureaucrat like yourself, sir, issue a regulation that will make 40 million Americans felons overnight. That's a fact. Compromising on our fundamental rights, we're not going to keep our children safe either. Our children should not be prey for homicidal maniacs. And our schools should not be as safe as we have here in Congress. They should be far safer than we have right now. And if we're willing to spend $113 billion in Ukraine, that we could pay.
I'm going to hit that with some cold blue, though.
The gentleman in the corner, thank you, sir, for standing in the corner with a gun, and I feel safer by his presence already.
But I don't like cold
Every
blue.
school should have you
That's what I'm going to do on that.
present. I was in high school when Columbine happened, and prior to Columbine, we didn't have the level of violence that we're seeing today. In 1986, you can walk into a store anywhere in this country and buy a fully automatic weapon. And being from Texas, acquiring a weapon has always been relatively easy in my lifetime.
Yeah, I know.
Were there more or fewer mass shootings across our country when machine guns were available? I think we all know the answer to that. We still weren't having these problems because it's not the guns, it's our core values that have plummeted. The left has been chipping away at our rights for years. They've also been chipping away at our core values. In 1960, 61% of Black Americans were married. Today, that number has plummeted to 30%. I am a current member of Congress today because I was raised in a two-parent household. We eat dinner together every single night. We pray before dinner. We get to the church every single Sunday. My parents were heavily involved in my education. I said the Pledge of Allegiance every single day proudly, and I know every word to God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood. Because of these values, my sister, my brother, and I all graduated from West Point. We all served our country honorably. There's 60 years worth of military service just in my immediate family, which is by definition the American dream. It's because of these values. A recent Wall Street Journal survey came out, and it kind of confirmed these decline in our core American values over the course of the past 25 years. The question was,
I'd be interested to see who Dark's got on this show tonight. He was alluding to some of it earlier. So he's supposed to have a
1998, 70% survey felt like patriotism was very important. Today, 38%. Religion, 62%, very important. Today, 39%. Having children, 59% in 98, 30% today. Community, 62% in 98, 27% today.
Anytime you see that,
guns haven't changed.
Left-handed
Guns
threat.
have always been available in the United States. society has changed, and it's changed drastically, in my opinion, for the worse.
Regular fuel gas.
That leave us to today. There's a reason why crime and gang violence is up. There's a reason why black women are the fastest growing demographics of gun owners in America. You know that, sir. Many of them live in Democrat-run cities with rising crime rates and district attorneys that put criminals ahead of innocent women like we see in New York. And by the way, it's not their husbands or their significant others that are purchasing guns for them. Black women are purchasing guns themselves because we know that Democrats replaced black husbands with Uncle Sam a long time ago.
It takes a lot of damn BTUs to heat up those blue and salts with all that shit dissolved in them.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Damn.
What we're gonna do is this stuff in here.
I fear that if you can't tell me the difference between a man and a woman, I am not surprised that you don't know the difference between 5.56 and 300 blackout. The problem with this administration is always having people that are appointed to run these agencies that aren't fully qualified. They don't understand exactly what's going on and how things work. And if I were running the ATF, I would know a thing about the F in ATF. And by the way, for the record, that's firearms.
No, the upper tank.
It's firearms.
Yeah.
With that, I yield back.
Yeah, the upper tank's the degreaser.
Mr. Van Drew for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Just before I begin, I didn't even plan to speak on this particular piece, but as I've been in and out, because we had multiple committees today, I've heard this constant harangue about Republicans causing gun violence. Now let's really
actual man-sized gloves.
So I thought about the big cities. I thought about Chicago, New York City,
last time we had that
Baltimore, Philadelphia, just to name a few of them. Chicago, a Republican city? Is New York City a Republican city? Is Baltimore a Republican city? Is DC a Republican town? Is Philadelphia a Republican city? They all have the worst crime rates.
Think about doing all this bluing and shit like that, man. It takes a while to set up. Doesn't take real long to blue, and
they have the strictest gun laws you can find anywhere. It is cruel to tell people because you are going to make a stabilizing brace illegal that their little babies are going to be okay.
To be
their
able
children
to
are going to be
blue
okay.
guns,
Their
it's worth
families
it.
are going to be okay because it just isn't true. And Mr. Hunt's exactly right. It has to do with our
Like I said, if I was just doing a couple little parts here or there, they'll pop.
Our belief in
I'd take one of them little electric fryers and set that up with some blue and solution.
Society has fallen apart to a great degree, and this administration has taken every chance possible, every chance to politicize gun violence, to push more and more restrictive measures on legal and law-abiding gun owners. I'm a gun owner. I go to the range once or twice a week. And the guys that I see there are not bad people. They're sportsmen. They practice. They're very responsible. They know how important it is to be responsible. But you know what I do know? I know the ATF and the progressive district attorneys have decided to focus efforts not on punishing the individuals who commit the real crimes, the bad guys, and there are bad guys. But instead,
you know what?
Tragedy. Push
if I was thinking ahead like that,
to try to waste Second Amendment rights. So my first question to you is, which scenario makes Americans safer? I want everybody to think about this. What makes Americans safer? Turning law-abiding Americans into felons by banning pistol braces, or if we have a weak on crime DA who lets people in and out of jail. Some of these people have 20, 30, 40 priors. So is it the violent gun offender that's let out over and over again, or is it a pistol brace that a veteran is using or an older man is using when they shoot? I'd like you to answer that question.
The ATF focuses a percentage of our resources on fighting the kind of violent crime that you have talked about.
Sir,
and it's important.
I'm respecting your position, and I'm asked you to answer a simple question. Is it the brace that's a problem, or is it the fact that people who've committed felonies are let out over and over again? Which is it? Is it the brace or the felony? Which is it? Is it the brace or the felony? Which is it?
When we do an
Which is it?
investigation
Is it
of
the
a
brace or the
violent
felony, sir?
a gang member, and we discover that gang member with a brick of crack cocaine and a short-barreled rifle, those are both dangerous things. Law-abiding citizens should not be targeted.
I guess
I
you're
agree with
saying
you
a
on that, but there
felony.
are violent people who are using.
We are
these-
letting people out more than we ever have in our history. Crime rates are going up in the cities more than we've ever seen because of the new ultra-left philosophy that we have on criminals. It's a fact. I'm not making this stuff up. So it's an upside-down world in which we live in, and we're turning millions of law-abiding Americans into felons because you made a change about a gun brace. And we don't, that's not going to help these ladies. It's cruel to do this to these ladies. And I know some of them may think you're going to be the heroes, but you're not. And the assumption by the ATF that these pistol braces make a normal law-abiding person suddenly a violent criminal is bizarre, which leads to my second question. We already know that you're unable to exactly define what an assault weapon is. You said so. We have it on
That is
tape.
definitely something I need to do.
It's my role to define it.
I know.
If you
have
delegate
nothing
One thing about it,
by
you build stuff like this,
It's
it's
alcohol,
constantly
tobacco, and
just
firearms, but we know nothing about it. However, have you ever used a firearm
changing it and
with a
updating
pistol
it.
brace attachment?
I believe I've used many different types of firearms.
Have you?
I
Did it make you feel like committing a
believe-
crime?
I believe I have used a firearm with the stabilizing
Well, if I had
brace, which
$4,000
was designed to be
garage,
Man,
shouldered.
did it flow through your blood that you wanted to commit a crime? I give
I believe that people
Yeah,
possess
$4,000.
firearms and that the firearms aren't things that flow through their bloods. I don't
Chair recognizes Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been much discussion in this committee about the issue of regulatory abuse, the growing administrative state, and the role ATF plays in this undermining of our representative government. This has been discussed through the pistol brace rule, among others, but I want to make it clear that this is not a new issue and that the ATF and the entirety of the administrative state continues to engage in illegal lawmaking. Director Dettelbach, are you familiar with the case Cargill versus Garland?
I do know that case. I believe that's a pending case in the Fifth Circuit.
Yes, it's a case that was decided in January of this year, and it relates to challenging ATF's bump stock rule. Now, you have repeatedly stated that the ATF only carries out the laws as passed by Congress. That isn't true. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, in fact, ruled against the ATF, and I'm just going to cover a few of the findings that the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals made. This was initiated by a gun owner in response to the ATF promulgating a regulation to interpret federal law, specifically the National Firearms Act and the Gun Control Act, that define firearm accessories as machine guns, even though Congress had not done so. The regulation was pursued in direct contrast to a position that the ATF held for over a decade, similar to the pistol brace, where the ATF actually issued letters to owners of bump stocks and pistol braces saying that they were illegal accessories. Yet the ATF eventually changed their mind, not because Congress issued any new law. It was a new interpretation on your part. In fact, the court in the Cargill case found that, that there had been bills that had been introduced regarding bump stocks, but before it could be considered in earnest, the ATF went forward with this rule, quote, short-circuiting the legislative process. The Fifth Circuit further concluded that even if the ATF interpretation of the statute were correct, the rule would clash with the rule of lenity, because, quote, court Dr. Dettelbach, does this situation and the legal questions raised sound familiar to you outside of the scope of the Cargill case?
That the rule was promulgated in the prior administration. It is currently in the courts. The circuits are actually split. And
The Fifth Circuit and the Sixth Circuit ruled yesterday, finding again that the ATF did not have the legal authority to issue the bump stock rule,
and another
correct?
circuit has upheld it, and it is on.
I understand that. My point is that what the ATF did with the bump stock is very similar to what you're attempting to do.
Those are different situations. They
You're
are both
attempting-
applications of Congress's.
Well, that's not what the court, that's not what the Fifth Circuit found, though, is it?
Obviously, this is before the courts. Our
The Fifth
position
Circuit
has
didn't
been
find that, did
hundreds
they?
of pages of public documents.
And neither did the Sixth Circuit.
I will tell you, with respect to bump stock, I fired a bump stock. And I will tell you the note, it is impossible to simply fire one round. Impossible.
So it's a pretty scathing indictment of the ATF's attempt to subvert the lawmaking authority of Congress by misinterpreting statutes so that an unelected bureaucrat can essentially alter the underlying statute and apply new criminal prohibitions. This bump stock fight began in 2018, and many of these rules we are examining here began after the 2020 election. The common denominator is the weaponization of the ATF by unelected bureaucrats who are always pushing to expand their power over federal gun laws to infringe on the Second Amendment. However, your agenda becomes even more dangerous combined with this administration's anti-gun views, which is pushing to infringe on our Constitution and our natural rights. Director, who elected you to expand and rewrite the scope of federal gun laws?
I'm appointed by the president and confirmed by
You
the
haven't been
Senate.
elected by anyone, is that right?
I said, coming through.
And I don't run for office.
Mr. Dettelbach, is your priority as ATF director to catch criminals who violate the law or to change the laws to create new criminals?
We use the laws as Congress has passed them to try to protect people from violent crime and catch people who are violating the law, murderers.
How is your regulatory agenda accomplishing that goal?
Because when Congress passes a law that Congress determines advances public safety, like the National Firearms Act, the law has to be implemented by somebody. It has to be enforced by somebody. Law enforcement officials like myself and the brave men and women who work for me do that. We do that in a variety of different ways.
Congress didn't pass a law banning bump stocks, did it?
Congress-
Just answer my question, yes or no. Did Congress pass a law banning bump stocks?
Congress
Yes or no?
delegated to ATF rulemaking
Did,
authority.
did,
In Congress's
actually,
act.
the court told you didn't have one.
And it's before the courts now, and whatever the decisions
Did
of the
Congress?
courts are, we
did
will abide by,
Congress-
of course.
Did Congress ban pistol braces?
Congress passed the National Firearms Act and said
You won't
short-barreled
answer.
rifles. Regulations. And
Chair
none of it
recognizes
is a
Mr.
ban.
Fry.
None of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing today. To highlight some of the important things that we learned in our prior hearing about the ATF pistol brace rule. Ms. Amy Swearer, senior fellow, leader of the Heritage Foundation, testified that the ATF has long sought to undermine the ability of Congress by interpreting or intentionally law to give itself more power.
I busted that one.
So eloquently highlighted.
When
We
I
also
broke
know
those
that
burners
Mr.
loose,
Alex
I
Bosco,
busted
the
the tack
founder and
on that
inventor of the
one
stabilizing
side.
device, the ATF did not condemn the use of braces being against the now the ATF is designed without any passed by Congress. Thanks to Chairman Jordan's questioning of Mr. Rob Wilcox, Director of Policy
I
and
need to bring. I
Gun
just
Safety.
need
We
to
also
do
know
is
that
bring
gun
a bottle of
control
gas
advocacy
over here. I
groups
got that
have
little
been
well
welcomed
done.
into the Biden White House. The ATF has set these rule changes in motion. Much of this being facilitated
I got the welder
outside
sitting there. I got a
the
free bottle.
competition protocols. President Biden's decision to stabilizing braces without congressional approval.
So I just screwed those
indicates how
stands
gun
together.
control lobbies in this administration wish
hold on, I
to
gotta dump
force
that
their
oil out.
restrictive agendas on Americans. I, along with my
Where'd that,
colleagues,
funnel
believe
go?
the ATF has overstepped their bounds, that they are usurping congressional authority with its rulemaking and should leave the business of making laws to Congress. I want to ensure that you, Mr. Dittelbach, understand that. Mr. Dittelbach, in your eyes, who has the power to make laws? We'll go back to the Schoolhouse Rock days. Who has the power to make laws in the United States?
Statutes must be passed by Congress of the United States.
Excellent. Has Congress explicitly criminalized the use or possession of pistol braces under the Gun Control Act?
Congress delegated,
Have they
delegated to ATF rulemaking authority.
Director, we can do this dance all day long, but has Congress explicitly criminalized the use or possession of pistol braces under the Gun Control Act? Yes or no?
Congress created the short-barreled rifle as a category that wasn't banned or criminalized, but
We're talking about the Gun
additional
Control Act.
restrictions.
But again, have we defined pistol braces under the Act, and have we criminalized the use or possession of them? No.
The brace itself alone is not the subject of
Again,
short-barreled rifles
that's
as
my question.
created.
My question is, have we done that? The answer is no, because you can't point to it. You can't point to a statute that has that. Has Congress explicitly authorized the regulation of pistol braces under the National Firearms Act?
Look back there and get one off on them back there.
And legal briefs say that we believe we are acting within our regulatory authority as delegated by Congress on short-barreled rifles.
Correct. So 10 years ago when this came forward, and the ATF sanctioned the creation of and use of pistol braces, those have been outlined pretty extensively.
That was an individual product. The way it works is people submit an individual product. Many different products beyond that have been produced and used since that time.
Almost got it all put up.
Right? You can't have one thing classified and then say you're relying on it and you change the product and say, and that's what was going on. People were saying that things had been approved by ATF
$5
that
happy
had never
ending.
even been presented to ATF. So we don't regulate the brace itself, so I don't know. But the estimates in the rule name a number that is far lower than the number that others saying. And one of the numbers.
What would you say that in your estimate?
I would have to look at the rule, but I think it's in the rule. It has
That's the way I am.
estimation, and I don't want to misstate it. I believe it's several million, but I'm not sure.
Several million. Okay, so we can at least agree several million, according to the agency.
You have to check the record on that.
We can at least stipulate to that. With implementation of those rules,
That all
obviously, we go
crack.
through that. You either have to surrender your weapon, you have to disassemble it, you have to destroy it, turn it in, or what happens? You're subject to criminal penalty. Correct.
So you have to either. By the way, we've waived all taxes on this during the period of time. There's no taxes. But you can either disassemble the brace from the weapon. The weapon still works as the way you bought the weapon.
But hold on, back up. I'm already So the agency for 10 years has allowed this
I ain't rushing you.
come into being, has sanctioned
Starting it with me, old man.
And the implementation
Don't start that with me, old man.
furtherance of these pistol braces in the marketplace. And now, with at least several million, as you stipulated to, now they want to clamp down on that. And my problem is, I hear the snickering
I got
from
most
the
damn
crowd
nuts cleaned up.
and they might think it's funny. I'm concerned about average everyday Americans who aren't aware of this rule, who are now going to be turned into felons, subject to up to a $250,000 fine.
Yeah, carbon off on freaking blue and tanks.
And I think the mission of
shit
the ATF
every damn
is
word.
not in compliance with what you're actually doing with this rule. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Director, I want to remind you, you're under oath. Can you tell me,
Gunsmithing is a dirty, dirty
business.
business.
ATF that we need to warn the American consumers that they may be made felons?
So there is a process for rulemaking that's outlined under the APA.
Almost
And
cleaned up
works
for the
through
night.
And honors that process. And so we consider matters, and when it comes time,
Runs
we
down
actually
some shit,
publish
it'll
a
be pretty
public
well
notice of the intent to issue a rule. That's the way we speak about whether we
Well, Rush, you ought to know how to read lips by
So
now.
why now? I mean, the pistol brace has been around for over a decade. Why now?
If one reviews,
I need to get,
notice of proposal
you know,
making,
need to
it's
Photoshop in
very
a
detailed public.
freaking
This is a transparent process.
phallic shaped
That's the good thing
shaped
about the APA
object in
notice of
place of
comment rulemaking.
devil box
We talk
microphone.
about the history of
Wonder if I can
the
send that to him and have it
individual
framed.
devices that were presented. Some inconsistency, which is important to say. And then the necessity to try and clarify for people who want to follow the law, which factors are going to make things into short-barreled rifles.
Well, I'm curious. Is there anything coming down the pipe we need to warn our consumers about, our American consumers, our Second Amendment folks?
Again, when the APA provides for a process, and when it's when there's
Hopefully in the
rulemaking,
next,
that we publish a notice
I
of
don't know whether I have everything
proposed
quite done
rulemaking,
tomorrow, but
and that then gives the public time.
hopefully
to
the next few
submit
days, man, I'll be able to shoot some
Get
video of that
comments, and we
3030
read and review
all
and-
put
and-
back
and take
together
into
now that
account
it's
those comments at that
re-blued.
point.
Mr. Drader, can you
And
define an assault weapon for me?
show everybody
and,
what it's looking like.
If Congress chooses to take up legislation involving assault weapons, I believe Congress would have two choices. Either Congress itself could write the definition of what an assault weapon is, as happened in Congress in 1994. It's happened, I think, in 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 different state
Tag some more of my
legislatures who
shit
have
with two
different
ADU
definitions, by the
stickers.
way.
Okay,
Or Congress could delegate to ATF,
which we probably won't do as long
well,
as.
from the tone of some of the
Yeah,
questions,
I
I
hope we would
so-
never. So why is it with, I got limited time, why would, when you put a pistol brace on it, is it, we have so many people define it then as an assault weapon, and we haven't defined it.
A pistol brace,
When it's added to the
connected
weapon.
with certain types of pistols, not all, and not all types of braces, can form a short-barreled rifle, which is Congress
I had
set
to
an
clean
inch
that
number,
frame up.
right?
It's dirty
for
from
the
me
number of
handling it.
inches for the barrel.
But I forgot.
And then it has to
Dark
be
sent me that
according to
3D
Congress,
printed
designed or intended
blue
to be
mag
shouldered.
well.
And that's what the rule seeks to provide
So,
clarification on, so we
I'm gonna
can
throw
have
that
a
on there
consistent
once I
set of
get that build
objective
out.
features of the firearm.
Well, let me say real quick, I went to buy a shotgun a few
Yeah, dude,
months
that
ago.
3030,
My
man.
time expired, and the background check, I finally just, it expired. And they
Hell, I
just
hunted
didn't
with a
come on
damn
year. So it's not so easy in
Marlin
Alabama to get a
3030
gun.
for
With that, Mr.
years.
Chairman, I'll yield the remainder of my time to you,
It
sir.
was, I mean, it's
thank you,
a
gentlemen,
damn solid
Mr.
gun.
Dettelbach, the pistol brace is an accessory, right?
Get this one put back
regulated
together and run
Without
some rounds
attached to
through it,
anything,
check
the
it.
pistol brace, is not something that we regulate.
But when it's attached to pistol, it can become a short-barreled rifle, and then it's subject under the National Firearms Act. That's what you're saying.
Depending on the features of
Understand.
both the pistol and the brace. And there are some, the forearm, everybody
It's
talks
not
about
just
forearm
early,
braces. Forearm
but it's a
braces
lot
are
earlier
not
that we
designed
got
and
it
intended
done
to
than
be
if we
shouldered,
waited.
would not
Yeah, well, it's
classified and not covered.
And the
it's
bump
earlier
stock's
than
an
it was
accessory, right?
last time I had a Blue It project going on. I
Bump
spent
stock
till
is a
3
conversion
o'clock in the
device.
morning.
I
Yeah, I don't
believe.
like that.
So I want to check, our position on that is in
I like
briefs,
to get
but
done
that's a
like
different
now.
provision of the
But when-
act. That's a
The
provision.
bump stock gets
that
added to a
converts-
firearm,
I
and
don't
that's
mind
now
3
subject
o'clock
to the
mornings,
NFA,
but
and
So the
that
NFA
one was a
specifically
rough one.
says that items which can be used to convert something to a fully automatic weapon are covered by the NFA. So those are the words Congress used. They didn't use the word accessory. They used things that.
And you guys said bump stock fits that definition, and it's subject to the NFA, right?
Correct. The bump stock then
That's been
was.
challenged.
G23, man, you're just glutton for
It's
punishment,
currently
man.
before
That's
the
all it
courts. There's
is.
a split in the
That's
different.
why any of you
It's
guys
important.
hang
I'm just
out with
looking at
me.
the one that came out yesterday. Sixth Circuit, one you're familiar with. Sixth Circuit.
Right, the Sixth Circuit, I think, ruled yesterday.
They did.
A
And here's
panel
what-
of the Sixth Circuit, there's a prior en banc, and I haven't had a
Let me
chance
read.
to
Let me
review
read,
them.
and just tell me if you think. Here's what the court said: the viability of competing interpretations is
Got
exemplified
my man
not only by the
280U
myriad
sign
of
card.
conflicting judicial opinions on the issue, but also by the ATF's own flip-flop in its position. And that's what I think concerns Americans. You guys told us all one thing, told the country one thing on the bump stock, and then you changed. You told the country all one thing on pistol braces, and then you changed. And that's the conflict. And on this situation, bump stock, I don't know how many Americans had that, but my guess is not near as many as had the brace. Now we're talking about a situation that I doubt you've ever been in before, where you're going to make a rule that's going to impact millions and millions of Americans. And that's the problem.
Any more stickers I
That's
can
the
tag
concern.
up real
That's
quick?
why you're here talking to us today. Lots of Americans have, that's why there are cases all over the country. Because you said one thing and you flip-flop. Not my words. The Sixth Circuit, their words. That's the problem.
Of course, I understand the legal.
Everybody
record,
should
and I
know
haven't
that
read
one,
the
though.
opinion, and I will. With respect to what happened in the prior administration when that rule was issued, of course, I wasn't there and don't know the details, but our legal position is spelled out publicly as to what the rule that was issued in the prior administration said.
I think I'll yield back to you, the chairman. Your function as chairman. I'll yield back to you to close it out.
That concludes the hearing for today. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
I'll tell you what, guys. Yeah, I'm going to shut this one down too. My sweaty self. I'm going to try to get the rest of this gun shop cleaned up and see about getting my happy butt to the house so I can watch old Dark tonight and see who he's got on. And hell, the Tactical Turkey should be on now, so I'll be listening to them while I'm working on everything else. So anyway, as always, man, we'll end it here. So you perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. Love each and every one of you. I'll take them easy. And hopefully I'll show you that gun put together here shortly. It'll look pretty damn good. I'm out, guys.